Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
Hello, good morning, everybody. How is everyone doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome in, welcome. It is Wednesday. It's Hump Day. I'm so confused this week with the days that I need to get my head straight. But good morning, welcome in. Oh yeah. So if already said it's true. So I haven't had the opportunity to say because I took a nap and the nap took longer than that I was expecting. So yeah. But good morning every day. Happy hump day. Good morning, Stephanie. Good morning, Paula. Hannah, good morning. Raba, good morning. Denise, good morning. Enjoy lurking, everybody that's lurking. We are carrying on today in a very, very busy day. Well, ish, busy day ish. There's so much going on. Um I Paula, I am too. It's only Wednesday, and I regret my life choices because I could have been done now, right? And enjoy 5 days off and only be back next Tuesday at work. But now I had to send my boss that, oh yeah, I will help you with tomorrow because the other baker is on holiday for 3 weeks. And I said, oh yeah, I'll help you. Why do I have to be a dum dum? Why? Why do I have to be dum dum? I'm just. That could have been done for next 5 days. It could be like a mini holiday. Um, Paula, just rub it in. Why won't you? Just rub it in my face, saying that it. Just rub it in. It's just. I know. It's a very. I think she already had it booked before the shop opened. She had booked a while ago. Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes being a good person it is not good for me because I'm working tomorrow, and then I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and I'm working and hold your places. I'm working Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, off Saturday, working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Why do I have to be such a good person and I cannot say no? And I have the FOMO of fear of missing out and fear of making people angry if I don't, for example, and that applies as well to the YouTube. If I don't cover a trial, if I don't do this, if I don't do that, I am not. Oh, I cannot say no, and that's my problem. I have got a lot of problems, but yeah. Um, Oh, that is good. It does add up fast. Paul, can you send me some PTO? I need some more time off. Man, I'm joking. I have 5 days now. Yeah, vacation time. It's our vacation, but that is very, very good. I mean, 20 hours every month. That is good. I mean, that is very, very good indeed. I'm not that. It's not that bad at all. Oh, sorry, I have the wrong picture there. I was doing something early and I forgot to change the avatar. Here you go. You can see my face even though I have the camera off today. But yeah, so there you go. That is just crazy. It's like 20 hours is good, but it doesn't. Okay, it's gonna be okay. I'm finishing at 9 a.m., so it's not that big of a deal. It's only 4 hours. I can do that, you know. So, oh wow, you've been for. Oh wow, that is great, Paula. That is really really awesome. Yes, POS is point of system, point of sale. Yes, I we use a lot that term in retail business. At work, they definitely we use that. So I was looking into X to see about that the jury's being late. I think they are late. But I don't know. But I think today we're gonna get a verdict. I think. What do you guys think? Do you think we're gonna finally get a verdict on Karen Reid trial today? That would have been nice, man. I'm not gonna lie. It would be very nice getting a verdict on this case and getting over with. But it's um oh wow, it started Nunes is 1991, but was only for a couple of years before coming back. Wow, you were working there even before I was born, Paula. I don't want to make you feel old, but anyway, I did not say anything. Let's carry on talking about Camry because that's what matters. But um, I know. I understand that. Bev has just made this whole a mess again. I think the juries are gonna confuse, and I think they're gonna come back hung. Uh, it's. I think it's gonna come back. She made it in a way that she made it in a way that is gonna come back hung, and there is no other option than hung verdict there, which is sad because they're gonna have to go through all this thing again for what? I mean, at this point, by the time they finished the whole charade, Cameron Reed could have done the whole freaking sentence by now. Literally, I'm sorry. This happened in 2022. Three, four, five. That's already 3 years. 2 more years, Karen Reid would have done the sentence for this. So what is? It's just a circus at this point. But anyway, um, yeah. So our plan is after Beth tells them to go back to deliberate on this and everything, we are gonna go back and carry on our trial because we did not finish yesterday, the day one of the trial of the Raul Valles. We only have about 2 hours to go of the first day, and then we can catch up on the new day when it starts because apparently this trial is going to start at 10 o'clock in the morning their time, which is good because that gives us an hour today to catch up on the trial, which we might still be a little bit behind, but it's okay. We'll make it up. But I also have a question. Brian Kohberger has probably I just said that name wrong, but okay. Brian Kohberger has a trial. Oh, he doesn't have a trial today. He has a hearing today, emotions hearing. But that won't be with me. That would be with Rabba if you guys want to see it. Do you want to see it live? Or do you mind waiting for tomorrow and we can catch up on that one? Because I want to follow that one because it's emotions hearing on the I think to emotion to delay um to delay the trial, and there's the informations. So yeah, so I think it's a half 12 Idaho time, which I think it's 1:30 Eastern. So you don't care, you'll watch whatever. Okay. Because to be fair, I'm not gonna lie, I want to be present, but that would be I don't know. I have I will talk to Roba and see what she wants to do it, whatever it's easier to for her because she that she is the one that's gonna do tonight because it's Wednesday, it's date night. And I think date night tonight this week is gonna be a little bit different. I think we are gonna be staying at home, ordering some nice food, and then we're just gonna watch a movie and just chill because we're trying to save money, so we're like trying not to go out all the time but still have date night, just like a night that we don't go on our phones, that's we I'm not streaming, and there's just like, me and garden bot, which is good. So, but I think that's what we're gonna do tonight. Oh, Iowa is Central Time Zone. Iowa or Idaho? Did I say Iowa? I honestly, did I say Iowa? Oh my days. I know Iowa. Oh, I am so confused right now. I honestly am so confused with everything. Um, I am so confused. What did I just say? Because I am so sleepy. I don't know. Yeah, time together at home is just as nice. Exactly, it is. I agree with that, Paula. And it is very nice, to just being at home, watch a movie. We do have like it's a fake cinema room. We put a projector to a blank white wall, and we put some sofas in it. So, that is just yeah. Night. Oh, nice. Oh, it's okay. No worries. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Well, me and Garden Bot can come. Oh, I'm so sorry, Hannah. I know you were looking forward for that. I'm so sorry, my friend. Oh, you're gonna have to hang out with us. No, I'm joking. I know that is not the best trade-off possible, but I'm so sorry, my friend. That's absolutely sucks, and I understand. My heart goes out to you. I'm sending you a big hug. Oh, looks like we're going, and I don't have noise. Hang on. Looks like the judge is coming. She's only 2 minutes late. Wow, impressive.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all. We're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All right, please. Here's Paul.
And back to the same old, same old. We'll just hang tight for a couple of seconds or something to see if she has anything to do with the attorneys this morning, of more of her normal BS of every single day, and see what happens. Guys, oh my days. Hang on, I'll open my camera in a minute. Let's see if they do anything. Jed just
Jury is exit the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you. All right.
if there's no verdict.
We'll see the recess. Please exit the courtroom.
My day, she's getting out of that courtroom as fast as a bullet. Sorry, probably not the best. Sorry about that. I'm back. I'm gonna turn on my camera for a minute because Garden Bot is doing something very, very bad that I normally see. I don't look that bad, to be fair. But look at where Garden Bot is. If you guys can see, do you see that name over there? Even though we were just there, is that Costco without me? How can he be at Costco without me? What kind of husband is this that goes to Costco, our favorite place, without me? I honestly do not understand the betrayal right now that I feel of Nightbot, a Gardenbot, being in Costco. I hope that he's getting snacks for date night. I honestly hope that he is. Because if he's not grabbing snacks for date night, Paula, I do not know what to do. Good morning, Binny. Sorry. I'm just complaining that Garden Bot is at Costco without me. Okay, Hannah, have a good night. A good nap. Sorry, night. I'm sorry. That is just Binny. Hello, and I'm gonna go back hiding behind the camera. Because I'm not feeling so hot today either. But so now we have the opportunity to carry on with our trial. So we were with Detective Richard on the stand yesterday. He was talking about through some evidence in the case that they have gathered and that they were having. So I think we were, if I remember correctly, or we were about to see some pictures of the. Oh, hang on. I don't want to watch that. We're gonna see some pictures of a car that was involved. So let's carry on watching. We're gonna carry on watching at 1.225 or 35 that we are gonna be, so we can be done with this quick, so we can jump into today's. Um, I know. Is that Costco without me, Benny? It's not on. Absolutely. So let's put 1.35 because I think that's a comfortable speed. 3. Okay, there you go. And carry on.
That would be a picture of the same black T-shirt that was in States 27. And
Yes.
that's just an up close picture of the defect in that T-shirt.
Yes.
In States 29, again, up close picture of the green sweatshirt that was in States 26, I believe. Again, the defect in the shirt.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the scene, you said that you were there to investigate a stabbing that had occurred. What things did you do that night when you got there?
So that night, myself and other members of the Shelton Police Department interviewed witnesses, attendees of that party.
Now, when you interviewed these witnesses, let me take you back. When you got there, what was the scene like?
It was very hectic. There was dozens of kids running around, their parents showing up looking for them. Hard to keep everybody, kind of trying to keep them off the yard, trying to ascertain who saw what, who was at the party, if anyone arrived afterwards. So we did our best to try to speak with everybody there.
Did you have it when you spoke to many witnesses there?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the witnesses there, did you have any indication that alcohol may have been present?
Yes. So there was a bottle, I believe it was a bottle of whiskey, if memory serves, in the yard. Also, upon speaking with a lot of the juveniles, it appeared they were drinking. I didn't feel sobriety anybody, but I was more concentrated on the stabbing, but it appeared they were drinking.
And prior to you interviewing any witnesses at the scene, did the Shelton Police Department have a body-worn camera at that time?
So this was right at the time, just before the body-worn cameras was mandated by the state, and they were just coming into our department. So even though we had them, they weren't issued to all the members of the department. They were equipped in a few cars, and a few of the administration had them, where we can use them if we needed an interview or something like that.
And did you, in fact, use any body-worn camera when you interviewed witnesses in connection to this case?
In this case, yes. That night, no. This I didn't have one assigned to me at that point, so I would have to use only audio.
Okay. So how many interviews would you say that you conducted that night when you got to the scene?
Me personally, or all of us?
You personally first.
Me personally, that night, 2.
And collectively, how many of these interviews did you say you?
Dozens. Me personally.
And based on your interviews of those witnesses, what, if anything, did you do next?
So I interviewed a witness at the scene. I believe his name was Enrico Fiola. After interviewing him and his mother, we ascertained that just prior to the incident, a Honda Pilot arrived on scene with a group of St. Joe's kids. Also, after the incident, they fled in that car. So we were able to get the occupants of that car. From that point, we went and interviewed Mackenzie Trefficante, who was also an occupant in the car. After members of the police department spoke with everybody else there, and I spoke with those 2 witnesses, we developed Raul Valle as a suspect.
And is Mr. Valle in court today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue jacket.
And can you put him out for the court, please?
I can. He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect the witnesses identified Mr. Raul Valle as the defendant. Thank you.
Now, based on your interviews and your development of suspect and identified a suspect vehicle, what efforts did you take at the scene prior to leaving the scene?
So before we left the scene, we knew that a knife was used in the stabbing. We did look for the knife on the exterior property of 43 Laurel Glen and the road and the surrounding roads. Very difficult that night. It was dark. There was a lot of people around, and we didn't have any information exactly where the knife was at that point. But we did look with our flashlights, with our car spotlights. That carried on into the next day. Moving fast forward, we had 2 state police cadaver dogs arrive in the daylight, and they searched the entire area, the surrounding streets, the property, with members of the police department looking for the knife.
And if I direct your attention to States 1, can you indicate on States 1 where the general area you conducted the initial search for the knife you just described?
Sure. So here's the property with the front yard. We started here, but we actually looked all up and down the roads. This entire area. We also did a neighborhood canvass and spoke to all the neighbors. 1, did you see a knife? And number 2, if you do find a knife, please not touch it and call us.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, if the record can reflect, the witness has indicated on States 1 the area including all of Adams Drive, all of Laurel Glen to Farmhouse Lane, and up Farmhouse Lane in that general area.
Any dispute with that summary, Attorney Smith?
No, Your Honor. no
All right,
objection.
court will allow the record to reflect. Thank you.
Now, after you did the initial search that night and the next day for a knife, what did you do next?
So after we did our interviews that night, the sun was coming up. I interviewed
You can
Tom and Charlie Connery at their residence with their parents present. After that interview, we were able to develop probable cause for an arrest warrant for Raul Valle.
And was an arrest warrant applied for and signed?
It was applied for that following Monday.
And contemporaneous with the signing of the arrest warrant, were you able to locate the Honda Pilot that was the subject of your interviews?
So that night, if I can back up a few of the steps we took, after we knew who the occupants of the Pilot were, we went to Milford and we attempted to speak with Mr. Valle, but nobody was home. No one answered the door. So then we went to another occupant's residence, Tyler Da Silva. When we arrived there, we were unable to speak with him also. We reached out to the driver of the Pilot, Jack Schneider. We were unable to speak with him. So then we went back to Mr. Valle's house and still no answer. I obtained his cell phone number and I called him numerous times. I wasn't able to get a hold of him. So we moved on with the investigation. The next day, we sent Norwalk Police Department out to Jack Schneider's residence and asked if they can locate the car. When they arrived, it was there, so we requested they tow it, and they towed it back to our secured Sally Port at the Shelton Police Department.
Your Honor, I have
Certainly.
States 30 through 33. I don't think there's an objection. Being marked as a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you've had the opportunity to take a look at them, Attorney Smith?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So court will go ahead and allow in as full exhibits with no objection 30 through 33 on behalf of the state. And it's properly marked as full. No ID, we'll just hand it back to Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Now, when you were able to secure the Honda Pilot that was the subject of the investigation, you said you secured it in the Sally Port?
Yes.
And do you know if pictures were taken?
Yes. Well, we applied for a search warrant first when it was granted. Then once we executed that search warrant days later, we took photographs, the interior and exterior of the Pilot.
Show you States Exhibit 30. That's marked as a full exhibit. You recognize States 30?
I do.
And what is States 30?
That's the Honda Pilot.
And what is the purpose of taking pictures of the exterior and interior of the motor vehicle that seized?
Or to show this, the condition it was in when we seized it. And
Showing you States 31. Again, what is States 31?
that's a picture of the windshield of the Pilot.
Showing the defect in the windshield.
Yes.
States 32. Picture of, what does this picture show?
It's the interior of the Pilot.
What would be the purpose of showing, taking pictures of the interior of the pilot?
Well, the state of it was when we took it, and if we were going to seize any evidence, the state of the evidence it would be in.
This would have been taken prior to any seizure of any evidence?
Yes.
States 33, this is obviously the driver's side again, picture of the driver's side of the pilot.
Yes.
Now, once you were able to seize the pilot and apply for a search warrant and execute a search warrant, you indicated prior in your testimony that you were able to secure an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what steps that you took after that arrest warrant was signed, what steps you took to execute that warrant?
After we secured the arrest warrant, I believe it was the Tuesday of the 18th, we spent the day into the night searching for Mr. Valle. We were unable to locate him. We reached out to both his parents, but they were uncooperative in helping us locate him. It turned into the following day. We could not locate him until about 3 a.m. He turned himself into the Shelton Police Department.
And when he turned himself into the Shelton Police Department, what was done as part of the booking process of the defendant?
Well, the standard booking process, and we took, the booking photos, but I believe it was Lieutenant McPadden who was on scene when he turned himself in. He took photos of Mr. Valle because he had some apparent injuries on him.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will let the record reflect that defense counsel was shown exhibits 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43, all of which are photographs, indicated no objection. And again, that's no objection to those exhibits coming in as full exhibits, counsel.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, court will receive into evidence 34 through 43 on behalf of the state. Thank you.
So you indicated that pictures of the defendant were taken some 72 hours after the incident when he turned himself in on May 18th?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 34 as a full exhibit. You recognize 34?
I do.
And what is 34?
That's a picture of Raul Valle at the time of booking.
On May 18th of 2022.
Yes.
States 35. Again, what does states 35 show?
A picture of Raul Valle on that date.
States 36.
Same. A little closer. You can see some marks up there near his forehead, light marks.
States 37.
That's the back of Raul Valle's head. Raul Valle's head.
Does there appear to be any injuries to the back of his head?
I can't see anything from here.
States 38. Show me states 38. That's the back of his head again.
From here at this angle, I can maybe a little bit of redness under the hairline.
States 39.
That's Mr. Valle's right arm. There seems to be some light scratch marks.
States 40. Seems to be a older wound.
It does appear that that's his right hand. It appears that it looks like it's scabbed over a little bit.
States 41. Left hand.
That's his left hand, a scrape on his palm.
States 42. Any markings on his hand there?
Some light marks on his outer wrist. That's really all I can see there.
In states 43. Again, this is his left hand. Any markings there?
I can't see any.
Now, once the defendant turned himself in on the 18th, pursuant to the arrest warrant that you had secured, did the investigation stop there?
No.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you did after that point in time?
So myself and members of the Detective Bureau located every attendee to that party and the party that was connected to this at Lazy Brook, interviewed all of them, some of them multiple times. At this point, I did have a body-worn camera, so most of them were interviewed on video. Yeah, so we interviewed everybody there at that point just to strengthen the case.
And what, if anything, did you glean, not what people said, but what, if anything, did you glean from those interviews with regards to the connection to Lazy Brook Road and maybe the entire street of Laurel Glen?
Well, we learned that there was a fight that preceded this incident at Laurel Glen at 5 Lazy Brook. That was predominantly a St. Joe's graduation party. A fight occurred there where members were attendees of that party got into the Honda Pilot and arrived at Laurel Glen. Approximately, well, there were 7 people in the car, including Mr. Valle. So during the investigation, we had a concurrent investigation into the Lazy Brook party. Yeah, so
Did you interview anybody from the Lazy Brook party?
Yes, everybody.
And subject to that interview, were you able to secure any type of video evidence from that party?
Yes. After interviewing the attendees at that party, we secured a video of a fight that occurred in the garage of that party in the driveway, I believe from Isabel Molnar. That was seized and taken into evidence. Also, during the investigation, speaking of videos, we secured a video from the fight, or from the incident that occurred in the lawn at 43 Laurel Glen. That I believe we seized from Tanner Tchaikovsky. That was seized in evidence also. Speaking of videos, we were also able to secure videos on the street from ring cameras and dashboard cams from the night of the incident at 43 Laurel Glen. Starting with Laurel Glen, there was a ring camera right in the driveway above the garage that would have caught the entire incident. Unfortunately, it only captured live video, not recorded. With Ring, you have to pay a service, and if you don't, you can only watch it live. You can't retrieve it. We retrieved other Ring videos from the street, right across the street from Farmhouse, but they did not yield a lot of information. They weren't very helpful. We did obtain a video from 36 Laurel Glen.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 1, can you please tell us on State's Exhibit 1 where 36 Laurel Glen would be located?
36, I believe, is this one here. I believe it's that one there.
And why was 36 Laurel Glen important?
So during the investigation, we learned after the Lazy Brook party, or the Lazy Brook incident, the St. Joe's kids got into the Honda Pilot and they arrived at 43 Laurel Glen, and an incident occurred in the street, or an altercation. So the Honda Pilot drove off down the road in the area of 36 at the first incident, or the first altercation between the St. Joe's students and the Shelton High students. Upon securing that video from the homeowner, I believe his name was Ken Tuttle, we were able to find the Honda Pilot pulling up from the direction of Laurel Glen and stopping right in front of his house.
And if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Second.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44 for identification purposes. You recognize State's 44?
Yes,
And what is State's 44?
that's a video of the 36 Laurel Glen ring camera.
Is this the same videos that you seized from Ken Tuttle pursuant to this investigation?
I didn't personally, but yes, I've seen it before.
And are the videos on this, have you viewed this prior to today's testimony?
Yes, I have.
Do these videos contain two videos from different angles of what occurred just prior to and just after the incident that occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, I do.
The state would offer this as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith, any
No
word here?
objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence state's full, I believe you said 44. 44, thank you.
You viewed this prior to today's testimony?
I have.
Can you briefly tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and I want to publish this with the permission of the court, but what we're about to watch, if you can.
So these are two angles of a rim camera, one from the door and one from another front of the house that shows directly into the street. When you watch it, you see from left to right, the Honda Pilot will pull up and stop directly in front of 36 Laurel Glen. A bunch of people get out. This first video is right around 11:40, so this is before the incident at 43 occurred. We asked the homeowner, Mr. Tuttle, if this video was in real time, and he said it was. The kids get out, and while they're standing out of the car, a bunch of people come running up from Laurel Glen. There's a interaction, an argument. You can hear people yelling, not exactly what they said. The Honda Pilot then drives away and comes back. And then there's a second video that occurred after the incident, because the timeline occurs from our 911 calls, and right when this was, it was right before midnight, where the Honda Pilot again comes in the same direction, 43 Laurel Glen, stops. A bunch of people get out, another car pulls up, and somebody gets out and jumps in another car, and they all flee.
With your permission, I'd like to publish to the jury.
All right, why don't you go ahead and publish states 44.
This next video is this different angle of the same video.
It's the same video, just a different angle.
And there's no sound on this video?
I don't believe so.
Faint sound? And those two videos that we just watched, it was around 11:40 p.m. on May 14th of 2022.
Yes,
So that would be shortly prior to the incident that occurred down the street of 43 Laurel Glen.
yes,
And the next two videos we're about to watch happened just after the
directly
incident.
afterwards, yes.
And this last video is the different angle of the same.
I believe so.
Same footage. Again, the time on this is 11:55.
Yes. I believe our 911 call came in at about 23:58 or something close to there, so that would corroborate the time of the video.
Now, were you able to seize any videos from across the street from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, at 44, we seized a video. Unfortunately, from the distance to the door to across the street, we can hear a lot of people yelling, but you really can't see what's going on. And the homeowner was actually watching what was going on right in front of the camera, so we got a better view of her back than anything else.
So the homeowner was blocking what
Yes,
was
yes.
happening. After you were able to secure video, interview your witnesses, did the investigation end there?
No, no.
What if anything, did you do
So
next?
over the next several months, we're in contact with Tyler De Silva and Jack Schneider's attorneys, attempting to interview them. When we were finally able to interview them, we did. This was now November of 2022. After interviewing them, we received information, so we drove to the dead-end cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
And what was your purpose in driving to the dead end of Adams Drive?
To locate the knife that was used in that incident on the 14th.
And this was some 6 months after the incident?
Approximately 6 months. We actually went there, our first time there, we went there with Jack Schneider and his father.
Let me approach the witness, Sharon.
Sure.
Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 45 for identification purposes. You recognize 45?
I do.
And what is 45?
This is the cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
Showing you, is this picture accurately reflect what the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive looked like at or near the time of the incident?
No, this was 6 months later.
6 months later.
Yes,
Okay.
so
Showing you 46. Do you
Yes.
know, recognize 46?
I do.
And what is 46?
That's a picture of the wood line that separates Valley Road from Adams Drive.
And does this picture indicate what the cul-de-sac area of Adams Drive looked like on or around the time you went back to Adams Drive 6 months later?
No,
What does this show?
this shows a lot of leaves are on the ground. The ground is covered where, it's November at this point, so yeah.
So this is 6 months after the incident?
Yes, yes,
And showing you State's Exhibit 47. You recognize 47?
yes.
And what is 47?
So this is the stream that runs in the wooded area just behind there, in between Valley Drive and the end of Adams Drive.
I would offer these as full exhibits, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. Court will go ahead and take into evidence dates 45, 46, and 47. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Sergeant Bango, directing your attention to States 1. Can you just point to the area on States 1 where the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive would be, which is the subject of your current testimony?
So just
This
for
is
the
just,
record to reflect, the witness is identifying what appears to be a circular portion of Adams Drive towards the top of the photograph, slanted towards the right.
showing you 45, it's marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this the cul-de-sac that you drove to after you were able to interview Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva?
Yes, it was.
And showing you 46. Again, is this the area, a little bit closer view of the wooded area that you were directed to investigate after those interviews?
Yes, it was.
And 47, again, this is the interior portion of that wooded area?
Yes.
Now, can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at that point in time in late November, what efforts you took to locate the knife in this area?
So that day after the 2 interviews, while we were with Jack Schneider, we searched for the knife that day. We learned that day it's going to be very difficult because now most of the leaves have fallen off the trees. There's a stream running in between there. So after we realized we weren't going to find it, it was late in the day at that point too. We secured some canine sniffing dogs and some metal detectors, and we went back early morning the next day, and we searched all day until we were running out of light. We unfortunately did not locate the knife. So we went back, I believe, 3 days later and did it again with metal detectors, and we did not locate the knife. We tried to narrow down where it would be in the woods. We picked up a rock that we thought maybe would weigh similar to a knife, and we threw it as far as we can from the street at the dead end portion, and it would reach the stream. So that wasn't good news. We talked to all the neighbors on that portion of Adams Drive. We asked them if anybody had found a knife. From May until that point, they said they hadn't. We certainly asked them if you did, please don't touch it and call us. But unfortunately, at this point, we've not found the knife.
And after you took the efforts to attempt to locate the knife used in this case, did the investigation continue or did it end there?
No, it continued. It slowed down at that point because we've interviewed everybody from both parties, like I said, numerous times. But just a month ago, we went back with an aerial drone with the West Haven Police Department, and we took some aerial photographs and videos of the entire area. This is something that we did during the investigation too, just not with a drone. We actually went back once and we mapped the scene, the street to scale with a crime mapping system called the Pharaoh, with the approximate locations of where people were from witness statements. And I also went back with, I believe it was Charlie Connery, and we did a video reenactment of the whole scene where he said people were standing and where everybody went.
And with regards to the Pharaoh scan, you said that it's a mapping system.
Well, it's a mapping system that can map points to scale exactly the way, feet from the corner, from the driveway. As far as where people were standing, we couldn't get exact because these were coming from witness statements.
So it's the general area of where.
Yes, where the incident took place. And I believe we did the entire street from Adams all the way to Farmhouse.
And with regards to the drone footage, was that done at our request? Or was
Yes.
it- okay. I don't think there's an objection to any of this, but council
Alright.
wishes me to lay an objection.
No objection to these, Your Honor. I've reviewed them already.
All right, let me just document the exhibit numbers on the record then, so we have a clear record. So with respect to State's Exhibit 48, there was no objection. I'll accept into evidence full. That appears to be a disc or CD. And then additionally, we have State's Exhibits 49, 50, and 51, which are photographs. And is that 52 there in your hand? And 52, which appears to be a larger exhibit of depicting scenery. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just have Madam Clerk mark them as full before
Oh,
we
I'm
use them.
sorry.
Sorry, it's okay. Thank you.
An aerial photograph of 43 Laurel Glen.
And were you present when this photograph was taken?
Yes,
About what time of year was this taken?
end of May.
Of this year?
It was May 19th. I do remember the date.
2025.
2025, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Exhibit 50, a little bit closer view of
43 Laurel Glen, yep.
51, a little bit closer view.
Yes.
of the area where the incident.
So that area there is an aerial view of where the incident took place and where we seized the items.
And I'll show you State's Exhibit 52. It's just a blown-up version of the close-up of the area where the incident took place.
Yes, it is.
Now, with regards to the drone video, what was the purpose of taking this drone video?
So the reenactment we conducted with Charlie Connery had audio in it. We were talking to him and he was explaining us what to happen. With discussions with the state's attorney, they decided they wanted a video and photographs with no audio in it. So we went and redid it there.
And what we're about to see in this drone video, does this span the entire or a portion of Laurel Glen that was the subject of 36 Laurel Glen, the video that we saw down low? Does this encompass Farmhouse Road and up and down Laurel Glen from Adams to Farmhouse?
Yes. So that house there to the right is 36.
So we paused it.
Council, before you move on, let me just let the record reflect that we're publishing Exhibit 48.
48, correct. I'm sorry. So at 24 seconds, for the record, this house right here that I'm pointing to there, what would that be?
That's 36 Laurel Glen.
So that is the house that's the subject of State's Exhibit 44.
Yes.
If we could just identify which house it was. There were two houses in the video. The gray house.
So let it play.
I just want to make a clear record, Council.
Go back.
Thank you.
So I'm now pointing, it's 24 seconds into the video, Your Honor. It's the gray house on the right portion of State's 48. With the red walkway that goes out to Laurel Glen and the driveway to the far left side of the gray house.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to start again on Windows? And just fast forward to 24. How is it not loading? Play it Windows. Play from there. Hit play. Hit play. And that road that we're looking at now at 52 seconds would be
Farmhouse Road.
so this area here is looking back down towards 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And the house to the left here, that gray house again, is 36 Laurel Glen.
Yes, it is.
Again, the house to the right here
It's 43.
Pickup is, that would be,
43, Laurel Glen.
now, when you went out there on May 19th of 2025, were you asked by myself to do any measurements? in
Yes.
relation to where 43 Laurel Glen is in connection to 36 Laurel Glen in Farmhouse Road?
Yes. So we took a measurement. I don't memorize the exact number from the driveway of 43 to the front doorway of 36, I believe was 640 feet, 47 maybe, roughly about 1.5 to 2 football fields.
So with regards to the front of the driveway of 43 Laurel Glen, if you were to walk down towards 36 Laurel Glen, it's about 1.5 to 2 football fields
Yes.
down the road? No?
Yes.
I just may have a moment. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Tony.
Good afternoon, Detective Bengo.
Good afternoon.
Grown a beard since the last time we saw each other.
A little bit. Yeah.
Just want to go over what you've been talking with us about today. You said that you responded that evening after you received a call. You got there, you think about 12:30 in the morning.
Approximately.
When you arrived, it was dark and most of the illumination that you had was coming from your own lights, correct?
And I believe a light in the driveway at 43. I believe that light was working.
Was there an ambulance still on scene at that point?
I can't recall.
Were there cars that were still parked in the road,
Yes,
parked on both sides of the road?
I believe so.
The cordoned off areas which you showed us before in those photographs, that included some cars that had been parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
However, the cars that were in the road, that area had not been cordoned off. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
By the time you got there, you didn't know if folks that were still on scene had arrived afterwards, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't know who might have left before you arrived. Is that fair to say?
At that point, no.
So there wasn't anything being done at that point to prevent people from leaving. Is that fair to say?
No. The patrolmen were instructed not to let people leave until we spoke with them. We did have people show up, mostly parents, when they heard what was happening. But no, if someone just says, I want to leave, we wouldn't let them leave until we spoke with them, or at least get their information.
But is it fair to say that you didn't have any ability to keep track of everybody that was on that scene and make sure that nobody leaked out?
It's very possible someone could leak out. It's impossible for how many officers we had there and how many attendees were there.
And roughly, or if you know specifically, how many attendees did you ultimately determine were at that party?
I don't have the exact number.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 40?
I don't recall. I don't have that number in my head. We have it, but I don't recall the number.
Could it have been as many as 75 to 100?
I don't believe so.
Something less than that, but
I
maybe
would-
more
yes.
than 40?
Yes.
A large group, fair to say?
Yes, very large group.
And other than the parents that started to arrive while you were on scene, how many adults were there present? Not police officers.
When the incident occurred or when I got there?
When you got there,
When I got there, there were a couple of parents there, but they arrived after the incident, namely Enrico Fiola's mom, because I interviewed him in the presence of her. I was told there were some other parents there too. I'm not sure exactly which ones.
you learned at the time of the party, however, that there were almost no adults present. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
No parents that were there, at least, correct?
Yes.
There were some juveniles you've described, correct?
Yes.
However, there were also some attendees who were over the age of 18, were there not?
Yes.
And you mentioned to us the conditions that night. You described that it was dark. Was it also rainy,
I don't recall.
misty?
It could have been misty.
Do you remember whether or not the grass was wet?
I do not.
Is the roadway damp?
Yes.
Did you have your wipers on while you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall. It was 3 years ago.
I understand. And you described to us that before you arrived, the scene had already been cordoned off in order
Yes.
to secure it, correct?
Yes.
But again, the only areas that were cordoned off that you know of are those areas that were secured by the yellow tape that we've seen in those photos.
Yes.
And that did not extend down the length of the video that you just showed us, correct?
No.
Really just encompassed the driveway and the area from the front corner of that parking area that's on the exhibit behind you down to about where that red bush is. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Didn't extend across the street to the other side of Laurel Glen?
No.
And didn't extend down to 36 Laurel Glen either, did it?
No.
And didn't encompass anything on Farmhouse Lane or Adams. Is that fair to say?
No.
So the only area that was secured and cordoned off was the parking area, the 43 Laurel Glen, and the front grassy area to the right of the parking of the driveway. Is that fair to say?
Yes. That other info we didn't get till later.
And you said that was secured throughout the night.
Yes.
Do you know who secured that area throughout the night?
The officer that secured it, I don't. I do know who applied for the search and seizure warrant and who responded to execute it. The officer that was stationed there, I do not know offhand.
And then you were shown a series of exhibits that were admitted as full without objection. And the first of those was exhibit number 21, and that was a Pass the Chips shirt photograph. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that Pass the Chips shirt?
Yes.
And who was that?
James McGrath.
Was that the only piece of clothing that you secured that you believe belonged to Mr. McGrath?
I personally didn't secure anything. I was interviewing why another detective did it all, but there was other items secured.
The next photograph I want to ask you about is exhibit number 23. That was the Marble Ducks shirt that we saw a photograph of. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt at the time on May 14th?
Yes. Faison Teal. I don't believe he was wearing it. I believe he was had it on his person. I believe he was shirtless.
He was shirtless.
I believe so.
There was also a photo number 24, exhibit 24, photo of a shirt and a shoe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt and shoe?
Is that a dark blue shirt? Dark blue shirt?
Dark blue shirt, yes, sir.
I believe that was Thomas Connery.
Also his shoe?
Yes.
White shoe. And then we saw a photo of a green sweatshirt and a blue shirt, a couple of different images of that same pairing there. Do you know who was wearing that?
Yes, that was Ryan Hines.
And then you told us that on this particular evening, it had not yet become the policy of the Shelton Police Department to have body-worn cameras issued to everybody that was on duty. Is that correct?
I believe it was the policy at the time. It just wasn't implemented until June 1st.
Why would there be such a policy, but it wasn't implemented until
Well,
June 1st?
The state came out with a mandate pursuant to the Police Accountability Act. So that was the date that we had to have it. We actually came in early with the body-worn cameras before that, but it was still in the process with Axon getting everybody equipped.
So you could have worn them that evening.
No.
But you didn't have to.
I
Is
didn't.
that-
No, I didn't have one.
You didn't
So the
have-
following day, when I did have one, I was able to meet with Lieutenant Kozlowski, who was the administrator of that program, and he had one, but not everybody had one. We only had a couple throughout the department. He had one, and he gave me his when I went to the Connery's house to use the body-worn cameras during that interview.
So was it department policy that you should have had one?
Not
or
at
time?
that date. No, it was not the policy.
I thought you just told us that
It was no, the
policy.
policy was set in place. I believe it was June 1st, 2022, that we had to have it.
Before that, could you have chosen to
No.
wear one?
No, because I didn't have one. I wasn't issued
Who
one.
would have issued those?
Lieutenant Kozlowski.
Could you have gone to Lieutenant Kozlowski and asked for one?
Not that night. I was coming from my house at midnight.
You mentioned that you arrived on scene and started interviewing witnesses, and that there were dozens of kids running around and parents showing up, correct? You were asked about whether or not there was any sign of any alcohol having been at this party. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you told us that there was maybe one bottle of whiskey in the yard,
I do remember seeing a bottle of whiskey.
and that was the only indication that you had that there was drinking going on at this party?
There wasn't alcohol cans all over the street or anything like that. There was alcohol in the house, but it's hard to differentiate what the parents own or where the kids were drinking it. No one had alcohol in their hands at that time.
And that was about a half an hour to 40 minutes after the initial call came in at 11.
Maybe a little bit more at that point after everything settled down.
So there was at least a bottle of whiskey in the yard.
Yes.
And then you say there was other alcohol that was in the house, but that was hard to determine who that belonged to exactly.
Yes,
And what was the other alcohol that you found in the house?
I don't recall.
Was there a lot of evidence of alcohol in the house?
I don't recall. You got to remember the focus was the stabbing that occurred, not alcohol by minors at that point.
Because that wouldn't be pertinent to trying to understand.
It
what had
would,
gone
and I
on.
do believe there are photographs of the interior of the house. I just didn't take them.
Did you see those photographs?
I don't recall.
And do you recall whether or not you ever saw evidence of large piles of Solo cups or any other indication that there was in fact a large amount of drinking going on at this unsupervised party?
I do not recall a large pile of Solo cups.
Do you recall any evidence of a large amount of drinking going on?
People's actions, the way they were talking to me, that was probably my biggest indicator.
And what were those actions that
Oh,
indicated that to
you
you?
could tell people are slurring their words. Their eyes are a little glossy. Just my training experience, I could tell someone's been drinking, especially at juvenile. But that would be my biggest. Like I said, I wasn't hunting for the underage drinking at that point because I had so much going on with the witnesses and the stabbing.
Did you see any evidence that, or any indication that evidence of drinking had been cleaned up or that there was some attempt to shield you from seeing that?
I did not.
You say that night you interviewed two people, correct?
Yes.
And one of those was Enrico Fiola.
Yes.
And the other one, who was that again?
Mackenzie Treficanti.
And that you later interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, correct?
Yes.
And what was the date of the interviews with Tom and Charlie Connery, if you recall?
So it was the same day. It was just late morning, early afternoon.
So the 15th?
Yes.
And at that point, when you interviewed, so just want to make sure I understand this. So as of the morning of May 15th, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, you'd only also interviewed Enrico and Mackenzie.
A lot of people were interviewed. Me personally, who I interviewed. Yes, those two.
And at that point, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, had you learned of any cell phone videos that had been taken of the incident?
At that point, I don't believe so, or I don't recall. I believe that was later on.
So when you interviewed Enrico Fiola, you didn't learn of any videos that had been made. When you interviewed Mackenzie Trafficanti, you didn't learn of any videos that had been made.
No.
When you interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, you didn't learn that any cell phone videos had been taken.
No. Like I said, there were a lot of other people interviewed by other members of the police department. That information came into play with me also.
And as of the 15th, you hadn't been given any information based on any of the other interviews done by other members of your department that there was a cell phone video of this event.
I don't believe so.
So at the time that you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, was that on the 15th?
I believe it was the 16th.
On the 16th,
Is that the Monday? I'm pretty sure.
I believe that would be the Monday.
Yeah.
At that point, when you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, you hadn't learned of any cell phone videos at that point. Is that
At
fair
that
to say?
point. At that point, no.
Now, you were shown some photographs of the Honda Pilot.
Attorney Smith, let me know when there's a good time to take the afternoon break. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to show you those exhibits again, Detective Bango. So this is exhibit number 30. Everybody see that? And Detective Bango, you were describing for us, that is the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes.
And that Honda Pilot belongs to Mr. Jack Snyder, correct?
Yes.
And in that picture of the Honda Pilot, I'm just going to move over here so that I can actually see it as well. I believe that Attorney Durso noted a defect in the windshield. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It is your understanding that that defect in the windshield, was that there prior to the incident on May 14th into the morning of May 15th?
From the information
I
we
don't know how you have that knowledge.
Because if he knows, it's fine.
well, I don't know. Through interviews, what people told me.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 31. And you'd agree that's a close-up of the same windshield we were just looking at?
Yes.
Same defect?
Yes.
Then I'm going to show you what is Exhibit 32. And that is the interior of the vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side, the front passenger side, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, if the court was inclined to take the afternoon break, now would be a good
Thank you. All right, very good. Court is going to move into our afternoon break. We will be in recess for approximately 15 minutes. I will remind the jurors again during the recess, please do not discuss this case, no independent research. And I remind you of your obligations and your oath.
Okay, we can be quiet, Judge, because we can skip this because we're still rewatching, but we are very close of the end of day one, so we're shortly gonna be back on day two, almost live anyway. But yeah, it's just interesting that I was doing some research on this school and everything. Did you know that the school year in this academic, the prep school that Raul was going to, starts in June? The academic year and ends in mid-May. So this happened shortly after the end of the school year in 22. So just interesting to know. I don't know why.
So when you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, is it fair to say at that point that you were going off of what you had been told by the witnesses that you had spoken to?
Yes.
That at that point did not include Mr. De Silva or Mr. Snyder, correct?
Correct.
And at 3 in the morning on the 18th, I believe you described that Mr. Valle turned himself in for booking, correct?
Correct.
Yes. you describe that when Mr. Valle turned himself in that morning, it was with Detective McPadden, correct?
Lieutenant McFadden.
McPadden, my apologies. And Lieutenant McPadden took the following photographs. Exhibit 34, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 35,
Correct.
Exhibit 36.
Correct.
And can you see in Exhibit 36 here on Mr. Valle's left eye what appears to be an injury, some bruising, and perhaps an abrasion?
I could see a small abrasion.
You don't see the bruising there?
Point out what you're looking at.
Discoloration around the eye?
Yeah, maybe on the inner portion towards the nose.
Exhibit 37 was also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
38 was also taken by Lieutenant McPadden.
Correct.
I believe you described seeing some redness, possible abrasion under the hairline there.
Possible.
Exhibit 39 also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And there you described for us seeing the red scratch marks as well as some what appears to be bruising.
Point out the bruising.
Do you see some discoloration here just past the elbow on the bottom of the bicep?
Possibly.
Exhibit 40 taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And that shows a wound on the heel of his right palm.
Correct.
Exhibit 41, also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, shows some abrasion injury on the left palm, as well as still that same injury on the right palm, correct?
Correct.
And then we saw Exhibit 42, taken by Lieutenant McPadden,
Correct.
and Exhibit 43, also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And those were taken, to the best of your knowledge, at around 3 a.m. when he turned himself in that morning?
Yes.
Thank you. And that was done, again, to document apparent injuries that Mr. Valle had on him, correct?
Yes.
That's more than the standard booking photo that's taken of a person, correct?
Not everyone's booked for murder.
I beg your pardon?
It was a murder case, so if we saw someone, let's say in an assault, and they had apparent injuries, we would take photographs of them, more so than just the booking photo.
Standard to take a booking photo, correct?
Yes.
When you notice injuries that you want to document, then you take more photos
Yes.
of those injuries, correct? And that's what was done in this case,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Valle ask you to take those photos?
I do not know. I wasn't there.
And then you said that the investigation continued thereafter, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the investigation went on all summer long, did it not?
Yes.
And it continued, I think you told us, into the fall, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, really continued on into this year when we went and got some of these drone videos that you showed us earlier, right?
Yes.
Now you told us that you located every attendee at that party. Is that correct?
Everyone that we know of.
Okay. So there are possibly people that you don't know of that were there,
It's
correct?
possible.
Because
Judge has to possibly, it calls for speculation. I don't know who would know.
I'll sustain, so it was sort of a late objection, but you tried to make it. I'll sustain the objection. I will direct the jury to not, I'm going to strike the answer to the question asking if it was possible, if there were attendees who were not there, and the response, that's stricken. And you're not to consider that as evidence, all right? And you will get further detailed instructions about that during the court's final jury charge. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Throughout the course of your investigation, did you learn of individuals that were seen in cell phones that you weren't able to actually identify or talk to?
I do not believe so.
So you think that you've spoken to every person that was at that party?
I can't definitively answer that.
And you were describing for us a fight that occurred earlier that evening at 5 Lazy Brook. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where you learned that some attendees had gotten into a Honda Pilot, correct?
Correct.
And then you said that you interviewed everybody that was at that party, correct?
The same.
Again, you can't really tell us that you interviewed everybody that was there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you did secure some video of a fight that took place in or near the garage of 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
When did you secure that video?
I do not have the date. I don't have the date in my head.
Was it before or after you got the arrest warrant?
After.
And therefore it was after you spoke with the people that had been interviewed prior to securing that arrest warrant?
Yes.
And then you also secured video from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
That was also subsequent to actually securing the arrest warrant, correct?
Yes.
And that video, did that come from a Tanner Chernowski?
Yes.
Do you know when you secured that video?
I don't have the exact date, but it was after the arrest warrant.
In fact, after securing those videos, you then went back and did a number of interviews with some of the people that you had already interviewed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, we saw here before some dash cam or some ring videos that you had secured, one of those being from 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Correct.
Do you have 44 or does she have 44? The Laurel Glen? 44, she didn't use that. You described Exhibit 44, which we're going to play for you in just a second here, as showing different angles. There's one angle that is from the door, correct?
Yes.
And there's one angle, and what is that different angle that we've seen?
It's from the front of the house, but
Exterior camera somewhere
maybe
on the
somewhat
wall.
different on the porch. I didn't collect it, but that's what it looks like.
But those are both stationary cameras, correct?
Yes.
Unlike the drone camera, which we'll
Yes.
get to in a bit. And do you know whether or not those cameras are motion activated?
I'm familiar with Ring, and I do know that they are motion activated. This in particular one here, I don't have specific knowledge, but
Do you know how it came to be that this is the only portion of video that we have with regard to that particular area?
rephrase that.
Sure. Did, as far as you know, was there other footage from this same camera?
From 36?
Yes.
No,
And you're not sure whether or not this is a motion activated camera, is that fair to say?
I can't say definitively.
Can we play the first video, the one that runs from about 11:40 prior to the event?
So 37.
And is there a particular file number?
Yeah, it's 37, I think. Do you want the one from the front door or from the side?
Let's play them both so we get both of those in.
So play the 2-3 first. Play this one first. No, play 37.
Detective Bango, in that video, when we see folks coming from the left of the screen, that's 43 Laurel Glen, the direction that they're coming from?
Yes,
And they are heading in the direction of Farmhouse Lane, is that correct?
yes.
So if you were going to describe for the jurors the path of that video that we just watched, would you just physically show us where that video shows?
Vehicle comes here, and they come to here. What else are you looking for?
If you could just identify, could you just somehow use your words to identify what
Okay,
you're showing?
So
with
here's
your-
Laurel Glen. The vehicle comes from this direction and it stops right here in front of 36 Laurel Glen.
So, Your Honor, may the record reflected that the witness has indicated using Exhibit 1 that the vehicle on the video moves from the front of 43 Laurel Glen, which is marked with the red marker, and it goes to the left down towards Farmhouse Lane in front of what the witness has already indicated is 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
Thank you, sir. So noted.
Okay. And there's another video there that shows the same thing, but from a slightly different angle from the porch, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to identify any of the people seen in that video coming from 43 Laurel Glen and following the vehicle?
From the video alone, no, it's not that good of a video. We had to corroborate through witness statements.
And may we see now the video from after the incident? I believe it begins at 11:55 or so.
After. So I think it's 36. Is it? Oh, it's this one? Yeah, you're right. Tatiana's right.
And Detective Bengo, that second video it comes from after you believe the fight occurred in the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes.
Shows two vehicles going down, stopping in front of 36 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And did you identify either of those vehicles?
Yes.
Was one of them the Pilot?
Yes.
And what was the other vehicle?
That was Megan Traficante's sister.
Megan Traficante's sister?
Yes. It was, I could be mistaken about if that was definitively her. It was someone that came and picked them up. They called for a ride.
Was there a third car that we don't see here that was driven and picked up another passenger from the Pilot at some point?
Through witness statements, yes, there was.
But we don't see that vehicle here, is that correct?
In that video, no.
And you said that there were videos from 44 Laurel Glen Drive, but you couldn't see what was going on in those because the homeowner was blocking, correct?
And the distance from the camera to the yard.
And in fact, that there were videos from 43 Laurel Glen Drive itself, correct?
Only live.
Only live. You learned that from the homeowner who claimed that there was no video recording, it had only been live, correct?
And Ring. We didn't take his word for it. We contacted Ring.
Now, you said that over the next several months, you tried to interview Mr. De Silva and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you couldn't do that until November, right?
correct.
In fact, you weren't able to do that until November 2nd with Mr. Snyder, correct?
I believe that's the date.
And you believe that the date for Mr. De Silva was December 6th, right?
Sounds about right.
And in fact, after your interview with Mr. Snyder, which one of them occurred on November 2nd, one of them occurred on November 28th, correct?
I do believe we interviewed Mr. Snyder twice.
And you indicated that after that day of the Snyder interview, you went to try and find the knife. Which day was that?
The
Was it
first
the
one.
second? It
The
was the
first
second.
one. The first one. First.
Did anybody in the neighborhood, in the area which you went to on Adams Drive that you talked about in exhibits 45 through 47, did anybody in that area indicate that they had seen anybody throw a knife in that area?
The night of, no.
Or at any time thereafter?
No. But we did do a neighborhood canvas in that area.
The only place that you came to believe that perhaps the knife had been thrown in that area was from Jack Snyder?
And Tyler De Silva.
You described having taken some measurements, and one of those measurements was from the driveway of 43 Laurel Glen Drive to the pathway or walkway of 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Correct.
And that was about 647 feet, you thought?
That number sounds about right.
Pretty accurate. You told us about 2 football fields, right? And were any other measurements taken as far as of the yard itself?
On that day, no. But like I said, with the crime mapping system, yes.
Do you recall any of those measurements?
I don't recall them. No, I didn't memorize
For
them.
instance, from the driveway where the cars are parked till the end of the yard where the red bush is. Do you have any recollection of what that measurement is?
I do not.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood prior to having gone there to do your investigation?
Somewhat from working there 25 years, but
Would you agree that this neighborhood is comprised of a series of through roads and then a number of cul-de-sacs that lead off of those roads that go the whole way through?
yes,
And you described it as being dark on this evening, correct?
yes.
Is it also fairly wooded in that area?
Well, not there, what we're looking at, but if you go to the cul-de-sac there, there's some woods. I do believe way on the other end, there's some woods too.
And then there's a river that runs along the backside there just beyond these houses on Laurel Glen?
There's a river that runs behind the end of Adams Drive.
Is that also behind some of these houses on Laurel Glen Drive? Like for instance, 36?
I don't know how far that river goes.
In any event, you searched for a knife fairly extensively and never found it, correct?
Correct.
Now, you described for us having done 4 interviews on the night of into the early morning of the next day, correct?
Yes.
In fact, thereafter and after you made the arrest of Mr. Valle, you went and conducted a number of interviews, did you not?
Correct.
And in some instances, you went and interviewed the same people a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And again, you did not interview Mr. Snyder until November 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't interview Mr. De Silva until December 6th, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Can you redirect? Okay.
Counsel just asked you about your continuing investigation that occurred after the signing of the arrest warrant for the defendant. You spoke to Ricky Fiola, Mackenzie Trafficante, Charlie, and Tommy Connery prior to the submission of the arrest warrant.
Yes.
And based on what you learned from those individuals, at that point, did you think you had enough for probable cause for the arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you spoke to, withdrawn, the investigation didn't end there, correct?
No.
So when you spoke to individuals connected to the party, or connected to the 43 Laurel Glen, excuse me, and other individuals connected to the Honda Pilot, during those interviews, did you learn anything from those interviews that would lead you to believe that you didn't have enough for the arrest warrant that was signed prior on May 16th of 2022?
No, just the opposite.
And counsel asked you about not talking to Tyler De Silva and Jack Snyder until almost 6 months later.
Correct.
What was the reason why you didn't talk to them sooner?
Their lawyers wouldn't allow us.
And did you in fact try to talk to Tyler De Silva on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, at about,
What efforts did you take to talk to Tyler De Silva on May 15th of 2022?
we went to his house, knocked on his door.
And when you knocked on his door, were you informed that you were not allowed to speak to him?
Yes.
Why?
His father said that he won't speak with us without a lawyer, and his lawyer wasn't there.
And how about Jack Snyder? Same thing?
I didn't, but somebody called and it was the same thing.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, you may exit the witness stand. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May we approach him?
Certainly.
Okay, so I think they are gonna go on sidebar, and I think they're gonna end for the day because this is just about the end of the day.
The state has further witnesses. We just don't have anybody left for today.
All right, well, we are in line with the schedule that you provided, so I appreciate that. So at this point in time, we will be adjourning for the day.
All right, so they are adjourning for the day. Well, okay, yeah, yesterday day one, so that was the close of day one. I don't know why, but I had the feeling that that was the lead investigator. I don't know why. It is giving me that vibe, but it can't be. True that we already had the ME, but it's, yeah, I'm not sure. But guess what? We get to start day two today, and we are not far behind at all. We are a mere about 15 minutes behind, not even that much. So that is good. We're probably going to catch up at one of the breaks or even before the breaks, but hopefully after the breaks. No one wants the breaks.
Be seated. Thank you.
Here we go, day two. Woohoo.
All right, so before we bring our jury in today, a few things. One, I'm going to ask the court marshals to strictly enforce the phone usage policy here in the courthouse. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that the court will not tolerate any usage of any phone, any downloading of any information or live streaming during this trial unless you've received permission from the court through a formal, valid social media or media order request. So I would also like to remind everyone that phones are not to be used in the building unless you are in the clerk's office and you are taking photographs of documents. So I am going to be asking the marshals to strictly enforce that policy. So that's number one. Next, we are starting on time. I know I came out a few minutes early, so we're 2 minutes early. I appreciate all of you being here. I did ask the marshal if we were ready to go. Does either side need any time, any additional time before we begin?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And is there anything that the court needs to take up with counsel before bringing the jury in this morning?
Nothing from the state.
And the state's ready to proceed with
We are
its
ready.
next witness? All right, fantastic. All right, Madam Clerk, please bring in our jury. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your timely arrival here to the courthouse. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors here today.
The state will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense stipulates as well, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Madam Prosecutor, come on up. It's all set. You're fine. Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are prepared to move forward with the evidence in this case. And at this time, the state would call its next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Griffin Marcinzik to the stand.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to please come on up. Please step into the witness box. Watch your step as you enter the witness box. Please remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to take your oath, okay? Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yeah.
Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Griffin Joseph Marcinzik, MARCINCZYK,
Please state your address.
43 Bryan Street.
All right, thank you. You may be seated.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Griffin, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are at this moment?
I'm 19.
And do you work?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I do sales at Iron Solar Pros.
At Iron what?
Ion Solar Pros.
Okay. Just keep your voice up, okay? You're soft spoken. And how long have you been working where you're working?
About 7 months.
7 months. And are you nervous?
Yes.
And prior to today's testimony, have you and I met?
Yes.
And why did we meet?
Because of this instance.
Now I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022, okay? How old were you back then?
I was 16.
And were you in school?
I was.
Where were you in school?
I was a sophomore at Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
I played football and lacrosse.
Now, I want to direct your attention to around 6 p.m. on May 14th of 2022. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing around that time?
I was getting ready and headed over to one of my friend's houses.
And what friend's house were you going to?
My friend Natalia.
And did you go there with anybody?
I went with my buddy Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
He moved to Shelton in 8th grade, and we played football together ever since then.
And when you got to Natalia's house, did you stay long?
Decently, not terribly. We were there for a few hours.
And when you got to Natalia's house, what kind of things were you doing there?
There was a small group of us. We were just hanging out. Had a drink or two. It was really it, just kind of sitting around, hanging out.
And when you said you had a drink or two, what kind of things were you drinking?
Beers.
And you said you had two beers?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come to leave Natalia's house at some point in time?
Yeah.
And why did you leave Natalia's house?
So me and Hines were a little bit bored, and we had known that our buddy Austin Leifer was throwing a party, and I'd grown up with him, so I gave him a text. I was like, "Hey, do you mind if me and Hines came?" He told us, "Yeah, feel free, come on over." So we had basically my cousin Tanner pick us up, and he dropped us off there.
Now you say Austin Leifer. How do you know Austin Leifer?
I've known him since we were young, 4th grade. We played sports together, went to school together.
And they were having a party at their house?
Yeah.
And where does Austin live, if you can recall?
I don't know the number, maybe 5, Lazy Brook Road.
Lazy Brook Road? Yeah. And so at some point, your cousin Tanner, that Tanner who?
Chernowski.
Okay. And is he your blood relative?
No, we've just known each other since we were born.
Okay. And at some point, Tanner comes and picks you and who else up?
Ryan.
Okay. Just the two of you?
Yeah.
And when he picks you up, where does he take you?
To Austin's house.
Okay. And when you get to Austin's house, around what time of night was it?
I'm not sure, maybe around 10.
Okay. And when you got to Austin's house, who got out of the car?
Me and Hines.
Okay. And did Tanner get out of the car?
No, he left.
So Tanner just dropped you off and left?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got out of the car, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened during that sequence of events.
Me and Hines step out of the car, begin walking up the driveway.
Let me stop you there. Did you bring anything with you to Lazy?
Hines had a 12 rack of beer.
12 pack of beer? What kind of beer was it?
I believe Bud Light.
Okay. And when you got out of the car, you and Hines, tell us what you and Hines did after that.
We began to go in. We entered the garage, and then we were encountered by 3 St. Joe's kids asking us basically who we were, which we expected. Like, what are we doing here? This and that. We told them Austin had invited us. They
Sustained. I'm going to strike what Mr. Hines said or what the other person stated. So if you took a note on it, please discard it, strike it from your notes. It's not to be considered for evidence in this case, okay?
So without telling us what they said, did you have a conversation with these 3 individuals?
Yes.
And do you know who these 3 individuals were?
At that given time, they were just 3 SJ kids to me.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes.
And who are they?
Tyler De Silva, Jack Snyder, and Raul Valle.
Okay. And is Raul Valle in court today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you point him out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant. You may proceed.
And does the defendant have a nickname?
Yes,
And
Lito.
what is his nickname?
Lito.
Lito? So when you and Hines got to the St. Joe's party, the defendant and his 2 friends confronted you
Yeah.
and Hines?
Yes.
And without telling us what anybody said, what was that confrontation like?
Between 2 dudes who never see each other, they were in a place where they were comfortable with, not knowing that was a place we were also comfortable with. So they were a little, who are you guys? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Kind of hostile, not really, but it escalates when one of them grabs Heinz's beer out of his hand. We move outside.
Well, let me stop you there. Before you move outside, does the defendant say anything to you or Hines when you're confronted by him and Tyler and Jack?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay. And at some point in time, someone takes Heinz's beer?
Yes.
Who takes Heinz's beer?
Jack Snyder.
And when that happens, what's the reaction that, if anything, that Hines has at that moment?
He's pissed off that someone just grabbed his beer out of his hand. So we move outside afterwards. The 2 of them conclude that they'd fight for the beer back.
Okay. And the 2 of them that you're referring to?
Hines and Jack Snyder.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they confront each other as if they were going to fight?
Yes.
Were you present and witnessed that
Yes.
happening? And when that happened, what, if anything, can you tell us about where, withdrawn? Based on your recollection, do you know if Tyler De Silva was present at that moment?
Yes.
And where was he standing at that moment?
So Hines and Snyder are looking at each other. De Silva's to Snyder's left.
So if you're Hines and I'm
De Silva's right there.
so he's over to Jack's left.
Yes.
Okay. Was the defendant present when this was happening?
Yes.
And when do you recall where he was standing before when Jack and
He
Jack
was
around?
right here to Hines,
Behind him to his right?
like peripheral.
Okay. Now, what do you recall about what happened next when you were witnessing this?
They both put their hands up. They're about to begin fighting, and the first punch was thrown, but by Lito from the back, and it hit Hines in this back side of the head, and then Hines instantly takes Snyder to the ground.
So if you're Jack and I'm Ryan, the defendant is here, and he punches Ryan in the face from behind?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, when that happens, what occurs next?
Hines instantly takes him to the ground, and this is like a 30-second thing that from start to finish. And once he gets to the ground, a girl they all knew was like trying to break it up. Lito had a motorcycle helmet on. He had taken it off and struck Hines with it once or twice, hit him in the head.
Now, when the fight starts after the defendant punches Ryan from the behind, does anybody else jump in the fight?
Once they get to the ground, Lito hits him with the helmet. So yeah, I guess that's jumping into the fight.
Did Tyler jump into the fight?
The way they fell, I only saw like his upper body. I didn't see any fists, so maybe he kicked, but I'm not here to say this.
So at some point in time, Jack and Ryan are engaged in a fight. And what do you witness the defendant do?
Hit him with the motorcycle helmet.
So he comes over and hits him with the helmet. How does he hit him with the helmet?
Takes it off and strikes him down on it twice, I believe.
Okay. Do you recall what Tyler DeSilva was wearing that night?
A powder blue jersey. It was open, like a white shirt on, I think jeans.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
Also a powder blue shirt with black, I think, sweatpants.
And do you recall what Jack Snyder was wearing that night?
A red hoodie and black sweatpants.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 53?
Yes.
And what is 53?
A picture of Jack Snyder and the defendant.
And is this, did you take this picture?
No.
Now, is this how you remember what the defendant was wearing on the night in question?
Yes.
And is this a picture accurately reflect what Jack was wearing?
Yes.
Your Honor, unless there's an objection, I would offer it at this moment. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states 53.
Showing you states 53 again, now for the jury's benefit. Is that the defendant to the right there?
Yes.
And that's Jack Snyder to the left?
Yes.
And is that the motorcycle helmet
That the defendant has on that you saw the defendant use during the fight with Ryan Hines?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you indicated that after the fight, it lasted about 30 seconds?
Maybe 40.
Okay. When the fight eventually ended, what, if anything, did you and or Ryan do next?
The mom comes out, Lifer's mom comes out running or yelling. Like, obviously there's a fight in her driveway. Kind of just get up, gather his things, tries to find some of his beers they had spilt. I think he grabbed a couple of them. We headed down the driveway. We met a group of girls who had just witnessed that as well. And we had offered or asked them to bring us back to our friend's house, and they said yes. They brought us back to our friend Natalia's house. And then
when you went back to Natalia's house, let me ask you this. Between the time you were at 5 Lazy Brook to the time you went back to Natalia's house, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
When you got back to Natalia's house, how long would you say you were at Natalia's house for when the girls dropped you off?
Maybe around like 10, 15 minutes.
And when you were at Natalia's house, were you drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Did you observe Ryan Hines drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Now, at some point in time between leaving Lazy Brook Road and getting to Natalia's house, was there any communication between you or anybody else over any type of messaging?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, occurred between the time you left Natalia's house? Well, withdrawn. At some point in time, you were there for how long?
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and at some point you left?
Yes.
Why did you leave Natalia's house?
Close friend of mine, Charlie Connery, had given me a call, had heard about what happens with Hines, and he said he was coming to grab us.
Without telling us what he said.
Sustained.
Okay, you can't tell us what he said. Did Charlie Connery call you?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Charlie Connery?
Yes.
And did you tell him what you observed at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did somebody pick you up at Natalia's house?
Yes.
And who picked you up?
Charlie.
And when he picked you up, where did you go?
To Tyler Rich's house.
Okay. Now, between the time you left Natalia's house, the time you got to Tyler Rich's house, were there any communications between, we'll call it you and your Shelton friends and the St. Joe's kids?
Yeah, some had begun.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that was without telling us what people said?
We were in a basketball group chat.
What does that mean, basketball group chat?
It means that prior to this incident, it was an existing group chat. There was 2 other St. Joe's kids in it that we hung out with. And we would go play basketball, pick up games, kid stuff. And once this had happened, a few people were added into the group chat, and then it became very argumentative, going back and forth because of the fight. And it was just boys talking crap to each other, beefing.
And were you in that group chat?
Yes.
And did you engage anybody in that group chat?
Yeah.
Okay. And what kind of things were you saying in that group chat?
We were talking crap back and forth. At one point, it was said within the group chat on their behalf of.
We can't tell us what they said, unless you know something that the defendant said. We just need to know the tone of it.
It was hostile, argumentative. We were both going back and forth. We were hot. Our boy had been jumped by 3 kids, so we were acting out of emotions. Being like boys, just like talking shit back and forth.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. Full exhibit. Do you recognize Stage 5?
Yes.
And what is Stage 5?
The Rich's house.
That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
From the same town. We've always just kind of been around each other since we were younger.
You grew up with him?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
what time of night would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 11.
11-ish? Okay. Was it dark out? What was the lighting like?
Well, the sun was down, yeah, so it was nighttime, but the moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see outside.
Okay. Was it pitch black?
No.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, was this group chat, this basketball group chat between the Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids, did that continue when you were at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Was everybody that was withdrawn? How many people would you say were at Tyler Rich's house when you and Ryan got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 30, 40.
30, 40 kids? May approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 54?
I do.
And what is State's 54?
A picture of Faison Teal.
And how do you know Faison Teal?
I played football with him in high school.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Faison Teal looked like on or about 5/14 of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 55 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 55?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's 55?
It's Tommy Connery. It's Charlie's older brother. I've known their family for some time.
And how do you know? You've known him for some time?
Yeah.
And are you friends with Tommy or Charlie Moore? How does that?
I was friends with Charlie because he's a year older than me, so that made me be friends with Tommy as well.
And does this State's 55 accurately reflect what Tommy looked like on or around May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 56. You recognize 56?
Yes.
And what is State's 56?
Photo of Ryan Hines.
And how do you know Ryan Hines?
Once he moved to Shelton, we were kind of just boys from sports.
What kind of sports?
Football.
And does this picture accurately reflect what Ryan Hines looked like on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
Finally, I'm going to show you States 57. You recognize States 57.
I do.
And how do you recognize States 57?
It's a picture of my friend Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
When I first switched over to public schools in 3rd grade, I met him on the bus.
And does this picture accurately reflect Jimmy McGrath on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
What he appeared like on May 14th of 2022?
Yeah.
Your Honor, without objection, I would offer these as full exhibits. Objection.
All right, without objection, court will go ahead and take into evidence states 54, 55, 56, and 57, I believe.
I had to have a moment.
It's okay. Madam Clerk, those went through 57, correct? Yes. Thank you.
Showing you States 54, now publishing that to the jury. State 54 is again,
Faison Teal.
and was Faison present at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you 55. What's 55 a picture of again?
A picture of Tommy Connery.
And was Tommy Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, he was.
Showing you 56. What is 56 again? A picture of who?
Ryan Hines.
It was Ryan Hines. Is that the same Ryan Hines you mentioned that was with you at Lazy Brook earlier in the night and went with you to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Finally, 57. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who 57 is?
Jimmy McGrath.
It was Jimmy McGrath at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house when you went there that night.
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 12. Do you recognize States 12?
Yes.
And how do you recognize States 12?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
Now, are you familiar with an Enrico Fiola or Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
Played sports with him. Known him since probably 6th grade.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Our families are friends.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
I grew up with him as well.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an Alex Bernstein?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Alex Bernstein?
He's Tanner's friend. That's how I met him.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
How about Charlie Connery? Was Charlie Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th
Yes.
of 2022? And how about Jacob Villalobos? Are you familiar with Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Jacob?
He was my captain.
Captain for what?
Football.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen
Yes.
on May 14th of 2022? How about Matt Lakovich? Are you familiar with a Matt Lakovich?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also my football captain.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house at around 11 p.m., what kind of, you said there were about 30 kids there?
Yeah.
What kind of things were going on when you got to Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Typical high school things, down in the basement, listening to music. A couple people had drinks.
Did you drink?
Not while I was at the Riches, no.
I'm sorry?
Not while I was at the Riches, no.
You didn't drink at all at Tyler Rich's house?
I could have had a beer.
Okay. Have you drank before?
Yeah, prior to Lazy Brook.
Okay. How about prior to May 14th, 2022? Have you ever had a beer before?
Yeah.
Have you ever been intoxicated before?
Yeah.
On May 14th of 2022, were you intoxicated?
No.
Now, how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house while the group chat was going on?
Probably about like 25 minutes.
And after about 25 minutes, well, withdrawn. During that 25 minutes, did you say anything in that group chat with regards to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes. As we were all together going over this group chat, we're talking, they're talking. It was kind of just like I was collective with a couple people would tell them to pull up. So I did.
So you told them to pull up? And when you told them to pull up, how did they know where to get to?
I said the road name.
I'm sorry?
I said the road name.
Okay. And at some point in time, after that 25 minutes, did something happen that you became aware of outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
I'm not sure who, but someone had pointed out that there was a car outside. We kind of all collectively headed out through the back and went outside and saw the car.
Okay. I may have a moment, Your Honor. Can I see?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49. You recognize 49?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a overhead shot of what?
The Rich's household.
Okay, and that would be this house here to the left of 49, kind of covered by some trees with the 3 pickup trucks in the driveway.
Yeah.
That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah.
Trying to make the record reflect that I'm pointing to the house with the black, blue, and white truck parked in the driveway.
All right, so noted, thank you.
Now, at some point in time, a car arrives?
Yeah.
What kind of car was it?
I believe a Honda Pilot.
Showing you States 30. Is that the Honda Pilot you saw pull up or in the area of 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when this Honda Pilot pulled up, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you saw the car when you exited, well, withdraw? When you were aware, became aware that there was a car outside of Tyler Rich's house, what, if anything, did you do?
We all came outside. At first, it was like, where's the car? And then we had noticed closer to at like the bottom of the road, like where the road meets that road, a car was added to like the chain of cars that were there. And we had recognized that we didn't know what car that was. So we all kind of made our way over to it, realized that they were in the car.
Now I'm going to take you back. Okay? Back up. This is State's Exhibit 6. Okay, Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Both.
Both, okay. When you became aware that there was a car that arrived in the area of Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Inside.
Okay, and where were you inside the house?
We were in the basement.
Okay. And at some point in time, when you heard there was a car that arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you exit the basement?
Yes.
How did you exit the basement?
Through like the umbilical doors in the back.
Bilko doors?
Yeah.
So those are like the basement doors that
Yeah.
open like this? And what side of the house are the Bilko doors in? I'm showing you State 6. Can you show us where?
It's kind of blurry,
Can you
but
step down and point, Your Honor?
Certainly, that's fine. If he feels comfortable doing that. Certainly, of course.
You would go up there here. You would point right here.
so right around here is the walkway entrance that brings you from around back.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, the record can reflect that the witness pointed to this area just in front of the blue truck in State 6 in the back area where there appears to be an air conditioning unit. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. In this opening here area here.
All right, that's noted. Thank you.
And when you came out of the Bilco doors, are you able to describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in State's Exhibit 49 did you observe the car when you walked right out the Bilco doors at first?
No, you came around the house.
So you came around the house. Did you come around the house? And for the jury and the record's benefit, did you come out this way where this patch of grass is just to the left of the blue truck?
Yeah. Sorry.
Did you walk down the driveway?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you walked to the driveway, did you walk to the end of the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got to the end of the driveway, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed at that moment.
We had noticed that the car was about where those trees are, equivalent parked right about there.
So for the record's benefit, are you referring to these trees right here?
Yes.
So was the car parked in the middle of the road, side of the road?
It was pulled up onto the side.
On the side of the road, so right about here?
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, the record can reflect there's trees at the bottom of Stage 49, the bottom right-hand group of trees just after the intersection of Laurel, Glen, and Adams.
All right, that's noted. Thank you.
So the car was parked there?
Yeah.
When the car was parked there, did you approach the car?
Yeah, we all did.
Okay. And when you say you all did, how many people do you think approached the car, if you know?
At least 20.
Okay. And do you recall who was present when you approached the car?
In the car?
In your group? No, in
our
your group.
not specifically.
Okay. Was Tyler Rich present? If you recall.
I don't recall exactly who was outside.
So there was about 20 kids?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you approached the car, was the car facing
It was facing
towards Adams or away from Adams?
away down
Away.
the road.
So if we're looking at approach your arms. This is Stage 1. So when the car is parked, it's parked this way, facing towards Farmhouse Road?
Yes.
Okay. And you approached the car?
Yes.
And did you recognize anybody in the car?
Yes.
Who did you recognize in the car?
De Silva, Snyder, and Lito from Prior at the Lifers.
So you noticed the defendant was in the car? Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva? Did you notice if there was anybody else in the car?
I think so, but I'm not sure who.
At that moment, you weren't sure who else was in the car? Now, can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when your Shelton friends went out to the car?
They start talking, start going back and forth. We're saying stuff to them. They're saying stuff to us.
Was it a civil discussion? Was it argumentative?
Argumentative.
Okay. Did you say anything?
No, I was in the front. I wasn't at any windows.
You were in the front?
Yeah.
What do you mean you were in the front?
Like where I was standing, I was kind of looking through the windshield.
So if you were,
If the car is parked here on the right side in Stage 49, you were somewhere up here in front of the car?
Yeah.
Now, if this is the car here, are you directly in front of the car? Or are you inside the car?
I'm more towards the passenger side. Yeah.
so you're closer to the curb than you are to the center of the road.
Yeah.
Okay. But still in front of the car.
Yeah.
And how long would you say the interaction went on between your friends and the St. Joe's group?
A few minutes.
Okay. Did you recall who was driving the Pilot that night?
Jack Snyder.
Okay. And do you recall, if you can, who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't recall. I just saw the powder blue in the front and back.
Okay. And you said about 5 minutes that interaction went on?
Yeah, a few.
And at some point in time, did something happen between your group of friends and the Snyder vehicle group of friends?
Yeah, they're talking back and forth, and then collectively people start like holding onto the roof racks and shaking it back and forth.
So your group started shaking the car? Okay. And what else, excuse me, what else happened during that?
The car was on, so once that started happening, they put it in drive and drove forward, and had to like hop out of the way a little bit, and they sped down the road.
So you had to hop out of the way when the car drove down the road?
Yeah.
How was it being operated, if you recall?
Speeding, I
Okay.
guess.
And when you say it went down the road, it took off towards Farmhouse?
Farmhouse, yes.
Okay. And when it took off down the road towards Farmhouse, what, if anything, did you observe at that point?
What happens after they drive away is they continue to drive back and forth from the Rich's house, like up and down the road.
So they're driving in State 49 up and back down Laurel Glen?
Yeah, I'm not exactly positive if they hit a U-turn or if you see it's like a square. So I don't really remember if they drove the square or if they just busted a U-turn and came back and forth.
But they came
Yeah,
back and forth.
They crossed the house multiple times.
Okay. And when they crossed the house multiple times, what, if anything, did you observe people from the car doing?
They were throwing things at us. We were throwing things at them.
What kind of things were they throwing at you?
I believe there was a WD-40 can, like a water jug of some sort.
Okay. And when those things were thrown at you guys, what, if anything, did you observe your group of friends do?
Throw it back.
You threw it back at them. Okay. Did you witness anybody throw anything and hit the car?
I don't recall if anyone hit the car.
Are you aware if the car was hit with anything?
I'm not sure, no.
Okay. And at some point in time, did they stop driving back and forth in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And when they stopped doing that, what, if anything, did you observe as to where the car went?
They had moved towards where Farmhouse Lane is and stopped the car up like on the corner of it.
So for the jury's and the record's benefit, this is Stage 1. If we're looking at Stage 1, they're somewhere in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Okay. And would you say they were in front? Did you see them in front of this house, or was it more towards the intersection?
I was far away, so.
So you couldn't tell exactly, but they were in this area?
Yeah, no.
And Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness was saying they were in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse Road and 36 Gold.
It's noted, thank you.
And when you were down the road, when you saw them, the car stopped down the road, did you observe anything about the occupants of the car?
I think two of them had gotten out.
And could you see who got out of the car?
No, I could not see specifically.
Okay. And when you noticed those individuals get out of the car, what if anything did you observe next?
Two of my friends, maybe more, but Ricky and Tyler began walking down to go speak with them.
And when you say Ricky, you mean Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
And when you say Tyler, you mean Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Okay. And they went down the road. Did you see them go down all the way down the road?
I saw them when they got pretty close, and then I had headed back inside.
Did you observe Tyler Rich or Ricky Fiola do anything when they were going down the road?
No.
Did you hear anything as to not what people said, but did you hear anything, any argument or anything down the road from where you were?
No.
Okay. And you say that at some point in time you went back into the house?
Yeah.
And when you went back into the house, how did you enter Tyler's house?
Same way I left, through the
Okay,
basement door.
So you walked. Before you get back into the house, can you show me on Stage 49 where you were standing when the car finally went down the road?
Yeah, I kind of like around the mailbox, like poked out in the road a little bit, just saw the boys walking down there.
So my finger's pointed in the road here, just in front of the mailbox on 49. Is that about where you were standing?
Yeah, in that general area.
Okay. And when you went back, the record can reflect my finger's pointing to the front of the mailbox, just about maybe 5 feet into the road.
Court will note it, thank you.
And when you went back into Tyler Rich's house, did you walk up the driveway and go inside the Bilco doors, or did you go in the house a different way?
I took the same route.
Okay. And when you were back in the house, when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, how long would you say you were in Tyler Rich's house for at that time?
A few minutes.
A few minutes. And when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, were you consuming any alcohol?
No.
And how many people would you say were inside the house when you went back inside the house at that moment?
Almost all of us.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you come back outside the house?
Yes.
And why did you go back outside the house?
Because they had came back.
When you say they had come back, who came back?
Well, when we got outside, Lito and De Silva were out of their car.
Okay. Now, show you states 52. Okay. Now, when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
The same route I had been taking. We veered a little left because they were approaching towards the yard.
To show you states 50, a little closer view. When you came out of Tyler Rich's house, you came out this side of the house where the Bilko doors were?
Yeah.
And I'm pointing to the area just in front of, there's an opening between some trees in the house just in front of the blue truck here, right?
Yep.
Okay. And when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
Kind
Can you
of
describe it.
Kind of like exactly where that blue truck is, and then went cut towards the grass.
So did you come down to the left side of the blue truck and go out to the right this way over to the cement block area? Or did you go out of the side of the house and take a right in front of the blue truck past the black truck and come down the, we'll call it the driver's side of the black truck?
I mean, the blue truck wasn't there at the time, so we kind of just walked down like exactly where it is, and then like bended into the grass.
So if I may have a moment. I'm going to show you states 5. When you came out of the Bilko doors, right where this air conditioning unit is in front of the opening where this blue truck is, did you come down the left side of this blue truck and through the middle of between the blue truck and the white Jeep, or did you come down the passenger side of this blue truck towards this area?
The passenger side.
So you came out the Bilko door, took a quick left, and then down the grass area where the cobblestone block is?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you end up when you first went outside?
Like right in between that slab and red bush in that area.
Okay, so I'm showing you states. For the record, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This is states 52.
Thank you.
This is obviously a more recent picture. Was this green tree here?
No.
Okay. And when you came down, can you point to the area in states 52 where you came, where you stood?
In this general vicinity right here.
Okay, so in the record reflect just above the area of this square cement, looks like possibly a septic cap thing here and the red bush.
All right, so noted. Thank you.
And when you stood there, what was the lighting like?
I think there might have been a light on from the driveway, like slightly illuminating. It was dim lit. Moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. You were able to see.
Did anybody have flashlights on?
Yeah.
Okay. What were they using to illuminate what was going on?
Phone flashlights.
Okay. And when you got outside, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed initially when you got to that area.
So when we get outside, the cars pulls up, facing towards Adams, kind of like.
Where, do you know where it's parked in that picture, 52?
It's like the car would be right here. This would be the car.
So can the record reflect that the car is parked in 52 to the right lower area would appear to be the middle of the road?
Carl noted, thank you. Cordell noted, thank you.
So when the car was parked there, tell me what you observed.
Lito and De Silva hop out of the car, start approaching the property. Obviously, there's arguments going back and forth.
How were they approaching the property? Can you recall how they were approaching the property?
They were just, or like if I was like how I saw them.
Yeah.
From my view, the one on the right was De Silva. Lito was on the left, so on Tyler's right.
So if I'm standing in that area where you pointed out in 52 between the red bush and what looks like to be the septic cap, we'll call it that. You see Tyler De Silva to your right and Lito to your left, the defendant?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anybody else with them?
The driver, but they were just alone out of the vehicle.
And when you observed Tyler and the defendant get out of the car, how many people from your group were outside?
Majority.
And do you recall if there was, not what people said, but do you recall if there was a verbal interaction between anybody from your group and the defendant and or Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, there was stuff being said back and forth.
What kind of things, not what they said, but what was the manner in which the things were being said?
Argumentative.
Okay. And was your group being argumentative?
Both parties.
So the defendant and Tyler De Silva were being argumentative back?
Yeah.
Did it look like they were trying to be peaceful?
No, but neither did we.
And so can you tell on States 52 where approximately you observed Tyler De Silva was as opposed to where the defendant was?
This would be probably about De Silva. Lito would be about right here.
And when there was an interaction between your group and the defendant and Mr. De Silva, where did that interaction, that verbal interaction take place?
As they were walking up, a little bit on the grass as well.
A little bit on the grass just past the curb area?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was talking to, not what was said, who was talking to Tyler De Silva or arguing with Tyler De Silva at that moment? Do you recall?
A couple of people. Rich was arguing with him. He was also said some words towards both of them. Everyone was kind of talking.
So Tyler Rich was talking to Tyler De Silva?
Yeah, at one point. Yeah.
Do you recall anybody else from your friend group talking to Tyler De Silva?
Not specifically.
Do you recall whether or not anybody was withdrawn? How far apart were Tyler De Silva and the defendant?
They weren't terribly far apart, maybe a couple feet, 5 to 8.
Okay. And do you recall who out of your group of friends was anybody having a discussion or near the defendant at this moment?
Hines was near the area.
Ryan Hines was near the defendant?
My buddy Ty Wood was confronting him.
How do you know Ty Wood?
Known him my whole life. My sister and his brother were friends. We played sports together.
And obviously he was at the party that night as well. Who else, if anybody, do you recall being near the defendant at that moment?
I'm not sure of anyone else.
But you're from what you recall Ty Wood and Ryan Hines.
Yes.
Okay. And how was the defendant's demeanor with regards to your friends Ryan Hines and Ty Wood?
They were both ready, just like ready to fight.
Okay. And how long would you say there was this verbal altercation going on back and forth on May 14th of 2022?
Not very long.
Maybe you say not very long. How?
Minute or two.
Okay. And after a minute or two, did something happen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed happened?
Ty and Lito had been arguing. It looked like Lito was about to swing on Ty, so Rich stepped in front and struck Lito.
So Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
Okay. And when Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face, what happened next?
Well, the fight begins, and his whole interactions, or Lito's whole interactions, kind of get out of my view from the crowd of people that are all just in front of me. So I can't really see him. But then I see De Silva, and he starts getting into it, and then him and Rich actually end up in like a wrestling match, basically in the lawn.
And who do you recall being in the area of Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva's fight?
Like Locke, Villalobos, Alex Bernstein was in the area.
When you say Locke, you mean Matt Locke?
Lockovich, yeah.
And Tyler Rich?
Yeah.
And Jacob Villalobos? Who else? Do you recall anybody else?
Not specifically, no.
And when you were observing the fight between Tyler De Silva and Tyler Rich, did you have an idea? Were you aware of what was going on with the defendant?
No.
Okay.
I knew he was in a fight. I could see it, but I couldn't see specifics.
Do you recall how many people he was in a fight with?
No.
Okay. And when the fight's going on, withdrawn, did you have any weapons on you that night?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Matt Lockovich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry with any weapons on him that night? How about Mike Sampieri? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
Not to my knowledge.
How about Charlie Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night? How about Tommy Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
No.
How about Faison Teal? Did you see any weapons on him?
No.
Did you see Jimmy during the fight?
Not during the fight.
Not
No.
during the fight. Do you know if he had any weapons on him?
He did not.
So when the fight's going on, you lose sight of what the defendant's doing and you kind of focus on Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva. How long would you say you were, did you move at any point in time from where you were during that fight?
I might have creeped about where that tree is, maybe right on the cement, just watching.
So you were in that general area?
I stayed in that area mainly.
Do you recall anybody being near you at the time?
Tanner?
Tanner Chernowski was near you?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say withdrawn? Tell us what you observed about the fight that you did observe.
It was quick. They were on the ground. I remember like they were wrestling, grabbing at each other. I saw like De Silva's whole back out because his shirt was like pulled up a little bit. They were just kind of wrestling, and then it wasn't very long, not a very long interaction. A couple of the dudes pick him up onto his feet, push him out into the street, and tell him to get lost, basically.
And when that occurs, at any point in time, did you observe the defendant do anything?
Yeah, so while the interaction with De Silva's ending, the defendant runs to the car. You see the car door open because the lights turn on from inside the car, and then he runs back into the fight.
And so just so we're clear, States 52, during this point in time, you're somewhere in this area?
Yeah.
And that's between the square cement block septic cap here and this tree that was not there at the time?
Yeah.
And the car is somewhere in this area here, just in front of the mailbox, maybe like,
maybe a little farther back as well.
okay, maybe, so probably around just the lower right-hand portion of 52. And you observe the defendant run to the car?
Yes,
And when you observe him run to the car, what does he do?
he runs back to the fight.
And when he runs back into the fight, where did you observe where Tyler De Silva was at this point?
He's kind of like in the road now at this point because he was pushed out into the road.
Was anybody fighting with Tyler De Silva at that moment?
No.
Okay. And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, withdrawn, how would you describe the scene of the fight? Was it chaotic?
Yeah,
Okay. A lot of kids?
a lot of kids.
And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, did you hear at that moment?
My buddy Charlie yells that he has a knife.
And when you heard Charlie yell that he has a knife, what, if anything, did you observe next?
I didn't observe, like from that point, it was a crowd of people, and then it broke out in chaos. People started yelling, screaming, and then I had seen Jimmy, and he had these white shorts on. They were stained completely red, and I looked away, and a bunch of people flooded to him to help him.
States 57. Is that the outfit you recall Jimmy wearing the night of May 14th of 2022 with the white shorts?
Yes.
And when you saw Jimmy, withdrawn, when the defendant came back into the fight, did you observe a knife on him at that point?
I couldn't. I still had no eyes. I saw once he ran back from the car. I lost sight of him because of the crowd.
Okay, when you say there were a crowd, were there people in front of you where you were standing between the tree and the in that cement square in States 52?
Not many. Majority was more into the grass, which is where he was. And I would like that's why I had the view I had of the car and the fight. And once he ran back towards the curb, he was not in my vision anymore.
Do you recall where Jimmy was at this moment? Did you see Jimmy?
I had known he was on the far side of the interaction.
Okay. And when you heard Charlie yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," you didn't observe the defendant with anything. What did you observe next after you heard that?
It erupted and everyone started screaming. Some people were crying, yelling, freaking out. Once I had noticed Jimmy, I was shocked. I was 16 years old. I didn't know what to do. And then I had noticed Charlie was freaking out because his brother Tommy had been stabbed, and Charlie was like my best friend at the time. So I had taken my hoodie off, gave it to him, was like, put it on his leg.
Let's stop there. So what did you observe first about Jimmy? You saw Jimmy first?
I noticed the red on his shorts. That was what I noticed.
Did you hear him say anything?
I did not.
Did he do anything? Did you see him do anything?
He fell to the ground.
Okay. So you saw red on the shorts and he fell to the ground. When you saw that happen, what did you do next?
I was moving towards him, and then like a couple people instantly grabbed onto him and were catering to him, and then I noticed Tommy, interacted with Charlie, gave him my hoodie.
Do you recall where Tommy was at that moment? If you don't, it's okay.
He was like in the middle of the yard.
Okay. And did you go up to Tommy?
I did.
And what did you observe about Tommy?
That he had been stabbed in the leg.
Okay. Do you recall if he had been stabbed more than once?
Yeah, I believe 3 or 4 times.
And when you saw that he was stabbed, what, if anything, did you do?
I had taken my hoodie off to give it. I gave it to Charlie first to give to, and told him to give it to Tommy to wrap his leg. And
when that happened, what did you do next?
I ran back inside to look for anything, towels, water. While I was like searching for things, I believe I was with Tanner. We had noticed Hines was sitting, and I was like, "What are you doing, dude?" And he said he was catching his breath, and he was hunched over with his hand on his left side, holding it. And then he moved his hand, and we had noticed that he was bleeding, and we took him out. We were, dude, like, come on, you got to get in the ambulance. You got to go. And then it kind of just all, once everyone started getting treated, it was all just like a blur.
Where was Ryan stabbed?
He was stabbed once, like right beneath his armpit, and like the lower, I don't even know what this area is, your lower side, and then right above his butt.
Okay. And do you recall where Tommy was stabbed?
In his thigh.
Do you recall if anybody else had been stabbed that night?
Faison had been cut in the arm, and obviously Jimmy.
Now, when you went inside to help Ryan, at some point in time, did you come back outside with towels and
I didn't find anything, but I just kept using my clothing.
So, did you or anybody call 911?
Yeah, multiple people did.
How long would you say, withdrawn, after, when you saw Jimmy fall, did you see the defendant and Tyler De Silva do anything?
The last I saw of them was them run to their car and drive off. And then they weren't in my mind anymore.
And where did they drive? Did they drive towards Adams or towards Farmhouse?
Towards Adams.
Okay. And when 911 was called, how long would you say it was between the time the fight, the end of the fight took place and the time the first responders arrived? Do you recall?
I don't recall specifically. I remember it taking a decent amount of time because that was a lot of people were complaining that the ambulance wasn't there fast enough.
And
while we were there,
when you were waiting for the first responders to arrive to the scene, did you were you doing anything at that moment? Were you rendering aid to anybody?
Not at that point. Once they came, they made us all back up. They took over, obviously, took care of everything. And at that point, I finally answered my mom because throughout the whole interaction, she was blowing up my phone from hearing the sirens all driving by. And I finally, answered her, talked to her.
Okay. And at some point in time, did your parents arrive at 43 Laurel Glen?
I don't recall if they picked me up or not.
Did you, at some point in time, first responders arrived, police, paramedics? Do you recall whether or not you talked to any police officers that night?
I believe I did.
And after that night, do you recall whether or not you met with police officers again in connection to this case?
I did.
They may have a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have for this witness.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Marcenzi.
Morning.
So you were telling us a little bit about your relationship to some of these folks, as well as what you witnessed on the 14th into the morning of the 15th, right? And you were telling us that the evening began, you were getting ready over to go over to Ms. Ridzik's house, correct? That was about 6 o'clock?
Maybe a little later.
Okay. And that involved some drinking as far as getting ready to go over there?
While we were there, yeah.
While you were at Ridzik's house?
Yeah, the initial time.
Okay. What about beforehand when you were getting ready to go over there? Did that involve any drinking?
No.
Okay. Any other substance use?
No.
You told us that once you got to Ridzik's house, you had a drink, maybe 2 beers, maybe 3, maybe 4.
No, because I didn't have that many. Wasn't able to get anything for that night really, so I didn't have much. So I was just kind of.
Well, you were there with Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he had a 12-pack of beer,
He did.
correct? You didn't have any of those beers?
No, I don't believe he gave me any.
Is it possible?
I don't think so.
Possible?
It's sustained.
Because when we showed up to the lifers, he had.
Hold on just a minute.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to sustain the objection to the question, asking if it's possible, it's speculative. I'm going to strike the response that was provided to that question before the court had an opportunity to stop the witness from answering the question. So please retract or take any information responding to that question out of your notes if you have anything in there and you're not to consider it as part of the evidence. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So your recollection is that it was 2 beers that you had at Ridzik's house?
Mhm.
Nothing else to drink there?
No.
Ryan didn't share any of his beers with you?
No.
And at some point, you went over to the Lifer's house, correct?
Yes.
And that was 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And you knew that they were having a party there, correct?
Yes.
Where you expected that there would be more drinking going on, correct?
Potentially.
Well, when you arrived there, you knew that your friend, Mr. Lifer, was drunk to the point of being ill, correct?
I had found that out from them when I had arrived.
Because you didn't see him because he was in the back throwing up, correct?
I didn't see him because I wasn't allowed into the property by the defendant and his friends.
And you were driven to 5 Lazy Brook Road by a person named Tanner Chernowski, correct?
Yes.
And you described Tanner Chernowski as your cousin, correct?
Yeah. Not by blood, but essentially we've been family friends since we were young.
So he's not your blood cousin
No.
or relative, but you consider him so close as to be, you call him
Yes.
a cousin.
Yes.
Now, when you got there, you mentioned that there were some kids from St. Joe's at that party, correct?
Yeah, it was a St. Joe's party.
was
Often
a St.
attended
Joe's
St.
party.
Joe's. Yes.
So most of the kids there were from St. Joe's, correct?
Yes.
You were not from St. Joe's,
No, I was not.
nor was Ryan Hines, correct?
No.
Nor was Tanner Chernowski.
No.
And there were 4 kids there, but you from St. Joe's that you noticed, but only 3 of them who you could identify, correct?
Yeah.
And that was Jack Snyder, correct? Tyler De Silva, correct? and Raul Valle, correct? You knew them to be St. Joe's kids, right?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Hines had brought a 12-pack of beer with him,
Yes.
and that you began to go into the garage, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was going on in the garage?
Yeah, the garage doors were open.
And there was a party going on in the garage, right?
They were inside, so they were really the only ones in the garage. Maybe a couple other stragglers outside, but the party was in the house.
Nothing going on that you could see inside, like beer pong or any games?
No,
being played?
door was shut. And the way it's set up, you can't see into the house.
And you didn't know at that time who Jack Snyder, Tyler DeSilva, or Raul Valle were. Is that correct?
Not fully. I had known Snyder and DeSilva just like through football, not like personally knew them, but I've heard the name before.
Okay. So at that point, when you saw them, you couldn't say what their names were. Is that
No.
fair to say?
Correct.
And at some point, you said that Jack Snyder went to grab Ryan Hines's beer, correct?
He did grab Ryan Hines's beer.
He grabs Ryan Hines's beer, and then you said the defendant didn't say anything, correct?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall what everyone was saying.
And that he was peripheral to Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder squared off, right?
Yeah.
As though they were going to have a fist fight or some sort of physical
Yeah, they
altercation.
had agreed to fight over the beer.
Okay. When you say they agreed to fight over the beer, were there any adults present at this point, or was this just students?
Witnessing this, no. I think maybe a parent or two. Both of them were home, but I know his mom was home.
And you claim that the first punch was thrown by the defendant,
Yes.
and that he punched Ryan Hines in the face from behind,
Yes.
correct? And you said that Hines then took Snyder to the ground.
Yes.
Now, you've described and you saw a photograph of Mr. Valle wearing a helmet, correct?
Mhm.
And he was also wearing some sort of a neck pillow. Did you see that?
Outside, I'm not too exactly sure if he had it on still or not. It was a black pillow or a dark colored pillow. It was nighttime. I don't recall exactly if he was wearing the neck pillow.
And that was Austin Life for your friend. That was his father's motorcycle helmet,
I
correct?
believe so. Yeah.
And at some point after they began fighting, you said that Mr. Hines was getting the better of Mr. Snyder, correct?
I'd say he was. Yeah, he was brought him to the ground. He was on top of him.
And at that point, you said that the defendant tackled Ryan Hines, correct?
No, removed his helmet and struck him.
That's what you told us now. You gave a statement to the police officers on May 15th of 2022, correct?
Yeah,
You went there with your parents at about 2 o'clock down to the PD to give a statement.
sounds about right.
And you told them at that time that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him, correct?
They might have taken that incorrectly because Hines was the only person that tackled anyone. He thought, or he took him to the ground. I watched him tackle him, and no
So
one
you-
else went to the ground either.
So you didn't tell them that that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him?
If they marked me as saying that, then on paper I did, but I recall Hines tackling.
And you told us here and you told them then that the defendant took off his helmet and swung it at Mr. Hines, correct?
Yeah, he struck him with it.
He took that helmet physically off of his head and swung it and struck Mr. Hines.
Yes, he hit Hines with it.
And then Mr. DeSilva jumped in afterwards, correct?
Yeah, he didn't contribute much to it, but yeah,
He began punching and kicking Ryan Hines on the ground, correct?
yeah,
That's your recollection. That's what you're certain
He-
of today.
yeah. He wasn't very much so involved. He was the last one to enter in, and by then it got broken up pretty fast.
And you were prevented from helping because this fourth unknown person was holding you back, right?
I wasn't sort of say be held back because we were initially watching because they agreed to fight one-on-one, and that was agreed upon. Both they were fine with it. The second they get active, like things happen, and then the girl hops in. I'm off to the side. I had no clue who I was standing with, and we were talking about it. And he was like, "Don't get involved." He was telling me not to because he was like, "Dude, like you're in that. Like there's three of them."
There were adults at this house, you think?
What do you like? Parents?
Yes.
His mom was home. Yeah.
You were aware of that?
I wasn't until she came outside when the fight got broken up.
But so you claim that these two agreed to fight Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, and
Yeah.
you decided you were just going to watch the thing.
They said they were running one-on-one fight at Hines. It was like, it's not allowed to be said, but they said they agreed upon ones.
You didn't make any efforts to notify any parents inside the house that this was going on out in their driveway?
I didn't know they were in the driveway or in the house. Sorry.
Say the fight lasted a short time, maybe as much as 30 to 40 seconds.
As much as 40. Nothing like.
And afterwards, Mr. Leifer's mother came outside and asked you to leave, correct?
Yeah, which we were more than fine with doing.
And she gave the beers back to Mr. Hines, correct?
I didn't exactly see if she picked him up or if she handed him to him. She could have.
And at that point, you got a ride back to Ms. Ridsick's house, Natalia Ridsick's house, correct?
Yes.
Who gave you that ride?
I do not know her name. We had been walking down the driveway. We had met a group of girls and they had witnessed what happened. And we were like, you guys mind bringing us home? And they had no problem with it.
You don't recall who that was?
I do not recall their names.
And you told us that you weren't doing any drinking on the way back to Ms. Ridsick's house, correct?
No, I didn't have anything. Once I had gotten to Austin's, I had no alcohol.
You didn't have any of Mr. Hines's beers that he had just gotten back?
No, he lost majority of them in that yard. So he was not in the mood to be giving them out.
And you immediately called your friends, Thomas and Charlie Connery, right?
No, I believe Charlie called me.
And you told them about what had occurred there at the 5 Lazybrook house, right?
Yeah.
And everybody on your side, and this is the Shelton High kids at this point that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Those are your friends, are mainly Shelton High kids?
Yeah.
And you let them know about the fight that had just happened at 5 Lazybrook Road?
Yep.
You were upset, right?
Yeah, me and Hines were a little pissed off. We were like, what the hell, that was bull.
A little pissed off?
Yeah, we weren't, fuming, acting out of rage, doing anything stupid, but we were like, that was stupid. Like we were just pissed.
Okay. And you told us that there was a basketball group chat that some of the kids started, correct?
Yeah, I was in it prior. It was started because we played pickup basketball, hence the name of the group chat. And we have 2 SJ kids in there that we were friends with. We'd hoop with them. And then after it all had happened, I don't remember who specifically, but they were all added, or at least 4 people. I didn't have any of the numbers, so they were all just random numbers.
When you say they were all added, you mean Mr. Valle, Mr. De Silva,
I
and Mr.
found that
Snyder
out
were
after,
added,
but in the
correct?
given moment, I didn't know. Yes.
But that's who was added, right?
Yes.
And that's who you started texting about 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
Giving them the address, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, taking a photo of the address and texting that, correct?
Yeah.
That wasn't just some of the kids, right? That was you.
Yeah, my phone number is the number that sent it, yes.
You've talked about things as having happened collectively, but when we're talking about the address being sent,
Yeah,
that
I
was
sent
you
the address.
individually, not collectively.
I mean, if you put it into retrospect, yeah, my finger hit the button, I think, but I was a sophomore at a senior's house. I wasn't just gonna have some kids show up that my first time hanging out there. I wouldn't just invite them. So I was told by people, I don't exactly remember who, but we had been talking about what just happened. Or because they started off with come to Trumbull High. So we were like, we're not going to Trumbull High, and said what we said.
So you're saying somebody forced you to text?
No, nobody
the
forced me
address.
to text anything. No.
And then you described ultimately getting over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. You told us maybe 30 to 40 kids were there?
Yeah.
Could it have been more?
I don't think so. By more, if like it's not touching 50, maybe a number in the 40s possibly, but I don't think so.
And you didn't have anything to drink once you got there, except maybe I think you conceded you could have had 1 beer.
Yeah, I could have been given one. I don't remember drinking, but I'm not going to rule it out.
Was there beer at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Not for like the taking, but people had their own supplies.
Was there liquor at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I didn't see. He could have had a bottle at his house prior. I'm not sure.
And when you arrived there, you described it as being dark, correct?
Where?
43 Laurel Glen Drive now.
You're referring about outside?
Yes.
It's dim lit. Like it wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see the people in front of us. Flashlights are out too. There's the light in the driveway. It's not like you can't see.
It was misty that night?
I don't recall it being misty.
You don't recall it being misty or rainy?
No,
You don't recall the grass being wet?
I do not.
You don't recall any sort of precipitation whatsoever?
I don't recall, but I don't recall mist specifically.
And you said you were in the house in the basement, correct?
Yeah.
And that it was a typical high school party, typical high school things were going on, right?
Yeah.
What were those typical high school things that were going on at that party?
Listening to music. People having a couple drinks together. Might have had a pong table. I'm not sure, but just people hanging out, listening to music, having a good time, hanging out.
You said might have had a pong table. What's a pong
Like
table?
a table to play beer pong.
And what's beer pong?
So when each team has 10 cups and you shoot a ping pong ball into each other's cups, and whoever makes all 10 first wins.
How old was the oldest person that was attending this party?
Could have been 19, 18 or 19.
No adults present?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So you told us before that maybe some folks had some beers, they'd brought their own. Now you're telling us that there might have been a beer pong table set up and people might have been playing beer
Yeah,
pong?
by beer pong, I don't specifically mean every single cup is filled with beer, because we've come to learn that it's a lot easier to fill them with water, because then you could just keep playing and play the game.
Okay, so are you telling us that this night there were people playing pong with water?
I'm not telling you specifically, I don't recall, but if 95% of the time that is the situation, because you get your beer all gross.
And you told us that at some point you became aware that these St. Joe's kids had arrived and they were outside, correct? How did you become aware of that?
So initially there was a text that said we were here. Someone ran outside, didn't see them. And then someone else was like, there's a car outside. And that's when we all flowed outside.
And you described that car as being parked outside down towards the corner of Adams, correct?
Yeah.
And that car was on the other side of the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you told us that you all collectively headed outside, right?
Yeah.
Was that all 30 or 40 of you?
Few stragglers may have fallen back, but the majority made their way outside.
And who were you standing beside when you headed outside?
I don't recall fully who I walked out with. We kind of just all funneled out, so we just walked outside.
Did you head outside with Tanner Chernowski?
Yeah.
Did you head outside with Ryan Hines?
But yeah, he came out.
Did you head outside with Michael Sampieri?
If Samp went outside, I wasn't specifically saying I'm with any of them. Some of them were outside. Yes.
Why did you go outside?
Because I went outside. They were in the group chat. They said they're here. Curiosity, walk outside. Everyone else was going.
You were just curious about what was going to happen after you told them to come
Yeah,
to
I'm gonna
43
go-
Laurel Glen
I'm
Drive
gonna
after
go-
the fight.
Confront them. Yeah, I'm going to go outside. But this was more of like me and Hines were like youngins to everyone there. We looked like we were the little kids there. So they were kind of taking control. And it was more like people, they were all known. The defendants and his friends have known some of the people that were at the Rich's house.
Okay. And then when everybody gets outside, you've told us about them going up to the Honda Pilot, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that at this point they all surrounded the Honda Pilot, right?
Yeah.
And they were touching the Honda Pilot, right?
I'm looking from the front. I don't know if they eventually did when they began rocking it. Yes.
Began rocking the car?
Yeah.
You were shown a picture of the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes, we were.
That's right there.
You were shown this picture. Is that the Honda Pilot that you recall seeing?
Yes, it is.
You gotta rotate it.
That looks like the Honda Pilot that you saw.
Yeah.
The outside of the windshield. Just a moment, Mr. Marslinzik. I'm trying to get an exhibit. I'm going to show you exhibit number 31, close up of that Honda Pilot. You agree that's the same vehicle?
Yeah.
And when that vehicle arrived and you first saw it, it didn't have that shattered windshield, did it?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I didn't see anyone specifically make that happen, so I don't know if they arrived with it or left with it.
Okay. How did you come out when you got to the car when you went outside?
Where was I parallel to the car? I was
How did you come out of the house?
through the umbilical doors out of the basement around the house.
What kind of doors?
Like the umbilical ones, like the basement doors.
Okay. And can you describe the umbilical doors for us?
It's like the ones that open. Like, I don't know. If this is a house, they're slanted like this and they open. And there's a staircase that goes into the basement.
Okay. And then you came out and you described for us how you walked down the pathway.
Yes.
And where did you go? If you want to use the exhibit behind you, you went beside the square cement.
That's the second time when they come back. The first
Okay.
time initially, we all come down the driveway.
Oh, you all came down
Yeah,
the
we
driveway.
all walked out. I don't know specifically the driveway, but we all walked out to the car.
So you remember that? You remember how you got out of the house?
Yes.
You don't remember whether or not that windshield was shattered beforehand.
I wasn't paying attention to if their car was beat up or not.
You were standing right at the front by the passenger side, right?
Yeah, I wasn't like on the car. I was a few feet back. I was looking through the windshield, but I don't remember if there was a crack there or not.
Which
Looking at the
side
people.
of the windshield would you say that defect is in?
The passenger side.
The side you were standing closest to?
Yeah.
You didn't notice whether or
Well,
not it was shattered?
I wasn't looking for shattered glass, and you probably can't really tell it's cracked either when it's nighttime. You know, it's got a light on it with a flashlight taking a picture of it, so it reflects back a little bit. I didn't recognize if there was a crack or not.
I see. You did notice, however, that these kids were all now surrounding the car and that at some point they started to shake the car.
Yes.
They started to throw things at the car.
I don't know if anyone threw anything at that point.
They started to pound on the car.
Yeah, probably just banging on the windows.
Somebody reached in and punched somebody that was inside the car.
I didn't see any of that.
You didn't see that?
I didn't see if anyone got punched while in the car.
You were standing on the passenger side. How far away from the car itself?
Probably 4 to 6 feet back.
Could you have reached out and touched the car?
No.
Did you reach out and touch the car?
Did I touch the car? Not to my recollection, no.
Not to your recollection?
Yeah, I don't recall encountering and going up and touching the car.
Is that the kind of thing you'd forget?
What do you mean? Like, would I forget touching the car?
Yes.
Probably not.
But you simply don't recall whether or not you touched the car.
I didn't touch the car.
You didn't.
I didn't touch the car.
Now you recall that, but you didn't touch the car.
Yeah.
These other people were all touching the car.
Yeah, they were on the sides of it. I was in the front, so I can't do anything from the front of the car.
I see. You distanced yourself from the car.
Essentially, yeah.
You distanced yourself from the group.
Not from the group. I was still with people.
Same people that had you feel like you had to text the address.
I'm gonna object as to argumentative.
I'll allow it overruled.
Sorry, but what was that?
These same people that you felt like were making you text the address.
I didn't feel like I was made to text anybody the address. But sure.
So you went outside. Folks, there was, you described there as being a chain of cars that were there, correct?
Yeah, there was a couple cars parked on the opposite side of the road as well.
There were cars parked on both sides of the road, right?
Yes, but significantly more on the other side.
Significantly more cars were parked on the other side of the road.
been one or two car parked near the mailbox, but there was on the other side. It was lined up with at least like 4 to 6 of them.
Okay. So the chain of cars were there. Were you standing between
I was
pilot and another car?
They weren't too close to the other car because they were able to put it in drive and drive forward while turning left. So they were slacked back a little bit, but essentially, yeah, I was technically between 2 cars.
Okay.
But it wasn't a close gap.
And you described that water bottles and a WD-40 can were thrown out of the vehicle?
Yes.
Or were they thrown at the vehicle?
No, the WD-40 can came out, which someone picked it up on the road and threw it back.
Okay. Was anything else thrown back at the vehicle?
There was like a water jug tossed. But once they started driving up and down, like slowly, majority of us would fade into the inside. A couple of people trickled, like stayed outside, and that was really it. Like they just kept driving up and down. We thought it had been done by that point.
How many times did they drive up and down?
3, 4 times.
Not 2 to 3?
Well, including their first speed down. And they come down and back up again, so it's at least 3.
Could you see how many people were inside the vehicle?
I know there was more. I didn't see specifically how many. There could have just been 4 of them. I don't think it was full.
Now, when you were part of the group that collectively surrounded this car, you wanted them to exit the vehicle, right?
At that point in time, we didn't really have a game plan or an approach. We just went and were going to talk with them, which obviously was a little bit hostile, but we didn't know what was going to happen or what would happen.
You didn't want to get payback for the Lazy Brook Road?
Sure, it was in thoughts, but at that point in time, they're all sitting in a car. You can't do anything, so.
Can't do anything except lay hands on it, start rocking it, throw things at it, smash the windshield.
Yeah, sure. We rocked it and threw things at it because things were thrown. Like I had said before, I don't recall anyone doing anything to the windshield. I'm not saying it wasn't us or it was, but I didn't see any of that.
You collectively attacked the vehicle. Fair to say?
Objection is the characterization.
I'll overrule it. You can answer it.
I wouldn't say attacked. We had a mass of people. I wouldn't say necessarily attacked.
No, you wouldn't. And you also can't tell us who laid hands on the vehicle, can you?
No, there's a lot of people.
Yes, you told us who was there. Enrico Fiola was present.
Yeah.
Sal Perry was present.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Samperi was present.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Burnson was present.
Mm-hmm.
Tanner was present.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos was present. And you knew all these guys very well, correct?
Yeah.
You played sports with all of them, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You grew up with all these kids, correct?
I did.
But you can't tell us who it was that started shaking the vehicle.
It's not that I couldn't tell you who, it's that I didn't specifically look around and remember who was who. I know who all my friends are, obviously, yes, but I don't know where their positions are. I don't know their experiences. I was paying attention to myself and looking at the car. I wasn't watching everyone else's doings.
Isn't it that you don't want to tell us? You don't want to tell us what your friends did that night?
Honestly, I wish I could, but I don't know.
Well, you can. Go ahead, tell us.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know where my friends' position were or where they were, no.
But you knew how you came out of that house.
Yeah, because I
An
walked
object
it.
is asked and answered at this point.
I'll sustain the objection.
And you're telling us that they drove up and down the road 3 to 4 times, you've said?
Yeah.
Multiple times. And that at some point they drove off down towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And would you agree that that is about 2 football fields away from where the Rich House is?
Yeah, it's a good distance.
And you claim that you saw only 2 of your friends walk down towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
I just knew 2 specifically. There could have been more. I know that Ricky and Tyler went and encountered him.
Do you know that because they told you that, or because you saw that?
They were the ones that actually had discussed that they were going to go down and talk to them. So once they started going, I came back and I don't know if anyone else trailed after them.
Did you see them go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Yeah, I saw them. I didn't I walked inside, but I watched them head towards Lido. Yes.
Those, you think only those two people were the ones that walked down there?
No, I just know that those two people. I don't know specifically who else.
And you told us you didn't hear anything go on down there?
No,
at
I went
Farmhouse
back
Lane?
inside.
You went back inside. You remember that?
Yes.
Who else went back inside with you?
Majority of people.
Alex Burnson?
I'm not sure. At that time, I just kind of met Burns. So I wasn't really looking out for him.
Did Enrico Fiola go back inside with you?
No,
Did Sal Perry go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Mike Samperi go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Tanner Chernowski go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Jacob Villalobos go back inside with you?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of us. You're naming 6 of the 40 kids. I don't know where everyone's exact whereabouts were at every given moment. I apologize.
No apology necessary. When you spoke with officers before, though, you didn't mention anything to them about friends going down to Farmhouse Lane, did you?
Well, I was in a panic and just explained what I had actually, the big things. It didn't
So
come
you
down to
didn't tell them
details.
about that, correct?
I don't remember exactly what I told them. That was 3 years ago.
You told them that everybody went back inside and only one person remained outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
No, I didn't specifically said that. I just know that somebody, I don't know how many people, but majority had funneled in and someone had mentioned that they were back.
And that one kid just stayed outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
Yeah, someone actually was outside. I don't remember who it was, and they were looking, but it wasn't like.
Well, did one kid stay outside or did 2 kids go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Those are 2 separate events. They went down and spoke to them. Then when they were down at the, I don't know anything that happened in that conversation, what they saw, what they said, anything about it, but I watched them walk down the road towards them. And then at separate times, we all funneled back inside. Someone was outside still. I don't know if they were looking for them, but someone was still outside, and then they had mentioned that they had came back.
Who was that?
It was someone just yelled like they're back, and everyone was like, "What?" and all funneled out the back doors.
And in fact, you continued texting throughout this time period, didn't you?
I think the texting died down a lot once they had fully arrived. There was a couple texts sent. Yeah.
There were a couple of texts sent, or you sent texts, Mr. Marcinsic?
Well, multiple people sent texts. I included, yes.
You sent texts,
Yeah,
correct?
I sent texts. They sent texts. Multiple people sent texts.
In fact, you snapped a photograph of Mr. Snyder's car sitting outside and texted that with a caption on it, taunting them, didn't you?
Yeah.
This was after they had shown up and driven away, correct?
No, that's as they just showed up. I took that picture first thing.
Oh, so you took that picture before you went outside?
No, I took that picture outside when they had arrived.
And you said, sitting ducks, ODE, very scared, right?
Yes.
And then you asked, how's your car, pussy? Full. That's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was after you'd gotten out?
It's after they had driven up and down, I believe.
That's after they'd driven up and
Or
down the
driven
street.
up.
You're continuing to text them at that point, right?
I believe so.
Are you still feeling pressure to do that from other people?
I never felt any pressure in the first place to be texting them.
Oh, okay. You didn't feel pressure before when you sent the LGD 43 LGD address?
No, there wasn't pressure to do that. It was dudes being dudes talking.
Just dudes talking?
I mean, yeah, we were expecting to fight, not any of this.
You were expecting to fight?
Once we had told them to come, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have them come, and there'd be no point in having them come. Yeah.
Did you say 43 Laurel Glen Drive, 30 to 40 dudes here?
I don't exactly recall, but if I did, then yeah.
You didn't mention those texts, however, when you were talking with the police, right?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I don't know that it wasn't asked. Once I was asked about them, I told them about them. Yeah.
No, once you were asked about them, you told them that they
Okay,
existed. But before that, you didn't think that was important to share with them?
Not really. It was argumentative. It's a lot of just hearsay nonsense back and forth between the two of us. Yes, I told them where to go, but that doesn't invite anything that happened on that night.
Mr. Marcinzik, you didn't tell the cops about that because you thought it might get you in trouble, didn't you?
I don't know exactly what my thoughts were when I was 16. I could have been scared. I'm not sure.
You didn't think maybe you'd get in trouble for luring somebody over and then getting into a fight?
I mean, you said it yourself. I said the address with how many people. I wouldn't necessarily call that luring. They knew what they were getting themselves into.
Sir, what I said was you texted them the address, but you didn't say 30 to 40 dudes here, did you?
That's what you said.
That's not what I said, sir. Is
Well,
that
I
what
had a
you
misconception.
said?
I need to be looking at the same text you're looking at. I don't remember text I sent 3 years ago.
Let's see. At some point, you described there was a second encounter when the car came back, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside when the car returned?
Yeah, when I had gotten outside, the car was already parked in the street.
I'm talking about the second encounter when the car comes back, as you described, and the fight occurs out on the lawn. Okay?
Yes, like the fight. Yes, when everyone gets outside, the car's already parked, and the two of them are making their way towards the yard.
How did you know that the car was already outside?
There was a bunch of us there. They had said that the car had returned.
Did you see the car outside?
Did I see it return?
Yes.
Like, did I watch it come to a complete stop and return? No, I did not.
Where were you when the car
I
returned?
was inside.
You were inside the house?
Yes.
And so you came to learn that the car had returned because somebody...
It was just, we were all together. It was known, yes.
Did you just see people start to funnel outside, or did you hear somebody say, hey, the car's here?
Both.
Both of those things
Yeah,
occurred.
the car's here, we funneled outside.
And you didn't think, guys, we should stay inside right now. There's really no need to go outside the house if the car's back.
No, obviously not. I should have. It's a more mature way to look at it, yeah. But I was 16 and immature and walked outside to go watch a fight.
Go watch a fight?
Yeah, because at that point, no one was really involved. Like, the people arguing were the people arguing now.
So at some point, you get back outside into the yard. You see Tyler DeSilva out there?
Yes.
You see Raul Valle out there?
Yes.
And you see Jack Snyder out there?
Jack Snyder was driving.
Jack Snyder was driving is what you told us here today, but when you spoke with the cops, you said all three of them got out of the vehicle. Did you not?
I don't recall if I said that back then. Like, I might have misconstrued it a little bit. All three of them were there, but Jack remained in the vehicle.
And you did tell the officers that all three of the parties were out of the vehicle with the doors open, correct?
I mean, at one point, all doors were open on the vehicle.
You said everyone exited the house and approached the three parties on the lawn, correct?
Yeah.
Three parties.
Yeah.
Snyder, DeSilva, and Valle, correct?
Yeah, I said that in the moment. I don't know why I said that, honestly, but probably didn't assume two dudes would hop out and fight everyone. I thought maybe he was out of the car. I didn't see him somewhere, but then I noticed him in the car once they got in and instantly drove off.
And in fact, when you got out, you saw Tyler Rich and Tyler DeSilva talking, correct?
Yeah, there were words.
Were they fighting at that point?
No.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. DeSilva and Mr. Rich know each other?
I can't speak. I want to say they did, but I'm not sure.
And you said that they began exchanging words, correct?
Yeah.
And at this point, how many people from the party, the Shelton kids, were out there in the lawn?
Majority of us.
30 to 40?
Probably 30. Not all kids were outside, and I know kids that stayed inside.
Okay. Who were you standing beside?
What was that? Sorry.
Who were you standing beside?
I was kind of near the vicinity of Tanner. I wasn't really like up with everyone, or with anybody specifically. Like, I was just kind of observing.
What was Tanner doing?
At the time, Tanner was observing, and then he pulled out his phone and eventually recorded.
Tanner was filming this?
Eventually, once the fight broke out, yeah, he took a video.
Was he the only person filming?
I'm not sure, but at least to my knowledge, yes.
You were standing over by where Mr. DeSilva was on the ground being attacked, correct?
Yeah, well, him and Rich were wrestling on the ground. Yes.
It wasn't just Mr. De Silva and Mr. Rich that were going at it by themselves, was it?
Honestly, they were like, them two were the main ones. They were on the ground with each other. It's not like no one else was with Tyler on the ground, or Tyler Rich I'm referring to. Like no one else was helping him on the ground. But it was mainly just them two kind of going back and forth on the ground.
Just the two of them. Everybody was standing back to the side, letting them go at it.
I'm not going to speak of for people, but or specifics, or like I'm sure he caught a shot or two from somebody else, but like it was mainly like I remember seeing him on the ground. Rich had his shirt pulled up. De Silva's whole back was out. I remember seeing it. Rich was on the ground. De Silva was on top of him, but Rich kind of had him in like a chokehold kind of thing, but like not really. Like just like holding him down so he couldn't like get on top of him.
And you had such a good view of that because somebody was using their phone to live stream that, and the flashlight was on, wasn't it?
There was flashlights on, yeah.
And somebody was live streaming that whole thing, weren't they?
Live streaming?
Yes, sir.
I don't think anybody was live streaming this.
You don't think anybody was live streaming this?
I have no knowledge of anyone live streaming this.
You think somebody just pulled out their phone and turned on the flashlight and was holding it up to show the fight going on?
Are you confusing a video for a live stream? Because a live stream is lively streamed, and a video is not live streamed. It's do you understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate the distinction, sir. I'm not confused.
So you are asking about a live stream? No, I don't. To my knowledge, no one recorded a live stream. No.
Not to your knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know of anything. I've never heard once of a live stream.
But you would agree that somebody had their phone out, it was open, and at least it had the flashlight on, correct?
Yeah.
And that was shining on Mr. De Silva and the fight that was going on there, correct?
Yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
You were close to that?
Yeah.
You said the scene was chaotic, correct?
Yeah.
You've told us today that there were only 2 people that were in the yard that were fighting from the St. Joe's kids, correct?
Yes.
You told the officers there were 3, that it included Mr. Snyder, correct?
There were 3 involved. I could have said it like that. He wasn't literally involved in the fight, but he was their driver.
And you said Mr. Rich and Mr. De Silva began exchanging words, and they soon became involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Yes, they eventually were involved in an altercation, yes.
Again, how did they become involved in a physical altercation?
Well, once it looked like to us that Lito was going to swing on our front tie, Rich had just thrown a punch onto him and then stopped worrying about him, and him and De Silva started fighting.
I see. You said we thought that Lito was going to
Like that was
throw a
like
punch.
everyone kind of saw it, like at least what.
Sir, you don't know what everyone saw, do you?
No, I don't. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't know. We all saw it, but I saw him make a little move towards Ty, and Rich punched him, and then he turned towards De Silva because whoever was over there was just dealing with that.
You saw Mr. Valle.
Yeah, that's what started the fight, and then
make
once
a movement of some sort.
Yeah, like they were
Describe
squared up
that
to each
movement.
other. Just like he was like it was. He didn't make a big enough movement, but he twitched like in the wrong way that looked like it could have been aggressive, and obviously Rich is going to defend his boy.
So the first punch was thrown by a Shelton High kid. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that punch hit Mr. Valle, didn't it?
Yes.
And thereafter, it did become chaotic, didn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, everybody swarmed, the 30 or 40 of you, the 2 people that were there in that yard, correct?
No, there was a lot of people also watching. It wasn't like, obviously we're not gonna, like, you saw pictures of them afterwards. They didn't get stomped on by multiple tens of people. Like there was a couple kids, yeah, on each of them, but like I once the fight broke out, I didn't see Lito anymore because the crowd, and it went down. The crowd blocked it all, and I was just looking at De Silva fighting Rich.
The crowd blocked it off because they were swarming. There were at least 8 to 10 people attacking both of them, correct?
I can't say. I didn't see 8 to 10 people on De Silva, but I can't speak for Lito.
Did you see Mr. Villalobos involved in the fight?
Towards the end, he actually put De Silva to his feet and shoved him towards the road with the help of a few of his other buddies.
Did you see that, or did you watch a video?
No, that happened because when I was watching De Silva fight, he got lifted up and pushed out.
You saw that yourself?
Yeah, I was watching. Like I said, I was able to see the De Silva interaction.
Okay. Did you see Charles Connery involved in the fight?
I did not see him involved. No.
Did you see Ryan Hines involved in the fight?
He was. I know he was on the left side, but he was in Lito's area. They were all crowded together, so I didn't see him specifically do anything.
Didn't see Sal Perry involved in the fight?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see Michael Sampieri involved in the fight?
I did not see Michael at the time. No.
Didn't see Alex Bernson involved in the fight?
I saw Alex Bernstein.
Oh, what did you see Alex Bernson do?
He would when he threw a couple punches at De Silva, but nothing crazy. Like he threw some extra ones, but while Rich was wrestling him, he gave him a few.
Was he wearing a shirt?
I think he had it off.
It's hard to tell because there were a couple of folks that took off their shirts for this, right?
I'm not sure. Burns a big dude, so he stood out, and I'm pretty sure he had his shirt off.
Did you see Mr. McGrath involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side.
Did you see Tyler Rich involved in the fight?
Yes.
Did you see Faison Teal involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side as well.
Did you see Michael Lokovich involved in the fight?
I don't recall if he was involved, but he was in my general area of De Silva.
Did you see Tommy Connery involved in the fight?
He was also on the farther side, so I'm not sure if he was in there or not.
In fact, it was hard to see what was going on the other side because that side had encircled and descended upon Mr. Valle, correct?
Objection, he said he didn't see.
Sustained.
Did you say that you didn't see or that it was hard to see?
I didn't see. Once the people came in front of me, I said it. I didn't see at first and followed it up by saying it was hard to see, but I meant for both. I couldn't see. People were swarming. Yes, I didn't see it, but I didn't specifically see anyone go to the ground on him. Multiple people. So I can't speak on that.
People swarmed him, correct?
Objection, just testified he couldn't see.
Sir, overruled. You can answer that if you know.
Obviously people, yes, huddled around, but I didn't I saw more people standing than doing anything.
Did you remain in that same position throughout the course of this fight? Where you've described by the red bush and the cement square? You did not yourself throw any punches?
No.
And you described Tanner Chernowski, your cousin, as you've described him, the closeness, filming this, correct?
Yes.
He took his phone out and didn't call 911, but started filming what was going on.
Yeah.
And he was walking back and forth filming this, correct?
No, I believe he's stationary, maybe moves a couple feet left and right, but not really moving around. The video, you can really only see De Silva. Like I said, his side's over there.
But you described yourself seeing Mr. Valle go to the car.
Yeah, because the car was, like I said, it's more in that where the area it is. They're fighting back more up. So when he runs out of his area, he's now kind of behind. Like from my view, he runs behind where De Silva is, and you see the car door open. I watch him open the car door, and then the light turns on. We all a couple of us put our attention over there, which Tanner also noticed, and then he runs back.
And you saw that?
Yeah, once he runs back, I lost him again because he ran out of my view.
And you described Mr. Chernowski taking a video of this, correct?
Yes.
You've watched that video, have you not?
Yeah, I've been shown it.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I'm not sure, honestly. I think the first time I saw it was when I was shown it.
Who showed it to you?
By the detectives, because Tanner didn't send that video anywhere, and he told everyone he deleted it the night of, but he kept it and gave it to the cops.
He didn't show it to you?
No, I had not. That night, I wasn't worried about watching a video.
Cops showed that to you? That's your testimony?
I believe so. I don't have any prior knowledge of the video.
And you told us that you didn't see anyone get stabbed with a knife, correct?
I didn't directly watch a knife enter somebody, no.
In fact, you didn't see a knife at any point. Is that
No.
fair to say?
Yes.
You were watching both of these fights going on, but your attention was divided. Fair to say?
Yeah, and once it became divided, it mainly focused just onto De Silva's fight.
And you'd had at least 2 or 3 beers.
Yeah, in the span of those 4 hours.
Okay, and you
Or-
were
or early
16
in
at the
night.
time.
Yes, I was.
And you told the officers that Snyder, De Silva, and Valle hopped back into the Pilot and drove off towards Adams.
Yeah, well, they were all into the car and they drove off.
And you told us you'd been friends with Mr. McGrath, correct?
Yeah,
And that you'd known him since you were very young, correct?
correct.
And would you describe him as a cousin the same way you described Mr. Chernowski?
No, because once we went to high school, obviously he went to prep. We grew apart a little bit, but it was still always love when we saw each other.
You would describe him as somebody who was the toughest kid you know, right?
Yeah, on a field, he was an animal.
And that he wouldn't back down from anyone, right?
No,
And that if he saw his friends getting into a fight, he would join that fight, right?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Doesn't, if not, if that's what he said, I'll overrule. The question continues to be, you've said. Is that correct, Attorney Smith?
I beg your pardon, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Does the question continue to be that you've said these things?
That he
I
would
understand.
describe him as that.
Describe him as?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
I'll allow it, overruled.
I'm sorry, repeat.
That you would describe him as somebody who, if he saw his friends being in a fight, he would go out and join it, correct?
Depending on the situation. If he saw his boys winning, probably not.
If he saw his boys winning, probably not.
Yeah, like he wouldn't just jump into a fight to fight.
But if he saw someone punching his boys, he'd probably hop in.
Objection is to probably.
Sustained.
Mr. Marcinzik, at some point you also engaged in doing an identification of folks that were there with the officers, correct?
Yes.
And you identified Mr. Valle as having been there.
I'm sorry, what was the end of that?
You identified Mr. Valle as having been there.
Yes.
You also identified another person as having been involved, correct?
Tyler De Silva?
Anybody else?
Not sure.
When you were telling State's Attorney Durso about watching this fight go on in the yard, you described De Silva as being in a wrestling match, right?
Yeah, like they were on the ground, like together, Rich and De Silva. So I would call that grappling with each other.
Just Rich and De Silva involved in a wrestling match by themselves.
Well, they were the main two on the ground. Like, yeah, you obviously caught a couple strays. There's plenty of people, but I don't know from who.
What do you mean by caught a couple strays?
Like, they're on the ground. Someone's gonna just throw a sneaky punch or throw a sneaky kick, like just exactly like what they did to Hines at Lazy Brook.
Well, and you described Mr. Lakovich as being in the area, correct?
Yeah.
Villalobos was in the area, correct? Burnson was in the area, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, you have to.
Sorry.
For the record. But they weren't just in the area, were they?
I mean, I know Byrne was throwing some punches, yes, but I don't recall exactly if Locke and Villa were fully in there like that.
Would you agree that you are very clear on the facts about how you came in and out of the house and where you stood?
Yeah.
Would you agree that you are less clear about who threw punches and who was involved?
I would, yes, with the fight aspect.
Would you agree that all of the Shelton High kids were friends of yours?
I mean, yeah, they've all known each other.
You don't want to see any of them get in trouble, do you?
No, but they necessarily couldn't really get in any trouble at this point in time, so I wouldn't be doing them a favor.
Okay. You continued to text even after the fight had ended, correct?
I believe I had sent some texts once because my phone was being nonstop lit up with calls, and I pulled out my phone to look at them, and I had noticed a text from them first. So I responded. I think I remember what they were as well.
Oh, what were they?
The final text was that I received a text that said, "Let me know how surgery goes," and I responded out of childness. I was like, "Bro, look at your face. You'll probably never get a girl." Not really knowing the severity, just throwing something. But that's why I responded, because I read that text.
You responded to Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder said something about surgery, correct?
Yes.
And you responded something about look at your face?
Yeah. I didn't know whose number that was, so I just gave it was a random number to me, so assumed it was maybe one of the people fighting, since he's sitting, like, I don't know. I didn't know who it was at the time.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You told us when the swarm occurred on Mr. Valle, you couldn't see Mr. Valle anymore at that point, correct?
I couldn't really point anyone out in specific.
You didn't see him again until you saw
he
him
ran
at the
into the
car,
road.
correct? And then when he came back onto the lawn again, you lost sight of him again at that point, correct?
I had lost sight of him, and the only thing that I had heard was Charlie Connery scream twice that he had a knife.
You lost sight of him because that group swarmed him again, correct?
No, he came back into it. He had all will to leave and brought himself back into it.
That's your opinion, sir?
I don't know. I watched him wailing. Like, no one pulled him back in from that car. He ran to their car and came straight back in.
And you couldn't see him because all of your Shelton High friends were blocking your view, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't the tallest 3 years ago, so.
I feel your pain. You could be unable to see them because they were taller and they were also forming a circle, were they not?
Honestly, a circle probably would have made it easier for me to see him if they fully surrounded him, because majority of the people, it was like a wall, so I couldn't see him.
Could you see Mr. McGrath at that point?
No, I wasn't. I didn't. Maybe I saw him. I didn't notice it was Jimmy at the time. No.
Could you see Michael Sampieri?
Sorry, what was that, Michael?
Could you see Michael Sampieri?
I don't know exactly where Michael was. No.
Could you see Michael Lakovich?
He was around me. Yeah.
Could you see Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah, he pushed Tyler into the road. I think Locke might have helped with that too.
Could you see them at the time that you could no longer see Mr. Valle?
Like, once they split, was I able to see Locke and Lobos? Yeah, I wasn't focused on them. Like, I never really took screenshots in my mind of all the people that were around and everything. I know who was there, but I don't know the specifics of who was where, when, and where, and how.
This was a chaotic scene, right?
Yeah.
You heard a lot of people screaming, right?
Yes.
In fact, before you heard Charlie Connery screaming about a knife, you heard other people screaming other things, right?
Not necessarily, because Charlie yelling he has a knife was significantly louder, and like everyone heard Charlie yell that.
You didn't hear anything being said when Tyler DeSilva was being attacked?
No. At least I don't recall. Like, it was scuffling and shit talk. I don't remember exactly everything that was said.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. I'm assuming there's going to be some redraw.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. This is a good time to take our morning recess. So we are going to break for 15 minutes for the morning recess. We'll pick back up at 12:15. Court stands in recess. Thank you.
I was gonna say morning break only now. I thought we already had, but guess what? We can still kind of jump on. I think We can go live, but yeah, I think we can go live and gone. Yeah, we can go live and be live. Hey, Rubber, good morning. It came just in on time that we are catching up the trial live. Can you check Discord? I need to talk to you. Everything is fine, but I need to just, have a, you know, yeah. I am tired. I'm having one of those days that I just want to sleep because I'm tired. 3 days working is like it's already a lot. And having to work tomorrow, it's gonna be a lot. I'm gonna need a nap tomorrow when I get back home for sure. But anyway, this witness, wow, it's been a long witness. He has been there since basically we started today. He is attended to the party that happened in the house in question. He saw things happening. He was part of somehow of the fight. I think he has held himself accountable and very well. So I do really like this witness. So our plans has changed a little bit. So I'm gonna talk to Rubber still, but and I will be try to be in chat throughout the hearing and start my date night later than originally planned because Bryan Kohberger has a hearing today. I wanted to catch the hearing anyway. I was thinking of doing tomorrow on a recap, but there is a possibility that our friend RA cannot stream the hearing. There's a lot of people that want to watch. So in collaboration with him, he's kind of helping us out. He's sending people over here for the hearing live. So we might have a few more people than normal. So I will be in the back chat. I will be in the chat to help out if chat gets crazy and everything as a mod. But Rebel will take the lead for me. But I would still, just being hanging on. The hearing is in 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours and 10 minutes is the hearing. So that starts at 12:30 local time, I think, but it starts in 2 hours. So yeah, we yeah, the chat could get really crazy. So I will be here to try to help out, obviously to help out and everything mod and all mods needed if possible. I need to text or email Lois for it if they need, if she can be in. So needs to get organized, and I need to contact Keo and everything. So I need to text CEO and Lois as well. So it's gonna be good, hopefully. I mean, oh yeah, no, I absolutely understand, Paula. I absolutely understand it. That's why I'm delaying a little bit my date night, so I can be here and help out with anything that is needed. So so Robert's not too thing and everything goes according to plan, but it's good, pushes the channel a little bit more out there. I love you guys a lot, but I would like to see our family to grow a little bit more. I don't think it's gonna get that crazy, but I know you are, and I really appreciate that, Stephanie. I really, really do appreciate it. Yes, Bryan Kohberger has a hearing that it is going to be a big hearing because it's the one that the attorneys are trying to push the trial to the Dateline investigate the Dateline episode and due to all the other stuff that's going on. So yes, because of the KR thing. And I am sorry, but I'm just hoping that the Karen Reed verdict does not come while while the hearing is on, because I might have a meltdown in the background. I just hope that the verdict watch for Karen Reed, the verdict does not happen while we are on that hearing, because it could get wilder. It could get crazy. So, but we're gonna be here for it. And oh, great! Seriously. So yeah, definitely. Whew, is a test. I need all hands on deck if possible. You can go. And I just need to send this text out. Hearing of the begin two 2 hours. Sorry. Yeah. Oh no. If they're yeah. If they have a verdict while on BK hearing, when if we are busy, I would like to unsubscribe to myself. I think I would unsubscribe to even myself. Uh. Uh. So yeah, sorry, I was just texting Robert to say where we are on the current trial. But yeah, can you imagine verdict on KR while doing Bryan Kohberger? That would be absolutely insane. Insane. Um. Okay, so we just hit 18 hours on the verdict watch on for Karen Reed. If we are going with the same as last time, we still have about 6 hours, 18, 19, 20, 9 hours to go of deliberations until they declare a mistrial again for the second time. I think that is what is going to happen, but they haven't come back yet with a deadlock, so we'll see what happens. But Bryan Kohberger, I'm excited. I'm really wanting to this trial as well, or like a possibility, but the length of it, 3 months. We'll still talk about it, guys. We'll talk about the trial. Hearings are okay. I won't cover the hearings, but the trial in itself, it's gonna be a challenge for sure. So yeah. So yeah. I mean, it's possible that the trial will get delayed. I kind of would want that because if it is delayed, I probably will be in a better position to be able to follow this trial better. So, sorry, hang on. Just Rubber texting me 1 second. 2 hours from now on L. Sorry. So yeah, it's just because I would like to cover, but commit for 3 month trial with a big, massive time difference, plus my hours that I work that are crazy. If it is a little bit when I can, possible do this a full time, it would be better. But you're watching hard, hands up, laughing. Okay. um. So like what we gonna do is like what am I gonna do is Rubber is gonna come up soon. She will take over. I will go make dinner with Garden Bot, and then I'll come back for Bryan Kohberger. I think that's a good plan. Because there's still like 2 hours for BK, 1 hour for lunchtime, which is gonna probably be soon. And then I can come back, have probably still dinner with Garden Bot, and then while he's watching something, I can just do a bit of modding for the hearing, and then it's up to Rubber if she carries on the trial. If she wants, is absolutely fine, but probably after the hearing, if it is not too long, I will be going to bed and enjoy a little bit more with Garden Bot, and then be back tomorrow. Whatever Robert does not finish tonight, which is fine, we can finish it up tomorrow, because my plan tomorrow was to do the Bryan Kohberger hearing, but because this opportunity appeared, that is absolutely fine, so we can finish off day 2 tomorrow if we have to, and then do the Rodney Hinton hearing that he had. We might also do the Colin Gregg hearing as well, if time allows. I don't want to do a big stream tomorrow because it's not a trial day. I would like a night off as well, So I'm planning about with 3 to 4 hour day, not that long. So we'll see what we can do. What we can't do, we'll do over the weekend, or we can do even before the trial on Friday, because this trial only starts at 10 a.m. local, and that will allow us to do something before, so we can come on at 9, do something for the first hour, and then start the trial at 10 a.m. So I mean, this is if the trial comes back on Friday. They might take they might take the Friday off as well. I don't know. Do courts do like that? Do like to have an extend?
Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, thank you. All right, so good afternoon. I apologize for the delay. We had some technical difficulties, so we have resolved those and we are ready to proceed. I'm going to ask the witness to take the stand. Thank you. Please watch your step, have a seat. I just want to remind you, you continue to be under the obligation of your oath. All right, and we'll bring the jury in. Thank you. All right, ask counsel to please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors. All right, thank you. Before we begin with redirect to the jurors, I just want to apologize for the delay. We did have technical difficulties. We've resolved them. We're good. And I'm going to ask the state to come on up and conduct its redirect. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. I want to direct your attention to your testimony on cross-examination when counsel asked you about this group chat that was going on. Early on in the group chat, you had mentioned on cross that there was a comment about going to Trumbull High School. Was that sent by anybody from your group?
No.
Was that sent by somebody from the St. Joe's group?
Yes.
Do you know who sent that?
No, it was a random
What
number.
was your understanding of the request to come to Trumbull High School? Why?
To go fight there.
Okay. And did anybody from your group go to Trumbull High School?
No.
And the back and forth in this group chat, you indicated it was argumentative. Do you know the subject of why there was this back and forth between you and your friends and the St. Joe's group? Was that over what had happened at Lazy Brook?
Yes.
Now, when the council asked you about, you went outside when the car initially drove up to the house, beginning. You said that you went outside because you were curious.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
Like, we had no idea what's going to happen. We're going to go outside and see what's going on. There might have been a lack of better term. I used curious there, but we just all head outside. And there's people here who knew what was going on prior.
In your mind, did you expect to fight at the house?
It was a thought. I don't know if it was exactly going to happen. It could have been settled. I don't know, but some sort of interaction, yeah.
In your mind, if there was going to be an altercation at Tyler Rich's house, would it have been a fist fight?
Yeah.
Would you have brought any weapons to this fight?
No.
Now, when the car pulled up, was the group chat still going on, or did it die down a little bit?
It's like once we were in in-person interactions. They died down. There were still texts here and there, but it significantly died down once we were in the same vicinity.
Now, when the car took off down the street, and I think your testimony was went up and down the street a few times, you indicated they threw things at you guys threw things back. Did the group chat continue at that point, do you recall?
Yeah.
And how did it continue?
There was text on both parts.
Let me ask you this. Did you say anything in the group chat when the car was driving back and forth or after?
Yeah,
What did you say?
something along the lines of like, throw stuff at our cars, throw stuff at us, like, good one, like, get out of the car.
Now, when the car drove away up and down the street, you saw it stop finally down near farmhouse. Did you see the car leave the area for good?
No. Or at one point, yeah, they took the turn on the farmhouse, but I believe they just came back up around the block.
But at some point in time,
At some point it left view.
later
yeah.
that night, the car came back.
Yeah.
Was there any talk about back and forth on your part about having the car come back, let's fight, or had that?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Now, when the car finally returned, you went outside to watch.
Yeah.
And why did you do that?
Because they said that they were here. That they were actually here this time. They were coming. So we all went outside, and the older guys kind of took the reins and were like, "What's up?"
At any point in time, did you tell them to leave prior to that final interaction on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Lane?
Not in like a discreet upfront way, but there was definitely like get the F out of here, like leave, like, just like a part of arguments. Like, you're sitting in your car, get the hell out of here. Just things like that.
And when they returned on the front lawn, your expectation, you were going to what? See what on the front lawn potentially?
A fight.
And in your mind, a fight, did a fight include the use of weapons?
No.
Did any of your friends have weapons?
No.
Now, counsel indicated on cross-examination that you had told the police that there were 3 people that got out of the car that night. Can you explain what you meant by that?
I don't directly recall the exact question I was asked for that response. I just know that there was 3 people involved, so maybe they took me involving the 3 as like all 3 were literally involved and were in the fight.
But as you sit here today, do you know whether or not Jack Snyder was involved in the fight?
He was not involved in the fight.
Do you know whether or not Tyler DeSilva was involved in the fight?
He was involved in the fight.
Do you know whether or not the defendant was involved?
He was involved in the fight.
And do you know whether or not Tyler DeSilva and the defendant were the only 2 individuals on that front lawn from that car?
Yes.
So they came back.
Yes.
And based on the nature of what was said during the interaction between Tyler Rich and Tyler DeSilva and the defendant and Ty Wood and Ryan Hines, was the tone of that conversation, not what they said, but was the tone peaceful?
No.
Now, you were asked about what you recall witnessing after the fight starts, and you indicated that you saw Tyler DeSilva on top of Tyler Rich.
Yeah, at a point in time in the fight, and his head's kind of down to the side near Rich's head, and his back is exposed. His shirt is kind of.
So he's on the ground.
Yeah, Rich is on the ground, and he's DeSilva's on top of him, but kind of Rich is kind of holding him down, kind of curling him in a ball, I guess, on top of him.
Okay, and so if I'm Tyler DeSilva, how is he on the ground?
Knees are on the ground, and then Rich was holding his upper body.
He's on the ground. So he's on the ground like this, and he's in the headlock.
Yeah.
So, for all intents and purposes, what you witnessed during that fight was Tyler Rich was on his back.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know counsel asked you a little bit about what else you recall about that specific part of the fight. Do you recall seeing Alex Bernstein there? And what do you recall about his involvement in that part of the fight?
He was a bystander at first, but we kind of all really met him that night. He was a friend of Tanner's that had came along because I guess he had heard about it all. But yeah, he got involved, but not for terribly long. He got in, threw a couple punches, and then it kind of stopped. It was
When you say he threw a couple punches, were they hard punches?
I couldn't judge. They were body shots. I know that.
Okay. And when you say body shots, do you recall where they landed?
Probably around like this area
On his back?
On either side, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall if Michael Samperi was in the area?
I don't recall if Michael was in the area.
Do you recall if Sal Perry was in the area?
I don't remember seeing Sal.
Do you recall Ricky or Enrico Fiola in the area?
He was in the area.
Was he involved in the fight?
I didn't personally witness him do anything.
Do you recall whether or not Jacob Villalobos was involved in the fight?
When I noticed Jake was there, he was when he would finally pried him apart and pushed De Silva out to the road. That's when I first really realized it was Jake Villa.
So Jake Villalobos came over and pushed De Silva out into the road?
Yeah, he pushed him out, and I think collective was just like, get out of here. Done. It was a short thing. The fight between both of them at the same time was probably a minute long at most.
And when that happened, at what point did you see the defendant come back into the fight?
As he's sort of like, as Tyler gets like shoved and he's stumbling out, he runs back in. And it's kind of like as Lito's re-entering, just Silva's like standing there and he's like adjusting his pants and like just adjusting his clothing that he has on.
So at that moment, when the defendant comes back into the fight, De
Silva's no longer involved.
So he's out where, in the street?
Yeah, he's standing in the road at the time.
Now, the defense counsel asked you about Jimmy McGrath. You grew up with Jimmy?
Yeah.
How well did you know him?
I know him pretty well until we split to high school, but I still would see him. I saw him pretty often. We'd see each other every couple months.
And did you play sports with him?
I did. I played lacrosse with him when we were younger.
And May 14th of 2022, was this during lacrosse season?
It could have been for prep. I think. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was.
Okay. And do you know whether or not Jimmy was actually playing
Yes, he
lacrosse
was.
at the time?
He was.
And I think the description that you gave on cross-examination is Jimmy wouldn't just hop into the fight.
Like, there'd have to be a reason. Like, those characteristics are true about him, yes, but that's because he's a great friend. He was a great kid, and he wouldn't just jump into a fight because it's free pickings, if that makes sense. Like, if he could just get a couple punches, then no. Like,
So in other words, what you're saying is if someone was in a fight and there was it looked like it was a fair fight, he wouldn't just jump in and throw a few punches?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
So with regards to Jimmy, was he a violent individual?
No.
How would you describe Jimmy's demeanor?
He was a funny kid, always looking to make a joke to cheer people up. He was had an amazing character. Like, he's one of one. I don't know many people who were like Jimmy. Yeah, he knew how to fight, but he wasn't like he was looking for a fight.
And based on your recollection of what happened that night, do you recall seeing Jimmy involved with Tyler De Silva in a
No.
fight? Do you recall seeing Jimmy involved with the defendant in a fight?
No, I didn't see Jimmy really at all outside. He was just in the crowd.
Was he involved? When you say he was in the crowd, where was he?
He was on the farther side where Lito would have been.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Smith?
So you've just told us that Mr. McGrath wouldn't join in the fight just to get in some. Could you tell us what it was that he wouldn't do?
Just to get some free punches. Like, there's a reason he's gonna fight, and it's kind of always how he's been. He fights if there's a reason for him to fight.
So he wouldn't join in with the group and swarm and start kicking somebody that was down on the ground.
Not while if you're claiming he was swarmed while witnessing that, no.
He wouldn't join if there was a swarm. He wouldn't join that swarm and start getting in some kicks.
From the way I know Jimmy, no.
You told us that you didn't see Mr. McGrath with the defendant at all, correct? But you saw that Mr. McGrath was over on the edge, you said?
I knew his general area. I never exactly witnessed him doing anything with the defendant or in his involvement in the fight.
You thought you knew where his general area was, but you couldn't actually see him. That's correct, right?
No, I knew he was over to the left when he had walked in, but once things broke out, I lost track of people and I wasn't really worrying about where everybody was.
So you couldn't see where Mr. McGrath was.
Once the fight broke out, no, I
Once
wasn't.
the fight broke out. And you couldn't see where Mr. Valle was when he stepped back onto the yard, could you?
No, once he came back in, he was out of my view.
But your claim is that you couldn't see Mr. McGrath, you couldn't see Mr. Valle, but you could see Mr. De Silva out in the yard, out in the road, hiking up his pants.
Yeah, because they were in separate locations.
They were in separate locations
Yeah,
when
they were in the
Mr.
same
De
physical
Silva
location,
and
but
Mr.
the angles I had on them, yes, I was able to see one and not the other.
Now you've told us though that you watched a video of all this, right? That Mr. Chernowski
I
took?
was showed a video, yes.
And that video was shot from a different perspective than where you were standing, correct?
Pretty similar.
Were you standing beside Tanner Chernowski?
Not directly, but I was near him, yeah.
Was he standing over by the cement square and the red bush?
Yeah, he was closer to the fight. He was closer to like front row.
How far away were you from Mr. Chernowski?
Tanner's probably at this picture to that right, which would be in front of the tree. And I'm, like I said, near the concrete in the bush. So a couple feet. It's not terrible.
And you saw that video after you gave your original statement, correct?
Yeah.
How many times do you think you've watched that video?
I think I've been shown it maybe 3 or 4 times.
You've been shown it 3 or 4 times by somebody from the
Yeah.
state's attorney's office or the police?
Maybe 2 or 3 times. I remember a while back and I was updated. And that's about it.
You've never watched it on your own?
I never had it, no.
So you've only watched it when you've been shown it by somebody from the police department or the state's attorney's office?
Yes, I believe so.
When was the last time you watched that video?
Our prior meeting, which I think was like 2 weeks ago, maybe a week and a half.
Week and a half ago or so, you saw that video.
Yeah.
Today, you would agree you've testified slightly differently than what you told the officers when you first spoke to them about what you witnessed.
Yeah, maybe they wrote down some things they took a little bit differently.
Sir, do you think that your recollection has in any way been affected by your viewing of that video?
No, because I was actually asked to describe what had happened before I was shown the video. When I was shown the video, so they were pretty similar, they lined up.
And it's your testimony then that you were able to see Mr. De Silva out in the road, but you could not see Mr. McGrath or Mr. Valle.
Yeah, once he came back in, or Lito came back into involvement, I lost view of him.
And you told us that Mr. Burnson showed up that night, and it was the first time that many of you had met him.
I can't speak for all. I had met him. Like, he was a new name to be brought around.
Okay, and he showed up because he had heard about it all.
He was there like before they were. They, as in the St. Joe's kids, but like Tanner obviously knew. So I think them two together, and Byrne just wanted to come hang out.
So he'd been recruited to come there.
Not necessarily recruited. It's not like we needed any assistance like that or anything like that.
You already had 30 or 40 people there.
Yeah.
You told us you didn't go to Trumbull High, right?
No.
Why not?
So I was in Shetland and I wasn't driving to a public high school to potentially fight somebody.
Wanted to do that on your home turf?
Not even home turf. It's just stupid to fight at a high school. It's surrounded in cameras, and it's also, yeah, like I think some of them are from Trumbull. I don't know, but that's like we're not going out of our way to go to Trumbull High School.
So you didn't want to go to Trumbull High School because there were cameras there.
Yeah, like that's just reasons. Like it'd be stupid to go have a fight at a public location.
Not because you didn't want to have a fight, right?
Yeah, and more so, we didn't want to go to them. We had no real desire.
You had 30 or 40 people there. Why not bring them there, right?
No, wouldn't bring them there.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Nothing from the state.
All right, very good. All right, so you can step down. Please watch your step as you exit the witness box. All right, so we only have about 13 minutes before the 1 o'clock lunch recess, so I'm going to go ahead and break into that lunch recess at this time. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to be breaking for recess. From now, we'll pick back evidence up at 2 p.m., so please be back and prepared to come in at 2 p.m. I will remind you of the obligations of your oath. I won't go through everything right now, but again, I'll highlight some of them. Just don't speak with anyone. Avoid talking to anyone who tries to approach you. Do not conduct any investigation. Stay away from anything regarding this particular matter in the media, especially during your lunch here, and try to avoid any members of the public as you are entering, if in fact you guys at the building for lunch. Have a great lunch, and we'll see you back here for 2 o'clock. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Okay, so they're going to recess. Where's my microphone? I don't even know where my microphone is, guys. I'm up here just talking away, and I don't even know. Possibly more witnesses. Yeah, Stephanie, after lunch. But we have about an hour and a half. We have an hour and a half until the Kohberger hearing. And Karen Reed is at 19 hours and 7 minutes in on verdict watch. So let's just watch something parole hearing. We're just gonna pick something out of the blue. This one says, old time gangster keeps it real during a parole board hearing. So I figured, what the heck? Let's just watch a couple of these instead while we're waiting, since we have a few more witnesses.
I'd like to go back.
Tell us why you think you deserve parole.
Hey, if you're going to give it to me, give it to me. If not, I could go back. I'm not here to debate with y'all or nothing.
Okay.
If you're going to grant me parole, grant it to me. If you're not going to grant it to me, I got 5 months to go. As simple as that.
Well, Mr. Edwards, you make it very difficult to even consider you for parole.
I'm just being straight up. If you're going to grant it to me, grant it to me. If not, I'll go back and I'll finish my time.
Yeah, I kind of respect that approach. We're so accustomed to those trying to manipulate
This is Mandu's
the
channel.
board. He's just laying down the facts. I mean,
I like
he's
his channel.
He's been through it, and he's just laying down. He's putting his cards on the table and saying, "Are you going to grant me, or will you not grant me?" And look, from the records that Sir Richard was able to find, he does not have a dirty jacket. We only see one other offense in the past 10 years, which is threatening second degree, and then this current offense, which is, well, it's not good. It's driving while intoxicated, having
in or
a
out,
weapon.
doesn't matter. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do.
And driving without insurance, although he claims to have just bought the car. But I mean, neither here nor there. Now, Connecticut only shows records going back a decade, so it wouldn't surprise me if he has a long history. But he's not into kitties, and he doesn't have any essays in his jacket. So, we're so accustomed to them releasing the worst of the worst, constantly making excuses to release those who are the most dangerous. And, anyways, let's see if
He has a point. Mandu's saying that, usually they'll release the worst of the worst, the ones with the essays, the ones with the red rums under their belt and stuff like that. And this guy's got some tickets. You know, he's got moving violations and stuff that he's done for a long time. So, okay, here we go, right? Stephanie, I just like that line. He's too old to play. You know, this man has got to be, you know, late 60s maybe, and he's tired. He's like, just give me my remote. Let me go to my recliner.
If they make an exception for him or if he just has to do his time. Let me know at the end how you feel about his approach with that.
Kenneth Ray Edwards, 65621.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted for a parole application for Kenneth Edwards, 065621. He is serving a sentence of 6 years execution suspended 30 months for 3 years of probation for criminal possession of a pistol, illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence. As of state record reflects a parole eligibility date of March 25th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender to follow programs. Voices, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in a very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole.
Look at his face.
I didn't understand.
Tell us why you think you deserve parole.
Hey, if you're gonna give it to me, give it to me. If not, I could go back. I'm not here to debate with y'all or nothing. If you're gonna grant me parole, grant it to me. If you're not gonna grant it to me, I got 5 months to go. As simple as that.
Well, you know, Mr. Edwards, you make it very difficult to even consider you for parole.
I'm just being straight up. If you're gonna grant it to me, grant it to me.
You know,
If not, I'll go back and I'll finish my time.
Okay. Well, why did you not want to cooperate with the parole officer?
I'm cooperating, but I got caught with a gun. I'm guilty of that. Okay, I'm serving my time for that. I never said I didn't have it. I never said I didn't do it. If you're gonna grant me parole, grant me parole. The reason I carry the gun, you wanna know? Because I've been shot up 4 times. The reason I carry it is for my protection. That's why I carried it. I wasn't out there in the street looking for trouble or bothering nobody. I had it for my protection.
Well, you were driving a car intoxicated.
And I just had bought the car. I just had bought the car. I didn't get a chance to register. I lost the car because I got caught with a gun in it. That was a lost story. I don't cry about nothing. If I did something, I earn up to it.
Well, you do own up to it. I do appreciate that. And I did notice that you took responsibility. My statement was you were carrying a firearm, driving a car intoxicated.
I was on my way home.
You were driving.
The car was unregistered. I just had bought the car. I just had bought the car. I didn't get a chance to register anything. I lost the car.
Did you have the paperwork to support your having purchased the car?
Yes.
Did you show
it was at my house. It was at my house.
Well, then you can't drive a car without the paperwork inside because anytime you purchase a car, okay.
I realized that.
Yeah, and Mr. Edwards, you are prohibited from having a firearm. I understand you wanted it for your protection, and you were driving the car while drinking. After you had been drinking.
I'm not denying it yet.
Okay.
And I got caught. And I'm in jail. Yes. And I'm paying for it. I'm not asking nobody to do me no favor, do nothing for me. I am willing to do whatever I'm supposed to do. If I have to do all my time, I do all my time. If y'all don't want to grant me parole, don't grant it to me. I'm not gonna cry about it.
Hey, Mr. Edwards.
Do what I gotta do.
Mr. Edwards.
Yes.
Discretionary parole is something that's earned. And the way this happens, right, is we come into a hearing and we ask questions to see if any kind of change has happened in you, that you might go back out into the community and not commit the same offenses. That's why we're here. It's not like we're going to see what we give you for Christmas. It's we just want to ask some questions. And that's what the parole officer was also getting at, to see if you're a risk in the community. That's what it was about. So it's not either give it to me or
I don't
don't.
consider myself a risk in the community. I'm gonna go back out. Either way, I'm gonna go back out and I'm gonna be the same person I was. I'm gonna live my life the way I was living it. I wasn't out there causing hectic, commotion or anything against nobody. The only person I hurt was me by driving a car with unregistered car and carrying a gun. That ain't hurt no one but me.
Well, you can't, are you telling us?
Okay, I have to say, this guy's preaching his truth. He's saying, I did it. I was driving the car. I had the gun. I was drinking. I was just going home. Exactly, Stephanie. Don't tell me how to live my life. You know, I've been living it for how many years now? Because he's obviously lived a few years. He's like, just let me live my life. I'm going to do the same thing when I get out. I'm going to still carry my gun with me when I go to the gas station and get my beer in my unregistered car. If I can get my unregistered car back. Yeah, I'm still going to do it. I'm going to live my life.
So you're going to go back out in the community and just carry another firearm for
Yeah,
protection?
I didn't say that. I said I'm going back out and live my life accordingly. I'm 67 years old.
67.
What I look like going back out in the street again, carrying another gun. I'm retired now. I'm going back out and live my life accordingly and enjoy the rest of my life. That's what I'm planning on doing.
Do you think you need help for your alcohol use?
No.
No?
No.
Right, I have no other questions, Mr. Chair.
We're going to bury anything.
No questions. Nope.
He's denied. I'm sorry, guys.
No.
I've seen it.
Mr. Edwards makes it very difficult to consider him for discussion and parole. You know, the alcohol use is an issue, and he doesn't seem to understand that drinking and driving is a crime in itself. Whether or not the car was registered or belonged to him or bought, and carrying a firearm is a crime, and he doesn't seem to have an understanding of it. He scores very high for risk to recidivate at the age of 67. So I do not have him voted to discretion and parole today.
Okay,
He hasn't given us any.
Okay, let me go. I'll go do my last 5 months.
Hang on. What criminal history?
It's criminal history,
Inadequate evidence, offender change.
and he doesn't have a relapse prevention plan. Like he's in very
Institutional program participation.
Okay. So regarding Kenneth Edwards, 065621, move to deny parole based upon criminal history, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Edwards, we weren't able to give you.
Thank you. Y'all have a nice day.
All right. We hope you have a good New Year.
Okay, bye. Bye.
05621.
I told you what I'm going to do. If y'all go crazy, you're not the one sitting here wasting time.
He's
Tell you,
still going.
I kind of respect his approach. We're so accustomed to seeing every type of parole hearing, the whining and the faking and the this and the that. This man, he's
All right, so that was kind of funny. He just says, you know, here, I'm gonna drink when I get out. I'm gonna sit on my porch. I'm gonna drink my beer, and if I get a beer and have a gun next to me, then so be it. So here's another one. This one's a short 20 minutes. It says he goes nuts on the parole board. I'm gonna sue all of you. So let's see what this psycho's got.
not a problem.
So why stipulate it? I like to drink. Why stipulate it? Is drinking illegal? Am I underage?
something in the water in Connecticut, and we're about to see another one of those.
Oh, it's another Connecticut
parole hearings. I'll unpack it with the details at the end.
Good morning. My name is Ulysses Corona, inmate number 267628.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ulysses Corona 267628. He is serving a sentence.
Okay, I'm gonna pause here for a moment of laughter. Okay, y'all know Sheila's got to throw her funny out here. This man's last name is Corona. Hello? 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 Knock, knock, knock. Hello? His last name's Corona. Carry on.
Of 30 months jail, 6 parole application for Ulysses Corona 267628. He is serving a sentence of 30 months jail, followed by 30 months special parole for 3 counts of robbery third. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 23rd, 2024 at 85%. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has stated he has completed voices to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score for the SRT falls within the high range for recidivism. Mr. Corona, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to thank all of you individually for hearing me out. I've been in a bit of a difficult situation. I was having kind of a rough time before my incarceration, and I fully own up to the mistakes I made. I'm not making excuses, but I had to address some issues and needs that I had when I was out there. I'm basically homeless, penniless, jobless, and carless and clothless. And I just had a really rough time. I was dealing with depression at the time. I was able to obtain mental health care and therapy, and I benefited greatly from that. In addition to the Voices program for which I was stipulated, from which I benefited greatly, I also completed the Seeking Safety program at Harford County, which is not it was not on my OAP and it's not in the database, but it is a valid DLC program. And I do have that certificate presently. I have the, you already mentioned the Voices program, so I do have that. But this is the certificate for the Seeking Safety program that I took at Harford County. And I completed that successfully, and that was very helpful. I have been granted halfway house eligibility was granted to me on community release approval for the 6th of August. I was approved. And I was also grateful for that. I'm also very grateful to have a supporting family, marketable working skills. And I just look forward to going home and availing myself of whatever help is out there so that I can go into a structure where I can provide for myself and get on my feet and make a life for myself and be there for my family.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Corona.
Okay.
Thank you.
We've prepared questions based on the documents that were available to us. And we'll each take turns asking you those questions, and we'll discuss your case and make our decision. So I read, I'll begin, that your repeated acts of bank robbery was a cry for help. Why don't you explain that to me?
Yes. When I mentioned that I was in a state of desperation and penniless and homeless and jobless, I've been in conversation with authorities who are aware that I have a whistleblower claim for being stopped, blocked from employment. I've been gang abused, and I've been hounded and basically tortured. And that's an ongoing situation that I was advised. In fact, from somebody within the inmate population, embedded in the inmate population, told me that it is being addressed. And that's an ongoing situation that I seek to
Okay, I was
refer
really
to
referring
proper
to when you were
authorities.
out in the community and committing bank robberies. It was a cry for help because you were without a home and you had mental health issues.
I needed to get in touch with authorities somehow.
Okay, you had a probation officer. Were you in touch
I
with
was
your
in danger
probation
from gang
officer?
violence.
Were you in touch with your probation officer?
At the time, I did not have a probation officer.
You were on probation for criminal mischief at the time that you committed these bank robberies in 2022. So during this period of incarceration, you've accumulated 4 disciplinary reports, including one for fighting in January of this year. And you have, a lengthy criminal history. Are you taking care of your mental health needs currently?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
As far as
And
those
do you
tickets
know
are
how to take care
concerned,
of them out in the community?
yes.
Great. Okay. And congratulations on being approved this month for DOC halfway house release. You finished this sentence in March, and then you'll begin the 2.5 years of special parole. Do you understand the difference between parole and probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay. I have no more questions. Mr. Rodriguez?
No, any questions, Madam Chair?
Okay.
No questions.
No questions. Okay, so just give us a minute, Mr. Corona. Mr. Corona is not eligible as an 85% offender until the end of November. And then he is end of sentence, as I said, mid-March. So the fact that he has been granted by DOC, I think we can set his special parole conditions and wish him much success. That sound good?
Yep.
Okay, so I have nature and circumstance, offense on probation, and for institutional adjustment.
Fine. Okay.
Okay. So for conditions, I have halfway house, anger management, no alcohol, and a general no contact with Anthony Abreu Abon.
I'm sorry, this is for my parole stipulations?
Are you okay with that?
Yes, good.
Okay. All right, we're ready, sir. In the matter of Ulysses Corona, inmate number 267628, there is a motion to deny parole at this time for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses being committed while you were on probation, and your poor institutional adjustment.
Can I speak on that?
Further move to set the following conditions for your 30 months of special parole: halfway house placement, behavior management for anger management, no consumption of alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, and a general no contact with Anthony Abreu Abon. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can I speak on this, please? I have a serious objection
Before we, we're going to end the
that you're
hearing.
not aware of a certain circumstance.
Mr. Corona, this concludes your hearing.
Why?
Because the board has made its decision and voted.
I have not been fully heard. I've been abused.
Dude, be quiet.
In
I'm
here.
letting you out.
I'm gang attacked in here.
Well, you have.
I got
as you
hot water
explained-
thrown in my face my face was melted off, and the Cheshire warden saw my face melted off.
Okay, hold up. Anybody else see his face melted off? I need to know. It's just a quick question. Just inquiring minds want to know. Does his face look melted off? Okay, carry on.
And I was not given proper medical attention. I've been gang attacked in here. I would like to be heard.
Sir, you was heard.
Excuse me, I spoke on nothing about those tickets. You just said I got them. I did not hear my side. All tickets are related to repeated systematic gang abuse, and I filed a PREA claim that was unresponded to. I was ignored on a PREA claim. This is not a joke. This is a real cry for help. I'm being tortured.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Please, write
So
to
what
the
about the
warden.
law?
Please write to the warden and let him know about your institutional concerns that you have that's going on there.
What
as
about
a
the
person.
law? I have a letter here to the warden. Look at what it says. In a grievance. In a grievance, look at what it says. Wrong form. In a grievance. Claiming threats on my health and my safety.
Well, you explained to us that you've just been granted transitional supervision, halfway house by DOC. So we are pleased to hear that you'll be getting out of the facility soon, and we wish you much success.
And this concludes your hearing
I
for
think you
today.
made an uninformed and wrong decision.
Sorry you feel that way.
They're going to let him out, and they're going to send him to a halfway house. And he's hollering, I think you made an ill-informed decision. Get the F out of here, dude.
This
I'm
concludes
right.
the hearing for Mr. Corona 267-628. Mr. Corona, have a nice day.
And I don't have drinking problems, so I don't know what you said about drinking.
Part of your mental health evaluation is that you have.
I'm a mental health too. I have the papers right here.
Yes, and we're looking at an evaluation.
So I don't have any drinking problems.
Okay, well then it's not a problem.
So why stipulate it? I
Well,
like to
sir.
drink. Why stipulate it? Is drinking illegal?
Mr.
Am I
Corona,
underage?
Your
Am I
hearing is
underage?
over. Your hearing is over, sir. You can
Why are you
step out the
treating me
room.
abusively?
We're not treating you abusively, sir.
Well, you are liable for doing your job improperly. Because you are public servants and you are not giving me my proper due. You're not affording me my due process and my right to speak on my behalf. You just accused me and didn't ask for what my point of view was. Do you consider that to be fair?
Yeah.
Is that an impartial forum where I'm able to show you what happened in my case, even if I have a redeeming response?
So you heard the other two denial reasons, correct? Nature.
I'm
and
telling you,
circumstance.
I'm being tortured against the law, illegal.
Bring it up with the warden. That's nothing to do with the Board of Pardons and Parole.
Have a nice day. I'll see you in court.
Thank you.
I'll see all of you in court.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share some information.
Okay, so that went kind of crazy. I'm going to read something before we watch the next hearing. Okay, so this next little hearing I was going to play, this is the backstory on it. She is, she's up for parole. She's up for parole, but I wanted to read the backstory on it because it's sad, but it's kind of funny. So in Prospect, Connecticut, state police have arrested a 19-year-old who they say set fire, destroying 2 Prospect businesses in September 2015. At 5 a.m. on September 15, police responded to a structure fire on Waterbury Road. The fire damaged 2 businesses, the Golden Lock Chinese Restaurant and MTM Masonry. and a chimney. Following the investigation, officials determined the fire was intentionally set. When the owner of the masonry went to respond to the fire, police said he had found a potato in the tailpipe of his van. He brought the potato to investigators to the scene to see who sent it to the state forensic lab for potential DNA sourcing. Last week, police arrested 28-year-old Matthew Gergilio, I chopped the name up, of Enfield, and in connection with the fire, but said there was another arrest expected. On Thursday, police arrested Gargilio's girlfriend, 19-year-old Willow Martin of Naugatuck, in 2 warrants. According to the affidavit, police said Martin was close friends with Brianna Constantino, the stepdaughter of the owner of the masonry, but the two had a falling out over money. The warrant says Martin had lent Constantino money for clothes and was never repaid, and Martin allegedly decided she wanted to burn down her father's business. When police interviewed a former boyfriend of Martin, he told them that Martin told him she and Gargiliano went to the business with a can of gas, went through a window, and poured gas all over the inside of the business. He also told police that Martin mentioned doing something with potatoes, but he couldn't remember exactly what she said. He didn't tell police that few days after the fire, Martin was pulled over and questioned by the police about a potato. Police then interviewed Gargilio, who told them Martin hated Constantino for not paying back the $1,200. He told them one night Martin texted him she wanted to burn down the business. Gargilio said she brought her because he didn't want Martin to find any other guy to bring her. So he went with her to get the gas, then drove to the Waterbury Road business, hid in a bush while Martin poured the gasoline on the business and allegedly lit a napkin to start the fire. Gargilio said he and Martin then left, but drove back to the businesses a few hours later, where they saw the business was fully engulfed in flame. When asked about the potato, Gargilio told police that Martin wanted to put the potato in the tailpipe because she heard it could blow up the engine. He said he saw her put the potato in the tailpipe, but said she knew she didn't put it far enough in there to do anything. He also told the police to talk to the manager at Hollywood Strip Club in Southington, where the two girls worked. The manager told police that the two worked where their last summer, and Martin still does, but Constantino had not in a while. Manager said they began working as best friends, but eventually could not even work together due to a dispute. Okay, and she was held on a total of $110,000 bond and arraignment day. Okay, so now this is her parole hearing. This is her parole hearing. She's up for parole. I have no clue what happens. It's not that long.
Oh, should I stand?
No, you're fine. You can sit. The camera will reset. So.
Okay, should I shut the door?
Yeah, go ahead. Yep, we'll be with you in 1 second.
View. Hang on,
Okay.
Let me see if I can move me. Oh, now they move her.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Boyce. Today is Friday, January 19, 2024. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Tappini.
Good morning, panel member Target.
Nancy Turner.
Could you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Willow Martin, 415870.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Willow Martin, inmate number 415870. She is serving a sentence of 8 years and 6 months with 8 years of special parole and 1 day conditional discharge for arson 2 and escape first. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of December 28, 2023. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that she has completed anger management, voices, tier 2, good intentions, bad choices, and beyond violence. Utilizing the Women's Risk Needs Assessment warrant of the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the moderate range. This is your opportunity to tell, this is your opportunity to tell the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you for your time while allowing me the opportunity for this hearing. I'd like to start by expressing my deepest remorse for the victims of my crime, the business owners, their families, the employees, the residents of the community, the first responders, my family, as well as anyone else who felt unsafe due to my extreme nature and being irresponsible. Thinking back to my past, I don't recognize who I was, as I have become a different woman over the last 7 years. During my incarceration, I have successfully completed all OAP groups, obtained college credits through Quinnipiac and Trinity College. I have graduated from Defy Ventures, placing 4th in the business pitch competition, received my forklift certification, and gained experience having a variety of different jobs within the facility. I've learned the impacts of consequence trails, developed effective communication, and have practiced applying these skills throughout my incarceration. I am grateful for all the prison staff and mentors who have assisted in my growth. I am also thankful for my family and support system who have given me encouragement while also allowing me the space to learn accountability. When I'm home, I plan to be a positive asset in the community while obtaining employment and attending Naugatuck Valley Community College. My ultimate goal is to continuously strive to be better than who I was yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your statement, Ms. Martin. We have questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today.
Okay.
We'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Darbian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Very well. So you talked about you've taken a number of programs, right, since you've been incarcerated. So there's one thing that stood out for me as far as, with substance abuse, right? And it looked like in the past you were using, you were drinking, smoking, and using perps. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So, a lot of times we look at, what type of programming that you would have for a relapse prevention program. And you didn't think that you needed one.
Yes, I have completed tier 2.
No, I understand the programming that you've taken, but when you are released, where do you think you might need any help with any substance abuse?
Oh, I could enroll in outpatient programs. If there's any.
Yeah, because what I'm getting at, it looked like in your interview that you didn't have a program in place and you didn't really have an issue. So I'm trying to understand that.
Well, just because I have tried pills in my past, but I've never used them daily. That's why I didn't really consider them a problem. And I also haven't done any drugs or drink in 7+ years.
On to the underlying charge of the arson, right? I also read that this individual owed you some money. Didn't seem like to be a lot of money. And then this arson happened, right? And you talked about that you were young and stupid, right, at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so what was going on with the escape from the halfway house? I read what you stated, but can you speak about that?
Yes, so the halfway house, they did give me a pass to leave for the day to see the bank, and I had this new job. And then when they went to the address that my new job was supposed to be at, I wasn't there, so I thought I was out of place. And then they sent out the escape warrant and one or before my time on the pass was up. And then I turned myself in immediately at the hospital in Bridgeport.
Because, my concern was that you had a conviction back in 2016, right, for controlled substances. Is that accurate?
Was that in the New Jersey?
Yes.
Yes, that was my ex-boyfriend.
Okay, but you were convicted of that, right?
Yes.
2016. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so what's your game plan when you are released, and what other type of assistance do you think that you need to be successful in the community?
So I plan on enrolling back into college, and I can also definitely do any OAP classes or the outpatient programs. And I do want to have a job. And I could definitely do counseling or whatever that you think is good.
All right, so you want to continue your education, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That's really important to me.
And as far as supporting the community, what type of support do you have in the community?
So my family is my biggest support system, and my family is the biggest support.
Yeah, so you want to sponsor to your parents' house, right? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you talked about spending time with your family and being a good member of society. How do you become a good member of society?
So I think just by positively living a normal life and having a job and just not hanging around bad influences and just living a wholesome life will be good.
Okay, and what's your age? How old are you now? 26?
Yes.
Okay. We bring that up because we had a former colleague that always would say, your brain's fully developed at 25. I didn't always agree with that, but okay. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Martin, your offenses are very troubling, disturbing. I mean, you're really lucky that nobody was hurt, but to set fire to someone's business, someone unrelated, over $200. Can you help us understand what you were thinking at that time?
So I was just extremely irresponsible and reckless, and I was dating someone who was not a good influence. My friends were just terrible influences, the people I surrounded myself with, and I was just super naive, and I just did not understand how any consequences or my actions. I did not understand any of that as I do now.
Was this your plan?
I had part of plan in it. It was kind of me. It was me and my ex-boyfriends. We just.
But how did your ex-boyfriend know about the whole situation? Did you explain everything to him?
Yes, he knew she owed me money.
What about the potato in the tailpipe?
Yeah, what about
That
that
was-
potato? Tell us about the potato.
Kind of like his plan, and I didn't understand what it would really do, but I think we thought it wouldn't be able to start the car.
So what kind of sentence did he get?
I'm honestly not really sure. Maybe the same. I think. Maybe 7.
And then you take all these programs, and it appears as if you're really trying to change, but then you go to the halfway house and screw that up too.
Yes. Well, the halfway house they didn't really help me they didn't offer me any help really to re-enter. The person that helped me the most was my manager at this restaurant that I used to work at. They really offered me no emotional support, and I had no support system and in the halfway house, besides my family, but they also weren't having visits in the halfway house at that time because of COVID.
Well, it is part of your sentence. So part of being in a halfway house, a step down for you, is for you to go out and go to work and go to meetings and work on your re-entry. You understand that? And
Yes.
you really, you didn't last that long there either. But, so you got a job, but then, you know, you go out on a work pass, you didn't go to work. Right?
Yes.
And if you got 2 misconduct reports for using alcohol while you're at the halfway house.
Yes, that was while I worked at the bar, the restaurant bar.
What does that mean? Did you think because you were working at a bar, you could use alcohol while you're living in a halfway house under DOC jurisdiction?
No, I just made a mistake, so then they told me to keep going to the IOP.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, you made the decision to go work at a bar, right?
Yes, the restaurant.
Probably, well, anyway, you said it's because of where you were working. Probably a poor choice, right?
Yes.
I'm just not quite sure that you grasp some of the information that you obtained. You took a lot of programming and you got excellent evaluations for being in there. But to say that you were young and stupid at the time, but years later you're still making poor choices is concerning to me. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you in a relationship now?
No.
Okay. It's probably wise that you focus on yourself. Okay, Ms. Turner.
So, Ms. Martin, you indicated that the halfway house staff were stealing from you? What were they taking?
They took money from me.
Was it money you had in your room or in your account?
They were taking cash tips that I would turn into them, and also they kept a $600 money order that they claim they don't have. And I don't have any receipts, so that's kind of just like, I can't really do anything about that.
So when you would turn in your tips at the end of a workday to the halfway house staff, that's not logged in somewhere where you're signing that you gave them $300 and they're acknowledging receipt of that?
No, they would just put in an envelope, write the amount on the outside of the envelope, and then the envelope would just be, eventually my case manager just had all the money and they would take me to the post office to turn it into money orders. And I noticed that the cash amounts were short. And they didn't give me any receipts. So I didn't have
It was
proof.
written on the outside of the envelope and you open the envelope and it's less money. Did you talk to them about that?
No, I didn't open the envelopes. My case managers did.
So how did your family feel about you being returned to prison after being in a halfway house?
They were extremely disappointed and, you know, sad.
When you were working at this restaurant / bar, did you know you were having a drink with alcohol in it?
Yes.
Okay, so how was it a mistake?
Because I just had poor judgment.
It was a choice you made, not a
Yes.
mistake. And you knew the rules. You had signed the agreement for the halfway house.
Yes.
Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Darby.
So, you know, one hand, she's taken a lot of programming. On the other hand, she's got the end of the census, which is.
Sorry, do you have questions for her?
No, I started.
Oh, good, okay.
Yeah.
So give us a chance, I'm sorry, give us a chance, let me tell her, chance to talk about your case for a few minutes. We're gonna deliberate and we'll give you our decision shortly, okay? Okay.
So again, I mean, she's taken a number of programs.
Yeah.
Her end of sentence is in June. She has
Is
number
it
of
in June?
years of special parole.
I didn't think she has that long.
Yeah, June 15th.
Try to see what's in this window.
Okay, but what do you
up top.
think?
It looks like children's toys, but I can't figure it out. I tried to put a big circle on it to make it bigger.
She's got a number of years of supervision to follow for
I don't know
special
what that is.
parole.
Yeah.
You know, she was released, she was in the works program, but was released because when she was released to the halfway house. And then the other program too, she was released from. I don't have her released early. I haven't on the end sentence. I think through the questioning that was put forth by all three of us that she still needs some additional assistance, and hopefully through that supervision of special parole could be of assistance to her in the future. I know she was young. She still is very young. And that's kind of what my thought process is. I mean, you know, arson, you know, less than $300, and then the escape from the halfway house is concerned.
Yeah.
EOS is May 13th.
May 13th, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would agree. What did you say? Arson less than $300?
Say what?
Arson less than $300. Is that what it is? I thought you said arson less than $300.
Arson as a result of being owed
Yeah,
$300.
Arson.
Not.
Yeah.
Over 200.
I know. I mean, you burned down
$223. I mean,
you burned down a couple of buildings, and then with the potato in the car, you know.
The potato in the car.
I
That
would
still
agree
gets
with you,
me.
Mr. Dargan. These offenses are very concerning, and I mean, she took all the programs, so it's unfortunate. You know, we don't often see someone take this kind of programming and not exhibit some change. But yeah, after being released to the halfway house and the continued poor choices there, I would have difficulty in granting discretionary parole. But thankfully, there are 8 years of special parole coming up very soon. So, Ms. Turner?
I agree completely. I mean, she was afforded that opportunity by DOC, and with everything that had been afforded to her by way of programming, you know, she blew her chance, and so there's no rewarding that. And we are, you know, thankfully in a position with someone committing crimes of this serious in nature who have special parole to follow. So she's set up well.
Yeah. All right. So nature and circumstance and poor performance and community release.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Special parole, I had no alcohol.
Yeah.
Mental health development treatment.
Yeah. Yes.
No contact with co-defendant, not to go to jail.
Yeah.
I was.
And then the victims. Yeah.
And, yeah.
Okay.
Anything else?
And I don't know if the daughter of the victim who would owed the money, okay, yep, and a stay away from MTM masonry.
You're all
Okay.
victims. Yeah.
Terrific.
All right. In the matter of Will Martin, inmate number 415870. I'll make a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of your offenses and your poor performance while you were on community release. You have 8 years of special parole. I'll further set the following special parole conditions: you to have no consumption of alcoholic beverages, no contact with your co-defendant, Matthew Gargillo, a mental health evaluation and treatment if they deem it necessary, and no contact with your victims, initials MS, or is it SJ? I don't know. BC or MTM masonry. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You'll get all this in writing, but do you understand?
Okay,
All right. We wish you the best.
thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Willow Martin, inmate number 415870.
May I step up real quick?
Okay.
Okay. Well, that was that one. We're going to switch over to this one. I'm going to hit play. And this is Joshua Levidius I haven't seen this one. It was back in April 8th. I'm going to hit play and I'm going to take me a restroom break real quick while this is playing. It should be a good 10 minutes, but I don't need that long. It's just a restroom break. And I will be right back. I'm going to hit play. Let's see. Come on. Come on, Joshua. And I've got Karen Reed in the background. They're still on verdict watch. They are at 20 hours exactly right now. And I also have the Valle trial in the background, and we're still waiting to hear anything from that. So here we go. Let me make sure y'all can hear.
All right, good morning. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Jefferson Parish Correctional Center. Today is May the 8th, 2025. It's 10:07 a.m. Would the staff, the officer there in Jefferson, please introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Agent Jermaine Wilson from East Jefferson District Probation and Parole.
All right, thank you. Officer Wiltz. Appreciate it. Is this Joshua?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here for the Joshua Liverdays case.
Liverdays, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. We appreciate it. All right, Joshua, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
I'm Joshua Liverdays, 707-890.
All right, you're here for a revocation decision this morning, and do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, it is.
Based on the information contained in that questionnaire and your responses, it was determined you're not eligible for appointed counsel this morning. So are you ready to proceed with the hearing without an attorney?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right, let me just, before we get started, I want to recognize the folks that have joined us. Monica Termine, your mother, Armando Monroe, your Amanda, I guess, Monroe, your child's mother, Joshua Hunter, a friend, and your parole officer, Mr. Wiltz. This morning, Mr. Liverday, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so I'm going to just turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Liverday, the first thing I'm gonna do is read your violation and get you to plead guilty or not guilty. And then if you want to make a statement, we'll get into it and I'll ask you some questions about it. First off, it is alleged that you are in violation of condition number 4 of your parole supervision as evidenced by your arrest by the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office on 3/8/25 and being charged with domestic abuse battery of a pregnant victim and 5 traffic attachments. How do you plead to those charges?
To the domestic, sir, not guilty.
Right, and you admit you had some traffic attachments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before I ask you some questions, I see your parole officers here. Mr. Wiltz, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for acknowledging me. I just want to say I've been supervising Mr. Liverdays since July of 2024. He's been a model subject that I supervise. I haven't had any issues. He works every day. He's working for himself and he works for a business. Up until this incident, I've never had any issues with Mr. Liverdays whatsoever.
And he called you and advised you of the situation, correct? You didn't have to find out?
That is correct. Unfortunately, I was, we're off duty on a Saturday morning, but I saw that I had a missed call. I called Mr. Liverdays back. He told me that there was a verbal altercation between Ms. Monroe and Mr. Liverdays. So I was aware of it Saturday. He even called me that Saturday afternoon and told me that the police was looking to arrest him. So I was well aware of what was going on. I advised him to go ahead and turn himself in. Again, I didn't think that it was going to go as far as it's going as we are today. I had a different take on the situation, but the hearing officer felt that there was probable cause to have this hearing. I was well aware of what was going on. I've seen Mr. Liverdays on 2 different occasions, first to acknowledge his guilt or innocence if he wanted to revoke himself or not, and then also through the preliminary hearing with the hearing officer. So I'm well aware of the situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Liverday, so you and your girlfriend, has she had the child yet? No, sir. Okay, y'all still speak to each other?
As of now, we have a stay away order. We haven't been speaking, sir.
Okay. Okay,
That's
what's your
supposed to be-
plans for her if you don't get revoked? What are y'all plans for the future?
As far as, I'm willing to do therapy and counseling with her. That way we can, come to some kind of, neutral grounds for our child and for the sake of, each other so that this doesn't happen again.
Okay, and tell me what happened in your own words. What went down that day?
Me and my friend, we went grocery shopping. I came home. Me and her had gotten an argument about the cleanliness and woman duties and stuff like that, and if she was going to cook. And we got into an altercation. She went to turn and walk away. She tripped over a bag of groceries and actually hit her face on the freezer door that was open while we were unpacking groceries.
They did. What about the steak throwing? Who threw the steak?
She did throw a steak at my face.
Oh, okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I don't have any questions either. Who called the police?
Initially, I believe she called the police the next day, but when I was advised that she was going to contact the police, when I told my probation officer, he advised me that it would be in my best interest to contact the police and turn myself in, and that's exactly what I did.
All right, good deal. All right, I don't have any other questions. You want to hear, we'll hear from the folks who are here. Could we hear from Miss Monica, Joshua's mother? She was on, she may have dropped off, so let's move on to Miss Monroe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Now we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I corroborate everything you said. It was an upsetting time that we were having, and like we were verbally arguing, and I mean that's exactly what happened. People make mistakes, and I shouldn't have done that. So, but that's exactly what happened. It's just what he said. I corroborate that.
I know he said you each have protective orders.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you fearful of him?
No, ma'am. I'm not a victim. No, I'm not a victim here. There was no abuse that ever happened.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Hunter, can we hear from you, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. What would you like us to know?
Exactly what he said. That's what happened. It was just they was mad at each other. I guess I get that's exactly what happened. That we came back from grocery shopping, and we was putting up the groceries, all the bags on the kitchen floor, and she threw a steak at him, and she turned around to go walk off and tripped over a bag and hit her face on the freezer door while we was putting groceries up. And then he told her leave, and she left, gave him his key, and packed the stuff and left. And the next day, I guess it was just acted out of anger, I don't really, that's exactly what happened. Know what he said.
Thank you. All right, did Miss Monica ever get in?
She's eating, but she's.
All right, well, I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Liverday, we hear a lot of stories and a whole bunch of things, but, I'm kind of believing this one to be honest with you. You go, your ex-girlfriend or current girlfriend, whatever, I mean, she acknowledges what happened. Your friend says the exact same thing happened. Your probation officer, I think, with talking to him, I think he's confident that he can work with you. So my vote today is to not revoke. And if y'all stay together, I suggest y'all go to counseling and don't say womanly duties anymore. That's gonna get you in trouble every time, son, I can tell you. Okay?
Yes,
So,
sir. Yes, sir.
my vote today is do not revoke.
Yes, Stapleton.
I concur with everything Mr. Freeman just said.
And I also agree. So today, sir, you're gonna be returned to supervision. Good luck to you.
I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all very much.
Okay. Okay. No more saying womanly duties. That's not a nice thing. So let's check real quick. Let's see, they're still there. Silence from jury retrial today. Celebration continues. 20 hours, 11 minutes in. We got 37 minutes till that one. And let's go on and see what this next parole hearing was about on this day. Just check it out. Because not gonna lie to y'all, I'm in the kitchen cooking breakfast for Hector. So I'm here, but I'm not sitting in front of my desk. So let's prep for this next one. Ready? Let's go.
All right.
How are the kids? The kids are outside doing their potty. So I gotta
Ma'am.
check on them.
Okay, we're ready for you. You
So,
ready for us?
camera
ma'am?
off. I'll be back.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
still here though.
All right. Tell us your name and DOC number, please, sir.
My name is Terrell Cortez Johnson. My DOC number is 721-101.
All right, we're here for a revocation decision today. And excuse me, do you have your paperwork with you, a parole revocation questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And based on that information, it was determined you're not eligible for appointed counsel today. So are you ready to proceed without a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. So this morning, let me acknowledge first you have your friend Kimberly Gard, who's here, and we're going to call on her in just a moment. She wants to speak on your behalf. So Mr. Johnson, your case was assigned to Ms. Stapleton. She's going to go over the alleged violations, and she'll have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Read the rule violations and you'll be able to answer that you plead guilty or not guilty or with a statement. Not guilty. I'm guilty with a statement, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
You moved from your address of record and did not provide a new address to your parole officer. Guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a statement?
Only reason I would say not guilty because I didn't move to another address, but
you didn't another address, is that right?
I didn't. Yeah, yes, ma'am. I didn't even have an address to go to after that.
Okay. Were you homeless?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're pleading. You didn't know where you were, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. That's true.
All right, so guilty with a statement.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll put that, and I'll put homeless by the side, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, the next one is gonna be, you were arrested by College Station Police Department in Texas, sometimes in August for assault, family violence, and public intoxication. The charge of assault family violence under cause number 240-12667 was dismissed on January the 9th, 2025. How do you, there's going to be another one, but how do you plead for that? What's your plead on that?
I plead not guilty, and I have that case dismissal on me as well. I plead not guilty because when I was in Texas, so I only went there because my mom is the only address I have. And when I was in Louisiana, my sister was staying on Elm and Laurel Street, like a high crime drug area and all that, and it was going on in her house. And like, if my parole officer would have came and like seen all that, I would have got revoked from being around criminal activity. Plus, I was trying to do better, and like they was used to me being an old person, so I really.
So, let me ask you something right now. Yes, okay, so but your sister's at the address he knew, but it was a crime-ridden area. But you moved to Texas. Did you tell your parole officer about that?
With all honesty, I man, and I apologize for.
Are you really guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for being honest. Okay, all right, let's move forward. Okay, this is another. You were arrested on 8/1/2024 for assault Class C, misdemeanor Class C, and on 8/11/2024 for resisting arrest, search and transport from Brazos County, indicating that you were indicted under docket number 24-03048-CRM-CCL2 with resisting arrest, search, or transport. And then you pled guilty under docket number 24-03048-CRM-CCL2 to resisting arrest, search, or transport, and was sentenced to 60 days in the Brazos County Jail. Guilty or not guilty to that?
Yes, ma'am, I am guilty to that. I served 6 months in Brazos County Detention Center for that, and I just gotta say, I mean, will you allow me to explain or have a statement on that?
Okay, go ahead, because we're gonna do it later. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. My so it was like a bad environment where I was at when I went to go see my mom, because I know I wasn't supposed to leave, and I apologize to the state of Louisiana, the board. I'm really sorry, but I really didn't have nowhere else to go. My mom is the only address I have, and I apologize for not telling the board, my parole officer, with all integrity and honesty, generosity, for real. I really do. But my stepdad was like, he was like manipulating my mom and like doing all type of crazy stuff, like in the house due to his drug use and stuff.
Am I right, Mom? Now your sister lived in a crime-ridden area in the place in Louisiana.
Yes, ma'am.
So both of them live in a crime-ridden area.
No, my mom don't live in a crime-ridden area. It just was going on in her house with my stepdad. We ended up getting into an altercation because, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to cut you off. Yeah, we just ended up getting into an altercation because like he know that I wasn't gonna let him just keep disowning my mom like that. So we had a disagreement, and then he ended up pulling a knife on me and all this crazy stuff, and we had a situation.
Counsel, are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. Madam Clerk?
Pause that. Back to trial. Karen Reed is 20 hours, 18 minutes in, still no verdict. And we have 30 minutes until Kohberger. So this is where we are for now.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
You will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So at this time, I will instruct the state to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Isabella Molnar to the stand.
Thank you. Hi there, just remain standing, please. Thank you. Madam.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Yes. Thank you. You state your full name, spelling your last name.
Isabella Rose Molnar. It's Molnar.
You state your address.
69 Ironwood Road in Trumbull, Connecticut.
You may be seated. Thank you. You may proceed.
Isabella, good afternoon.
Thank you too.
Can you just keep your voice up because you're very soft spoken? Okay.
Mhm.
Isabella, how old are you today?
I'm 20 years old.
Okay. And do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Lehigh University in Pennsylvania.
And what are you currently studying?
Marketing and business.
And I'm sorry?
Sorry, I said business.
Okay. And are you working for the summer?
I have a summer internship
And where do you work?
in Ridgefield.
And do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
And prior to today, have you and I met regarding this case?
Yes.
And are you nervous to be here today?
A little bit.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022.
Mhm.
How old were you back then?
Sorry, say the year again.
May 14th of 2022?
2022. I was 3 years ago, so 17.
And were you in school?
St. Joe's.
Okay. And what year in school were you at St. Joe's?
I was a junior in high school. Mhm.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
We were classmates.
At St. Joe's?
Yeah.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler DeSilva?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Tyler DeSilva?
Same thing. We were classmates.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Raul Valle?
Classmates as well.
And does Raul have a nickname?
Lido.
Lido?
Mhm.
And is Raul present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black jacket and a tie.
Can you please point him out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Oh, yeah.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
All right, court will allow the record to so reflect.
Now, I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Were you invited to a party on 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances surrounding you going to 5 Lazy Brook Road?
I was invited. My lacrosse team was going there, and Maddie Leifer had invited us, and we all hung out there. And that was the initial.
Initially, how many people were there?
Initially, I maybe like 15. I'm not quite sure, to be honest.
And this was a St. Joe's High School lacrosse party?
Yeah, she just had her lacrosse team over and some of her friends.
And at some point in time, did other people show up to the party?
Yes.
Who showed up to the party?
Other people that went to our school, other friends of Maddie, and yeah, other kids just started showing up. I don't know exactly who was, yeah.
At some point in time, did the defendant show up to the party?
Yes.
Did Jack Snyder show up to the party?
Yes.
Did Tyler DeSilva show up to the party?
Yes.
Were they invited to the party?
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on, just don't answer that basis.
It's going to call for hearsay, opinion, and facts not in evidence.
If she knows.
All right, well, why don't we preface it with laying the right foundation then? So I will go ahead and sustain the objection.
Do you recall who was invited to the party?
Initially?
Initially.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for the same thing.
It does. I'll sustain the objection. Counsel, you may rephrase your question.
So with regards to this party, what was your understanding about who was attending the party?
I know my lacrosse team was invited, and I know that she maybe had invited some other kids from our school. But
And when you say other kids mean like who? What kind of kids were invited?
friends
Objection,
of
Your Honor, if she knows.
I'll allow it overruled. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I know that you don't know this.
Yeah.
If there's an objection pending, I'm just going to ask you to wait until I make a ruling until you continue speaking, okay? But you're okay. I know
Sorry.
you've not done this before. as well, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So but just let me ask you to do that for me, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
All right, you may continue.
So again, do you recall who initially was at the party?
Yeah, my lacrosse team was, and some of her friends from St. Joe's were there. That's all I recall.
Was it the girls lacrosse team?
Girls lacrosse, yeah.
Were there any males at the party?
Friends of hers, yeah.
And at some point, how many people would you say were at the party initially?
Initially, like 15 or 20, but I'm not exactly sure, to be honest.
And do you recall whether or not at some point in time the party got bigger?
I recall it getting bigger. I don't know how soon it was, but it did get bigger.
And what time would you say you got to the Lifers' house?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
And when you got there, what kind of things were going on at the party?
We were all just gathered, all saying hi, talking. There was drinking.
There was?
Yeah.
Now, when you say there was drinking, what kind of drinking was going on?
I just know people were drinking, like casually, nothing too crazy.
Do you know whether or not people brought their own stuff, or was it being provided by?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at some point in time, did people who were not initially invited to the party show up?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to call for hearsay. It's going to call for opinion.
I'm not asking one, somebody else.
All right.
It's not an evidence.
Hold on. I am going to sustain the objection, counsel. The evidence is not in that she knows who was invited to the party. So I'll sustain the objection.
Well, she testified, Your Honor, that the lacrosse team was invited to the party and some other friends.
But she again, I'm sustaining the objection.
Do you recall whether or not the other friends that were invited to the party included the defendant?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The other friends that were invited to the party, did that include the defendant?
Not that I'm aware of.
And did that include Jack Snyder?
Not that I'm aware
And
of.
did that include Tyler De Silva?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, at some point in time, did the defendant show up to the party?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you recall what time that was?
I'm not sure.
When he got to the party, do you recall who he was with?
I'm pretty sure he came with Jack and Tyler.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53. You recognize State's 53?
Yeah.
And what is State's 53?
Like, who are they?
Yeah.
Lito's on the right and Jack's on the left.
And do you know where this picture was taken?
In her basement?
In the basement of the Lifers' house?
Yes.
Now, do you recall the defendant wearing a helmet that night?
Yes.
And the neck pillow as well?
Yeah.
At what point did the defendant come to the party like that?
Not that I recall, but I don't remember.
At some point in time, well, withdrawn. How long were you at the party before the defendant and his friend showed up?
It's hard to remember, if I'm being honest. Maybe an hour, but I'm also not sure.
And at some point in time, did the party get too big?
Yeah.
And do you have any knowledge as to whether or not people were asked to leave?
Yes, people were asked to leave.
Do you know in particular who was asked to leave?
I think she just wanted everyone out.
Okay. And at some point in time, do you recall whether or not two individuals that were not associated with St. Joe's High School showed up?
I remember I heard about it, and yeah, I recall people showed up at the party.
And when they showed up to the party, was there any type of altercation that you witnessed at the party?
Yes.
And what did you witness at the party?
There was a fight that broke out outside.
And do you know who was involved in that fight?
I know that Jack, Tyler, and Lito were involved in it, and kids outside of St. Joe's. I don't know who those kids are, but
And what do you remember seeing about that fight?
it was outside, and they were just fighting.
And when you saw that fight, did you do anything just prior to witnessing that fight?
I started videoing the fight.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58 for identification. Do you recognize 58?
Yes.
And what is State's 58?
The video that I took.
And is this video that you took from the night of May 14th of 2022 at Lazy Brook?
Yes.
And have you viewed this video prior to today's testimony?
Yes.
And does this USB drive contain the original video that you took from that fight?
Yes.
And does it also contain a video that has been lightened up of the same video?
Yes.
Has that been changed in any way other than it being lightened up?
No.
And does it also contain a slow motion version of the same video that's also lightened up?
Yes.
And aside from it being slow motion and lightened up, is it changed in any way from the original video?
No.
Your Honor, the state would offer this as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will go ahead and accept the exhibit into evidence as a full exhibit.
Just to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Certainly, thank you.
We're gonna watch the three videos together.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that first video, was that the original video you took of the fight that occurred at Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
Was that the lightened up version of the same video?
Yes.
Oh my stars.
Go to frame 90. You see the slow motion version has frames on the bottom.
Mhm.
We're at frame 90 on State's Exhibit 58, the slow motion version. I'm going to ask you. Can you tell me, do you know who this individual is right here to the left?
Tyler?
Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
Do you know who this individual is here in the center with the dark
you
pants
able-
and the helmet?
Are you able to see the pointing?
Can't see the pointing, Your Honor, but I can see the video and I know fairly clear who
all
it
right.
is he's pointing.
Yes.
Who
That's
is that?
Leto.
That's Leto,
Mhm.
the defendant?
Yes.
And who is this in the red sweatshirt here?
Okay, I'm going to switch over to the Karen Reed. They're showing people. I'm not sure what's going on. They're showing people coming in to the courtroom. Here comes Karen. Is that Karen coming with her dad? Everybody? Hi, Karen. Hi, Karen. Hi, Papa Karen. Good luck, Karen. Good luck, Alan. Okay. Yeah. It's okay, Katya. I'm here, baby. Do you want to pop back up or are you okay staying down? You want me to keep it? Look, Hannah's got the popcorn. They're all going in. So I paused our other trial. And I'll be damned if Kohberger is going to go live in 17 minutes. So I'm all over the place right now. I feel like Katya. Look at all them in the pink. But it shows the verdict clock still going. The fan's still going. What did X say? Heading back into court. People are posting, everyone thinking Karen Reed's verdict, but it's just Bev letting them get an early start on their 5-day weekend. I don't know. I haven't seen any. 2 minutes ago says the Reed team was told to come back by clerk Jim McDermott. When the jury has had questions, they were always told this. They were not told that there were jury questions. So maybe there is a verdict. I don't know. Let me look on Court TV and see what they're sharing right now. Everybody's just showing the fan right now, so Law and Crime is showing the fan. I won't join on camera. Last time we did a bow stream, I crashed. Come on, Katya. Play with me. We're going to share this tab instead.
But I don't think we had the audio. So let's go to him and see if he can tell us what she did say, because Matt, she always seems to answer your questions.
Yeah, well, we've covered this trial since the very beginning. And I asked Karen Reed, who was walking notably with her father, if she was ready for a verdict. And she said, always.
Why did it just go back to this? Okay, we're going to share this instead. Just give me just a second, okay? Just in case they come on. I'm coming, babe. Okay, y'all know me. I got to multitask. Katya left me in charge, so up, down, up, down. It's that time of day. I got to get the honey out the door. So, last night, no. You should come up here. Okay, I'm going to play this one for a few more minutes.
And the kid in the green sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
No, I don't know who that is.
Is that one of the show?
If they come back for Karen Reed, I will pop back on the tab.
At some point in time, were you asked to be interviewed by the police department with regards to this case?
Yes.
And when you were interviewed with the police department, did you provide this video of this fight?
Yes.
And outside of that, once this fight was over, what happened at the Lifers house?
After this, everyone parted ways and left. Yeah, everyone went home. I went home.
You went home?
Yeah.
Okay. And with regards to the drinking that was going on in the house, was everybody drinking that night?
I'd say a good amount of people were.
Yeah. Okay. And did you have anything to drink that night?
Yeah.
How much would you say you drank that night?
I don't remember.
Were you drunk?
Maybe a little bit. I'm not sure. I don't know.
But do you remember this fight?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, and just for a funny, if anybody watches the Karen Reed trial, you remember the time 2:27. Okay, for their local time, they're about 6 minutes away from 2:27, and if you know what that time means. All right, carry on.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mulner.
Good afternoon.
I'm just going to go over with you what you've testified to here, okay? You said that initially there were about 15 to 20 people that were at the party, correct?
Yes.
And those were all St. Joe's kids, is that correct?
I think it was mainly St. Joe's kids. I can't confirm that it was only St. Joe's, but from my understanding, it was.
Do you recall seeing anybody else that you didn't recognize other than when the two kids from Shelton High arrived?
I remember Maddie's boyfriend was there at the time. I think it was mainly all St. Joe's kids who else were there, but that's to my understanding.
And you said most of the people there were drinking, right?
As I remember, yes.
And all of those people that were drinking were all underage, is that correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Because you didn't see any adults there, is that correct?
No.
And this home where you were partying, the party part took place downstairs in the basement?
Mm-hmm.
And again, you didn't see any adults down there, is that correct?
No.
And you told us that some folks were bringing alcohol with them, correct?
Bringing alcohol? I think maybe some people, I'm not sure where people had alcohol or where they got it from, but people were drinking.
Did you see anybody coming down from upstairs in the home with alcohol?
With alcohol?
Okay, can you hear? Everybody can
All
hear?
right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
So they had a verdict, but not a complete verdict, so she's not going to allow it, is what I gather.
All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
And back to our OnlyFans. For crying out loud. No shit, Katia. For crying
Sorry,
out loud.
I'm back for just a minute, but what the actual heck? I'm in the
scared
middle of the
me.
screen. Sorry, I'm in the middle of the screen. But what is actually happening right now?
I have no idea, but we are.
If we saw the chat, the speed that the chat in the Law and Crime stream is going, you can't even catch it now. This is insane.
I know.
So,
oh my God.
There was a verdict, but then the jury went back and said, no, there's not a verdict, so there's no verdict.
I think it was not completely filled out, and that was part of the problem. And so that's why she's telling everybody to stay in the building, because it should be before end of the day. They should figure out their paperwork, hopefully, and get it straightened out. I hope.
No, what I understood was that they had a verdict, but then somehow changed their mind. They went back and said, no, there's no verdict, and then canceled the verdict. Can that even be possible?
I don't know. And she stuck it up there on the top of her desk like it's, here it is, but you can't see it.
What? What is happening?
I have no idea, babe.
They could. This is only going to be joking. I agree, Stephanie. Oh my days.
Yes, yes. There you go, Stephanie. They were only joking. It was one of those moments where, we got you. April Fools.
You know what? This trial started on April Fool's, so probably they're all late on their prank. Sorry, I'm going to use your coffee.
Oh my God. I didn't even think about that.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go back to Lurk. You enjoy. Garden Bot is looking at me with a dirty look. So yeah. See you.
It's okay, Hannah. We're all confused here, love. We're all confused. And it says 2 minutes until this one. So let's see if there's anything. There's no possible way to make this make sense, except there will never be an answer as to why. So sad, those poor. Can't write 2 comments in a row. System sync. So the chat over here waiting for Law and Crime to cover Kohberger has 1.5 minutes left. So I know, Bev, unreal. Bev is just, I mean, she keeps us on our toes, honestly. That woman has kept us on our toes for months on end. Not only once, but twice now. So, okay, waiting for Law and Crime. Let me refresh this. Why won't it let me make it full screen? You are viewing it in my StreamYard. Well, I want to make it full screen so it can, so we don't see all this. Here we go. Waiting. Okay. These people are going to, he better come up in just a minute. The jury said, hold my beer. They said they weren't done with this yet. Oh my God. You're so wow. I know. I don't even know what to think now. We waited and we waited and we waited. And now it's like, okay, wait a little bit longer. Come on. We need to see this. I want to see this Bryan Kohberger thing. Let's see if I can find it on a different one. If they've got anything going yet. Bryan Kohberger hearing today. Nope. Nope. Still looking. Everybody says court will begin soon. Okay. Please don't be too late, Bryan. It will come while on Bryan. I know, right? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this for a few minutes while we're waiting on Kohberger.
So some people were going upstairs and then coming back down.
Did you see any adults providing alcohol?
I didn't see any adults providing alcohol.
And you didn't see any adults in the basement, is that correct?
At the end of the party, her mom told us to all leave, but that was it.
You didn't know either of these two Shelton High kids who showed up?
No, I'm not sure.
And you started to record this because you thought what was going to happen?
It was kind of just out of impulse, I think. Yeah, I think I just reacted
And you shared that video with the police when you talked to them on June 1st, correct?
Mhm.
But between May 14th and June 1st, you didn't share that with any police officers, did you?
Not the ones other than the ones I showed.
On June 1st?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
And so you weren't recording it at that point to preserve it as evidence to show somebody,
No.
right? And you didn't know if Mr. De Silva was coming over to try and break it up or if he was part of the fight, right?
No, it all just kind of happened really fast and yeah.
And at some point they sort of collapsed onto the ground on the other side of the vehicle, right?
Mhm.
And you couldn't see what was going on at that point, could you?
I think it looks at one point like Lito or somebody smacks someone with their fist, but I couldn't really see much other than the video.
And you saw Mr. Valle was wearing a motorcycle helmet, correct?
Yes.
And you saw him in the picture there. He also had on a pillow, correct?
Mhm.
And they were playing some form of beer pong downstairs. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
And there was no fighting going on in the basement. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
None of the kids down there were fighting or making threats towards one another before
No.
the Shelton High kids showed up.
Not that I remember.
And in fact, Mr. Valle, you thought wearing the neck pillow and the helmet was trying to be funny.
Objection is to, well, withdrawn.
You can answer. Thank you.
I don't know why. I'm not sure why he was wearing it.
You told officers when they interviewed you that you thought he was trying to be funny, correct?
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
You didn't think that he was wearing that because he was looking to get into a fight, did you?
I'm going to object based on what she thought he thought or what he was doing. That's
He's asking what she thought, and
what she thought he was doing.
she already answered about a statement she made to the police attorney, Dursa, so I'll allow it. Thank you.
I'm sorry about why he was wearing it.
Right. You didn't think that he was doing that so that he was getting ready to go for a fight, did you?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
And then you said that after the fight, very quickly, Mrs. Leifer came out of the house and told everybody to go, right?
Yeah.
And that was the last time that you saw Mr. Valle that evening?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Nothing further from Ms. Lee.
Thank you. You're all set. You can exit the witness box. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Emily Robinson, stand.
I'm confused. She said he was wearing a pillowcase and a helmet. I must have missed the morning part of this trial because I'm lost. I'm so lost. He was wearing a pillowcase and a helmet. Okay. Okay.
Okay, then. Thank you. Please remain standing. Madam Clerk, to my right, is going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? I do. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Emily ROBINSON.
Please state your address.
8 Beach Lane, Monroe.
Thank you. You may be seated. Attorney Messina, you may proceed.
Thank you, Hunter.
Thank you.
Hi, Emily. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Emily, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
And what are you currently doing?
I am testifying in a murder trial.
Yes. I guess I should be more specific.
Sorry.
Currently, what are you doing? School, work?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I am attending Bentley University.
Nice. And where is that located?
Waltham.
And what is your major?
I am a marketing major.
Nice. What are you doing for the summer?
I am doing an internship in, I think, Berlin or somewhere in Connecticut.
Okay.
A sports management
Cool.
internship.
You a little nervous today?
A little bit.
That's okay. Take a deep breath. Okay. So, do you recall us meeting before today's date?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Was to talk about the trial.
Okay. And did I tell you to just tell us the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did I tell you what to say?
No.
Emily, what high school did you attend?
I went to St. Joseph High School.
And I'm going to direct your attention to May of 2022. What year were you at St. Joe's?
A junior.
And did you play any sports at St. Joe's?
Yes, I played girls soccer and girls lacrosse.
And in May of 2022, were you on the girls lacrosse team?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically to May 14th of 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And why do you specifically recall that day?
There was a little get together for the girls lacrosse team.
And when you say a little get together, do you mean a party or something more?
Yes, it was a little party.
And where was that party located?
Lazy Brook in Shelton.
Okay. And what was that Lazy Brook in Shelton? Whose residence was that?
It was Madigan Lifer's house, a girl on the girls lacrosse team.
Okay. Do you recall the address by any chance?
5 Lazy Brook Road, maybe?
Okay. And do you recall how you got to that get together?
I drove.
And I'm going to direct your attention to 5 Lazy Brook. What time did you arrive at that location?
I'm not too sure. Sometime around 5-ish.
Okay. And when you got to the party, what was going on?
Nothing really. It was more just like everyone was hanging out in the basement.
Approximately how many people were at this party?
Around 20-ish.
At some point as the night progressed, did the party get bigger?
Yes.
And how large would you say it got? How many people would you say were there later on in the night?
I can't really recall.
Okay. In attendance at the party, was it just St. Joe's girls lacrosse players, or were there other individuals there?
There was more St. Joe's kids and some other kids from Shelton.
Okay. And when you say some other kids from Shelton, how many other kids from Shelton were there?
I'm not completely sure the exact number, but I do know that there was 2.
Okay. In addition to, you said some girls lacrosse players, you indicated 2 Shelton High School students. Was there anyone else that was there that was not invited?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I'm going to strike the answer. Thank you. Just disregard it. It's not part of the evidence.
Emily, are you familiar with Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
Yes.
And what about an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
Yes.
How are you familiar with those individuals?
I was in their grade at school. I had classes with them, but that's pretty much where it ended.
Did you hang out with their friends at group gatherings at all?
No, not usually. No.
Okay. If you were to see them, for instance, out, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. From those 3 individuals, do you recognize any of those individuals here today in court?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you recognize?
Lido.
Okay.
Raul.
When you say Lido, does that person go by a different name?
Yes.
And what name does that person go by?
Raul.
Okay. So you know that person, Raul, as Lido as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please point him out and just describe what he's wearing?
A black suit with a black tie.
Let the record
No,
reflect, Your Honor,
camera's
that
off.
the witness is identifying the defendant.
The record should so reflect. Thank you.
So Emily, as I refer to Lido or Raul, as you know him, I'm also going to refer to him as a defendant. It's the same person. Okay. So Emily, at some point, when you were at the party, did something occur between the St. Joe's 3 individuals that you just indicated, as well as the Shelton High School students?
Yes.
And what happened?
There was a fight.
Okay. And were you present when that fight took place?
Yes.
And when you say present, how close to the fight were you?
I was very close. I was trying to break it up.
Okay. Before we proceed, I am going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit number 53. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Emily, you have a screen in front of you here.
Yes.
Looking at safety three, do you recognize the individuals in this photograph?
Yes.
And who are those individuals?
Jack Snyder in the red and Lido in the blue.
And looking at safety three, do you remember Lido, as you just indicated, wearing that helmet as well as the pillow around his?
All right, this is CR 0124316665, State v. Kohberger. On behalf of the state, we have Mr. Thompson and Mr. Horowitz. And on behalf of, we should note the defendant is present with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow. This is the time set for, or at least the public portion of today's hearing is set for the motion to continue the trial filed by the defense. So we'll start with that.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Your Honor, our motion to continue has been filed and is necessary to protect Bryan Kohberger's rights under the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Idaho. Specifically, a continuance is necessary to protect his due process rights, his rights to a fair trial, his rights to effective assistance of counsel, rights to confrontation, Mr. Kohberger's right to present a full defense, and if it should come to it, a fair sentencing hearing and to be free of cruel and unusual punishment. The record of this case spans 2.5 years, and it shows that this request does not come as a surprise. Looking through the history of this case shows that the defense has met challenges and difficulties along the way, but has been dedicated in meeting all of the deadlines. We have talked about the discovery issues in this courtroom before, and that in large part brings us to need a continuance. 68 terabytes of information is a huge amount of information. There have been 23 requests for additional discovery over the span of 2.5 years and 7 motions to compel. When I say that this doesn't come as a surprise, that this comes from the record, I would direct the court to look back to May of 2023 and June of 2023 and our second motion to compel. Included in that was what was known as Exhibit A from the defense, and that depicted how we were receiving discovery. So this is not a new issue. This is something that's been coming up for a long time. We were receiving discovery, but it was such that you would get a file that would say hundreds of photographs, hundreds of pages of reports, each having to be looked at individually to know what was there and then organized. This case has also faced unique issues, starting with the media coverage of this high-profile case, non-dissemination orders that were addressed in courts, and then the grand jury materials that we had to fight to get access to before we could properly challenge the grand jury indictment. We faced issues with discovery, particularly with the IGG materials. We spent a great deal of time trying to get access to those materials. Those were ultimately what we could get, was ultimately presented in a motion to suppress, and that's preserved should there be a conviction in this case. We faced venue issues in this case, culminating in the change of venue and bringing us to Ada County. At the first hearing in this courtroom, we discussed the discovery issues and not having read everything and being ready with a full investigation in this case. That was apparent through our motions to strike the death penalty, our motions to compel expert disclosures filed in September and December of 2024, and requests for more time to file our motions in limine that was granted in January of 2025. Throughout the course of the motions in limine and then a motion to strike death based on discovery issues in February and March of this year, the record is replete with notice that we are not prepared to go to trial in this case. The discovery is vast and we have not had a chance to review it all. That we met deadlines for experts shows our dedication to comply with court orders. It does not depict effective counsel ready to go to trial on this case. We would submit that it's the court's responsibility to assess this motion to continue with heightened due process that's required in death penalty cases. The death penalty case is different. That comes from Ford versus Wainwright. 477 U.S. 399 at 411. The court must be sensitive to safeguard every avenue of due process. The Idaho Supreme Court said the qualitative difference between death and other penalties calls for a greater degree of reliability when death is imposed. And that comes from State versus Creech, 105 Idaho, 362 at 383. Looking at all of the constitutional rights Mr. Kohberger has, effective assistance of counsel really becomes the crux of how all of these other rights are covered for Mr. Kohberger. And effective assistance of counsel applies both to the merits phase and the penalty phase of a death penalty case. The courts are guided and counsel is guided by the American Bar Association guidelines on capital cases. Wiggins versus Smith, 539 U.S. 510 at 524, said the ABA guidelines are guides to determine what is reasonable. And that's talking about reasonable performance by defense counsel in a capital case. The Ninth Circuit in Andrews versus Davis at 944 F3D 1092 at 1109 relies on the ABA guidelines as a proper measure to test an attorney's investigation. In Idaho, our public defender statutes reference the ABA guidelines as applying to indigent defense. These apply to the full investigation of the merits phase and require us to raise all legal claims. They require us to perform a background on all witnesses that might be called, especially those being called by the state. That means that we have to review all discovery to be able to present a full defense for Mr. Kohberger. We cannot present what we are not aware of. I would note for the court that discovery has been ongoing. I received discovery just this week. It is discovery that I have not reviewed yet. Considering what's required at a penalty phase in a capital case, we're required to perform in a way that the jury can carry out their function of individualized sentencing. That means that Mr. Kohberger's background has to be known and investigated and ready to present to the jurors. Evidence of his character has to be known and ready to present to the jurors, and his circumstances have to be known and ready to present to the jurors. That's addressed in the Woodson case and in the Lockett case. The jury must have the opportunity to consider all evidence that may weigh against the death penalty, and that means anything from his life history. It is the duty of the defense to find and investigate all mitigating information. We do have several experts that would be ready for the mitigation portion of the case, should the case reach that phase, and they rely on understanding family history and Mr. Kohberger's own history. They can only understand what they've been presented, and the investigation to fully evaluate needs to be thorough. That means that records have to be collected. That means that interviews, collateral interviews have to be done, and those have not all been completed. And it's not because of a lack of diligence in this case. Further, when things that are noted as red flags arise, those things must be investigated. Red flags aren't fanciful ideas of what else could we do in this case. They're real things that come up in the course of the investigation, and whether or not they're important to mitigation and presentation for a jury's consideration requires time to investigate and collect records. Documentation is very important. The court's aware that red flags have come up and they require further investigation. Those are issues that may mean a lot to the experts that would be ready to testify, but they can't be presented until there's a full investigation. They are things that might change the course of the evaluation or might require us to have an additional expert to help explain certain circumstances. And that's important for the individualized sentencing that's required by the Constitution. Your Honor, there have been numerous challenges with gathering records and interviewing collateral witnesses. I know the court is aware of some of those particular issues. I'm not going to highlight them now, but it's imperative that we be able to collect records and conduct interviews from other family members besides just Mr. Kohberger and his parents. And it's also imperative that his history be complete with educational records, medical records, and those things are still being done to this day. The other reason that a continuance is appropriate in this case is based on the media coverage, the Dateline issue that has been talked about in this courtroom before, and what's yet to come. The Dateline episode wasn't just a one-time deal back in May. That continues to be talked about. Everything that happens in this case continues to be talked about, and this court has a duty, a responsibility to make sure that Mr. Kohberger receives a fair trial. That comes from Shepard versus Maxwell, 384 U.S. 333. And a continuance may be the way that the court can best protect Mr. Kohberger. That comes from Patton versus Yount, 467 U.S. 1025. In addition to what is going on with what happened with the Dateline episode, that's not all. There's a book set to be released just a few weeks from now to be followed by a docuseries on Amazon Prime. There's a claim that there's inside sources that provide information in this case. At the very least, the moment we start attempting to select a jury in this case, those things are going to be on everybody's TV, everybody's social media feed, and some of the very witnesses that will be expected to testify will be taking part in.
Okay, so what do you want me to do? Pause this one and go over to Karen Reed. It just says verdict clock stopped at 20 hours, 33 minutes, and 40 seconds because I just posted that. So, I don't know. What should we do? Wait for them to come in. Okay, I'm gonna continue playing.
I'm here. We can chit chat until they come into court.
And then we'll go back to Bryan Kohberger and finish that hearing.
Well, eventually when the verdict is in, yes. And then I want to see press conferences and stuff after the verdict, whatever the verdict is, and that we can always go back to Bryan Kohberger. But this is wild. This is history in the making, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm very curious as to how it's going to come back. I mean, because I just posted. What did I type? 2 minutes and 20 hours and.
So total deliberation time was 20 hours, 33 minutes. 33 minutes and 40 seconds. Sorry, I'm just moving myself out of the way. Okay. But this is absolutely insane. I'm so nervous.
I am too. I watched this whole trial the very first time it came around a year ago. I watched the whole thing from start to finish. And then I swore I wasn't going to watch it again. But here we are.
Yeah, I know. I swore I was not gonna watch it either, but you get sicked in, So apparently the O'Keefes and the prosecution has not entered the courtroom. There is screaming people that's like they are not being allowed inside of the courtroom. They've been there the whole trial. But I don't know. This is too crazy, and I wish I could have a glass of wine right about now. Where is Sherry? I hope Sherry is watching the verdict. I tried to contact her earlier, but did not get a response. I do not know. Pickles. I think you need to go to the bathroom or somewhere to the broom closet and not be bothered. Yeah, we all swore that we're not gonna get into this trial, but hey, here we are,
and here we all are.
Molly's here. Good. I just wish Sherry. I hope somewhere Sherry's okay, and that she's watching the verdict because I know how invested she was as well. I know Case One is in chat. Yay. We'll be back to Bryan Kohberger soon. If not soon, we'll do Bryan. Okay, that sounded bad. We'll do Bryan tomorrow.
We will return to the Bryan Kohberger hearing after we finish watching this Karen Reed OnlyFan happen. Because this will be the end of our OnlyFan series, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you. I was like, yeah, because a verdict is in. This is it. This is
Thank
it.
you, Stephanie.
Yeah. We're not gonna come back to the fun with Karen Reid. We will come back with the trials that they are, but yeah.
No raging pickles.
But
No raging.
Pickles, just remember that.
Let it be not guilty from case one. Paula says I'm here.
I think for the sake of Canton Town, it better be not guilty, because otherwise that town is gonna. Higgins apparently is in a courthouse.
Is he?
Yeah. And that one that I never can say, Bukake, how do you say it? The Bukanke or Bukake or whatever the name is also there. The one that was like 3 days on the stand. That was very uproar. I can't never say his name. Nobody can.
I don't.
So I think people might know what I'm talking about. But
Let's see.
I don't know how
Wow.
how long we have to go. How long ago did we start saying that there's a verdict?
It should be any minute, because the O'Keefe's and prosecution have not entered the courtroom. That was 2 minutes ago.
Hi Ava. Ava is watching, but I'm just saying hello. But she cannot chat at the moment, but I'm just saying hello to her.
I wonder who some of these people are. Aiden Kearney, we all know who Turtle Boy is. He had posted court officer. He said court officers are not letting Jesse Mikado show or Ted Daniel News up. They have let in John DePetro, who is not on the media list, and there's plenty of room as we are all standing.
Yeah, because the thing is, the first two, they are pro Karen Reid. The other one is against Karen Reid. Basically, that's journalists and the people of the area or whatnot. They are very active and very outspoken.
And he also says the crowd outside was told not to make noise after the verdict is announced. Based on all the noise I hear outside and the tense emotions in this courtroom, this will be impossible to enforce. I bet.
Well, I agree with that case one, but maybe both of the verdicts are exactly the same, and she cannot do anything about it.
Yeah,
so
but are they the same?
I don't know. I don't think we'll never know. So it's just.
I mean, I want to know what's in that envelope that was presented 20 minutes ago. What's in that envelope? What does that envelope say compared to what this envelope is going to say?
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
Now I have questions. Time served. Go home, Karen.
Oh,
hey, Muffin.
No. You
I want to
haven't
hear
missed
what
the verdict. No,
No,
you haven't missed it. We're still waiting. We are doing the pre-show.
We're doing our pre-show. We're hyping y'all up until we get to that verdict. Muffin, let's hear your thoughts, baby girl. What do you think? Guilty or not guilty? Me and my daughter, I'm not going to tell y'all that. I am going to tell y'all this. Me and my daughter disagree on so many trials sometimes. And
okay, here we go. Here we go.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Call me.
Can you hear people in the background? People from the streets. Can you hear that?
I was trying to be quiet and to keep my mic muted, but as soon as they said not guilty, you could hear everybody in the street screaming, and they told everybody to be quiet out there. Look at that smile on her face.
Media, please exit the courtroom immediately. Karen Reed. Not yet.
Tony,
Hold on, everyone. Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
Sentencing is going to be for the guilty driving under the influence.
Okay.
Yes. Operating under the influence.
Yeah, that's for the OUI. The maximum I think is 5 years, but she can get time served and just
Yeah.
This is wild.
Sorry, that was emotional.
That was very emotional.
Me too, Muffins. I am so happy for her. She finally. Look at her dad. Oh,
look, everyone is
her.
crying.
All right,
Yeah, exactly,
So Ms. Giannetti, you ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Bryan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that she be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right, thank you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program. Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
Look at that. Yes. Yes, she got a year probation. I don't know if how much she served. I think it was a couple of months or something. But wow, this is over. This is over. It is over. I am sorry for the family of John O'Keefe. I'm sorry that you're never probably gonna get justice for his death. But
This may not. Wait. Justice was served for his death, but in my opinion, I didn't mean to stop you, Katya. his family may not agree with the verdict.
Yeah.
Because they are so emotionally involved, and this is their family member that this has happened to. And I understand that. I understand that from losing a family member, going to a funeral with 4 victims, you hold that person accountable. And so the fact that
Pickles. Sorry, Pickles missed the verdict.
It's okay, Pickles. As you can see, Katya and I are in tears. It was a non-guilty verdict, except for the OUI, which was operating under the influence, and she will serve a year of probation.
Yeah, but the thing is, Paula, even if they have a civil suit, they don't have any grounds for it. To be fair, she got found not guilty for this, so case fun. I don't know, maybe not, maybe never. It is sad. I'm sad for the family of O'Keefe because it's just their son. They lost it, but it's unfair to have someone in jail and in prison
That
for
did
something
not
that
do
did
it.
not do. So
Exactly. I'm with you, Katya.
yeah, that's all that I wanted to say. But this is insane. But yeah, not guilty. Yeah, you were right in the last 2 verdicts, Hannah. Absolutely. She got not guilty. No, she got guilty on the DUI, on the OUI, or driving under the influence. Oh, yeah, you still on there. There's gonna be a press conference, so we're gonna wait. So she got the year probation. Ooh. No, carry on. That was not me. Carry on.
Can y'all hear how loud that is? Yes, Hannah.
Wow. This is insane.
Where is Turtle Boy? Oh, wrong button.
Has anybody seen Mark?
Yeah, he's right in front.
What TBU is hit? Oh, he's the podium. Okay.
Yeah.
We can breathe down it worked. It worked. The justice system worked.
Yep.
All I wanted. It's a relief. I don't know why. I'm not even in the country. Yes, it's true, Ivamos. It is true. It is not guilty. She only got guilty on the OUI. She's gonna get a year probation. It's done. It's over. Kyron Reed, it's over.
This was a long time coming. As you see on the monitor, day 36.
20 hours deliberations.
Yes.
I don't trust the Canton police to figure out anything, Hannah. That police cannot figure out their heads, the difference from their heads from their behinds.
I think it was all a cover-up. I think that was proven with this trial. And I agree with Pickles. The feds are coming in now. They've been watching this whole thing. They've got their own investigation. It's all going to come to light. And whoever did this to John O'Keefe, hopefully will pay in the end.
Look at that. Look at that sea. Look at that sea of people. Wow.
That is a bunch of people out there just waiting.
I am here. I just need to do a recording. I'm here.
Go ahead, babe. I can't wait till they come out. I want them to come out and do a press conference. I want to see what they have to say. You know they're going to come out and say something.
I even went inside and charged it for a while. And you start shooting, and the next thing you know, you're like, no battery? Fuck, not now.
Are you talking because you're muted, baby? Okay. Your mom's blowing up your phone celebrating pickles. Yeah, well, my daughter's in here, so she doesn't have to blow up my phone anymore.
Oh, yeah. Oh, let me know how you get there.
Look at all those people.
Bagel shop down the street.
Ava, I can only imagine. Never have I been in those kind of shoes, but I can only imagine how she must be feeling. I've never been in that type of situation. Never would want to be. But the relief she's feeling right now. They're fighting in the crowds. Listen.
Okay, I'm back. Of course they are fighting because, you know, sadly some people cannot take the verdict that they wanted. Yeah, some people wanted a guilty verdict and they didn't get it. So obviously, you know, now they are not
Yeah,
happy.
they're not being very nice in the crowds. That's not nice.
Well, the type of people that wanted Karen Reed guilty, it's probably not the best type of people. Just saying, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're entitled our opinions. We're just two chicks from across the pond to across the pond, and we got our opinions.
I'm the only one across the pond. Me and Hannah.
Okay, y'all are across the pond. I'm in the Gulf of America.
Oh, can you imagine? I want to see Spunky's here press conference. I want to hear that.
You want to hear it? I know. I'm waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting for
I
press
know.
conferences.
We'll be here.
I'm not
like,
changing.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
changing.
want to see his face and him and Lolly. I want to see both of them faces falling to the ground. I've already apologized. I'm gonna owe Garden Bot another date night, but date night is off. It's off. It's cancelled. Date night is cancelled. Yeah, I'm sorry to Garden Bot. Everyone apologize to Garden Bot. He's not even seeing this, but yeah.
Garden Bot love, I'm sorry. I kept your woman. I'm gonna keep her for a little while longer.
Oh my days. I am sorry, but I have to watch this. I cannot miss it. You know, I know, poor Garden Bot. I have to be extra nice to him now. Because I'm missing date night for Karen Reed. Yeah, you know, if I was Karen Reed, I would get out of Canton. I would get out of America, probably, because bless her, where can she go when this case hasn't been heard about? Okay, Paula. So yeah, thank you for being here. Oh, this is great. Sorry, I'm trying to do a video on just the verdict only, but someone coming?
Someone coming?
Oh, she can't after to probation. Oh, that sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, she can't move until after probation is over with. That's true.
That sucks like big time. Oh, that sucks big time. Well, a year goes by fast and people will forget about it. Forget about it. Sorry.
This,
Oh,
where we
yeah. Well
and
done.
what's going on. Let me talk to you. What are your thoughts right now?
You are all set, Ms. Reed. Free Karen Reed, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for everything, Karen.
All right, we'll come through here. Thoughts at this moment?
So excited. Couldn't have asked for a better outcome. Woo!
There you
Uncle
go.
Vinny
Rule
in
of
the
Rose
crowd,
speaks volumes.
getting some
Young
reactions.
children with American
Wow.
flags.
Still waiting.
How you doing? What are your thoughts right now?
It's gonna be a hot minute until.
I've been waiting for this
Yeah.
we all have for a long time. Game
Been a
on.
long time coming.
Massachusetts history. Massachusetts history. We got the justice that we deserve for the O'Keefe family as well. We send our love.
Thank you. The last time we had a verdict of this magnitude in this town, in this courthouse, was Sacco and Vanzetti. Much different
Crime
scenario.
has a overhead shot, which is absolutely crazy. And it shows the amount
Over
of
here you can
people.
see
It's
Turtle
crazy.
Boy, who is
What'd you say?
Law and Crime has the like a chopper, like a helicopter going around or a drone,
Oh,
and it's
really?
showing the
Let me
people,
see.
the amount of people.
Okay.
Well, yeah, now they know who didn't do it, but yeah, look at how many, a lot of people, man. Getting her out of here.
Wow, that's a big little crowd.
I know.
Get her out of here. Hey, that
outta
was what they
here.
said to Lori.
Oh, Lori. He still comes up, man, that girl. Right?
So glad we're done with Lori.
Oh my days, don't tell me. It's glad. Well, we're done until her sentencing, so we still have to go through
Right.
that.
She's got her sentencing still, but until then, we're finished with her.
Yeah. So I'm trying to post this as soon as I can, because girl gotta do it. One more. Okay, there you go. Oh my days. I know the crowds are crazy. So they are just yelling, some against Karen Ray, some for it. I think it's just the craziness right now. We are waiting on the press conferences that happen after a normal thing, but I bet Chief flies to the court and sealed. Yes. Captain can hide what they did. I think so. I think she doesn't care. I think she's gonna literally, yeah. I agree with you, Paula. We agree on something. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I agree with Paula too.
Yeah, today's
William.
Karen Reed day. Wow. Definitely it is. Wow. I think the McCabe's are gonna go into hiding, and the Alberts and all of the people. Megan. Yes, Megan Jackson. Yeah, she did got live, and she's forever gone now. Yes. Is this the correct one? I think it is. Sorry. Trying to do one more thing, guys. Sorry. And then, yeah, it is correct. Wow. This is absolutely insane. Wow. And we were nervous about the possibility of the verdict and the swap of envelopes and everything. So, yeah, they might have riots and craziness. Absolutely. Oh, the town hall meeting. Paula, yeah, good thinking. Oh, wow.
Oh, Lord.
You're gonna poke some bears on Facebook, okay? Oh my days, Stephanie, that's hilarious. Love that.
Stephanie's like, let me go irritate some people.
Yeah. Oh, she is. Well, I don't know because of the probation if she can have alcohol now. I don't think she can because of probation, but I'm sure she's gonna have some fake champagne for sure.
Oh yeah, she gonna sleep good tonight.
She is gonna
Look at
sleep
that crowd
good
out there in front of that
tonight.
courthouse. Look at that.
This is absolutely insane.
Look at that. And that's what caused all that noise all the way inside the courtroom that we heard.
Yep. Can you imagine? Wow. Oh, what? On here, Ava? Oh, I don't think he's... That is it. Josh. Yes. Yes. Goodness, Karen Reed is over. Woohoo, I think everyone is gonna celebrate tonight that Karen Reed is over. We can go back to a normal sense of normality of trials.
At least they can in
And
Canton for a little bit.
She's watching you.
sorry, just replying to messages.
I'm
and
still waiting for them to come out.
It's gonna take a hot minute for them to come out. It's gonna take a little bit for them to come out and do all of that, and they have to maybe go for over paperwork, and maybe the family has to go out first, and then can the defendant, well, the former defendant and now acquitted person come out and everything. So
right.
Yeah, so they ask formalities. It's not gonna get straight away. We're gonna wait a little bit, but I'm sure press conferences are gonna happen. Brandon probably is not gonna say anything because he's gonna put his leg in between his legs and run away, never show up his face. And I think he's gonna get drunk tonight. I think Judge Bev is already at the bar.
She's already having her afternoon toddy.
She's like, she got found not guilty. All my things did not work against her. I'm gonna have to find another way to have a sidebar now.
All those sidebars. I need to go to a real bar.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe this is over, y'all. This must be a dream. Are we dreaming that this is over? The Karen Reed, the whole
this is
situation
over. This is over. Look at all those pink shirts.
If only Sade had that support. I keep thinking about that.
I know. I think about Sade too a lot. That's.
Oh my. You have all the support, but people have devoted lives. She has security, but I think she is gonna go out through the main door. There's gonna be a press conference.
She has always gone in and out those main
cars.
doors.
I think those are the security for her because absolutely she needs that now. I think Kevin Bev is like 1, 2, I need more. Keep them coming. She's drawing us horror. Sorry, every time I put a comment, I hide rubber. Sorry, rubber.
Oh, no, you're not bothering me. I cover myself with comments, too. Yeah, she's always gone in and out the front door, so I have no doubt she will come out that front door and she will make a statement with a proud smile on her face, as she should.
I just feel bad for Denise. She's in the middle of the hearing of Bryan Kohberger. She is in the courtroom.
And I've got her on pause.
She can listen, and I'm sure her phone is blowing up right now. And all I can think is, poor Denise. She's been waiting for this for the longest time, and now there's a verdict.
Stuck in the courtroom and she can't do
court. I feel so sorry for her. My heart goes out for Denise. I'm sorry, but it does. She's been watching this trial and she's been following the case probably since it happened, and she's stuck in court, and I feel bad for her. Oh my God, I do feel bad. Like, I'm not gonna lie, and I also feel bad. People that had the convictions on, her guilt and everything. They had those belief systems, and they probably are upset, and we're all right that it wasn't the verdict. But these things happen in trials. I was convinced that Colin Griffith was guilty, yet he got the not guilty, and gotta have to deal with that. But yeah, it's just crazy, isn't it?
Denise in the crowd. I don't think she's in this crowd, William.
Denise is in with Bryan Kohberger trial blaster.
She's on pause.
She's on pause.
She's on pause. I have her paused.
My days.
Denise
I
ain't
was
never been-
looking.
Denise
I
has
was
never been
looking-
paused in her life until now.
Yeah.
She got rubber to pause her.
This is crazy. So at the peak of the verdict, when the verdict was being announced, Court TV had 70,000 people watching the verdict.
Really?
And then there was 80,000 people watching Online Crime. 84, I think,
way.
was the peak. So this thing has attracted more than a million people.
Yeah.
To
Wow.
watch this verdict. Like, this is just absolutely crazy. Oh wow, this, and there's other channels going around, and they have crazy audiences as well. I'm so glad that we're still a small little person and no one knows about us. I'm so happy for that. But yeah, it's
Let's
absolutely
listen to this
crazy.
just again, just to listen.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Yeah.
So say you? No, do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. 002, what say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
Of?
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, how can you verdict as the court records it? You upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty.
Y'all hear that crowd in that background?
You know when a team scores in a football game or soccer game or football or whatever, that's exactly how it sounded. That someone just scored a big goal. They won the championship. They won the
I
Super Bowl.
agree.
Yeah,
it's like a Super Bowl hearing or a like the football Spanish. I don't know what they call football in Spanish. The soccer games. It sounds like that kind of crowd to me. So amazing.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, how can you verdict as the court records? You upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
Wow.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the verdict in the retrial of the century. Karen Reed, not guilty of every charge that actually counts, guilty of operating under the influence, everything else not guilty. Right now we're outside the courthouse. The street has been blocked off. You see the officers on the top of the steps. Any moment now, we're expecting Karen Reed and her defense team to come out. The crowd is hungry. They want to see Karen Reed. They've been here for Karen Reed. Now they want to celebrate with Karen Reed. Right now there's a chant of justice for John, which is justice for John O'Keefe. Because the folks outside this courthouse believe that justice for John O'Keefe is an investigation of the investigators and an investigation of the people who are inside 34 Fairview. I've been covering cases and stories for a long time. That investigation is not happening. There will be no more charges relative to the death of John O'Keefe, criminal charges. It's part pep rally. It's part celebration. It's everything that they've been talking about year after year in the build-up to this moment. Matt Johnson is also with us outside across the street. Matt, I can't hear myself, but can you hear me?
William, they are saying lock up Jen McCabe. Yes, she has a year of probation for the OUI. Yes, Britta. Yeah, they're saying lock up Jennifer McCabe.
Outside. That's the level of noise here coming from the folks. I look at some of the faces, a lot of smiling faces.
Hey, Joy, she's in a house
Karen
as
Reed
well.
is free.
Why is that important to you?
I don't have.
I love Karen
control
Reed.
of
We've been
the
following this
string,
case for
sorry.
a long time.
She's
Freedom
PA,
for
back
Karen
chat
is
real
justice
quick.
for John. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 1 second.
What happens next? What happens next?
We get justice for John, because that's what really matters at the end of the day.
So we just
And
gotta hang
freeing
out and
Karen
listen.
Reed means justice for John.
I can always remove. I'm gonna remove
Outside the
We're gonna carry
courthouse.
on. It's fine. And I'll be quiet. You can carry on the celebrations in chat. Okay.
Someone is walking out of the courthouse right now. Someone's walking out. False alarm. False alarm. It's taken a while for them to come out. It's an emotional day. It's an emotional moment. Matt Johnson, can you hear me now?
What do you guys think? It is. It is. Oh wow. The OJ and Casey Anthony. I can imagine that. Wow.
It is so loud. Yeah, it is so loud. Matt can't hear me across.
Incredible.
Yep. Michael Ayala, there have been emotional trials before. There have been people invested in the outcomes, but it's never been under these circumstances. I'm wondering what you think about what's happening outside the courthout right now. The chance of justice for John O'Keefe. The chance of lockup Jen, referring to Jennifer McCabe.
It just reminds me, Vinny, of the O.J. Simpson case. It just does. I know that's not something people like to talk about, but, you know, the support. Now, he was, of course.
Okay. But, here, do they have, they only have a crowd sound. They don't have. Glad that they found justice for John O'Keefe. I hope they find the culprit that did this. Whatever cover up it happened, whatever happened, but justice needs to be found for him. Man, it's just crazy how all it happens, and I don't know. Look at the massive media. It's like this is being covered all over the world. I even heard that in Portugal, they know who Karen Reed is in Portugal. And Portugal, it's not a dandy little country, but it's just crazy that they're even covering that there. I need to go to bed soon. Please hurry up. I want to watch the conference. I find it insane. I know, Hannah. I am jealous. I want to that too. They usually are. Yeah. I mean, if anyone wants to dig it out, but it probably won't be filed just yet. Can you guys hear me okay over the noise, or is it hard of listening hearing? So let me have a look. There's probably not going to be any other screaming. Oh my days, this is absolutely crazy. I want to hear literally the press conference so bad. I want this beautiful guy. Like it's just crazy. Look at that sea of pink. I don't think I have seen so much pink. I think Hampton might have ran out of pink shirt, to be fair. I don't have 4TV open, but 4TV is not showing anything right now. They are on bright, so that's fine. So it's nothing happening. I think Brandon, there's any new sources. Let's check Twitter. I wonder if Twitter has anything on Karen Reed. So now we just need to know where, if it is just, oh, here we come, here they come.
I just want to say two things. Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
So we want to see it reopened? Karen, we want to see the case reopened? Give a message to the jury, the case be reopened? No, the case cannot be reopened. Alan, this case is over. No, I mean, speak to what is the larger issue. What does this say? This is what it say about justice. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it to Karen. Karen, her dad. Her dad has a comment. Let her dad. Let her chat. Mr. O'Keefe, what does this say? I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we follow is David Gueretti. We added Alan Jackson and Rising Little. Bob Alessi, you know about, right? It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from our heart. We love you all of the content providers who help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Should the investigation be Hey, you okay?
Wow. I agree. Wow. Did you see that, Bubba?
Thank everybody in New England, everybody for their support getting behind this issue. Can you describe your emotion when your verdict was announced? What went through your mind? Tremendous thanks to Almighty God, Jesus Christ, and we're reading. Thank you for our great family. What do you think the difference is? Another year of information circulating in the public, and people are aware of what's happened. I gotta go. So what's the message? You gotta go. I got you, sir. I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you. I got you. It's all right here.
She's already up.
Yeah, good. That's good.
That is absolutely crazy. Are you back with us, Robert?
Yes, I'm back. I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Okay. Wow, this is absolutely insane.
I'm back. I had to get Hector out the door. You know, it's that time of day.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Stephanie. This is nuts, but amazing to see.
Yeah.
And I think this is it. I mean, they left. Do you think Brennan's gonna do a press conference? I think he's not. I think he's just gonna.
I think they're just say goodbye for the day, and maybe they'll come back later tonight and do a press conference. So her truck is just driving away.
There she goes. She's like a superwoman. You know?
She what? Say that again.
It sounds like they're treating like she's just a bullshit child. This is absolutely insane. You better keep safe for the next couple months, for the next year at least. All right.
Amazing. Joe, do you want me to switch back to Bryan Kohberger?
Yeah.
They're going to open the road.
Yeah, they're going to open the roads. I think this is it, guys. It was fun to watch. It was funish.
Yeah, that
follow
was fun.
Karen Reid. I'm going to leave
That
you
was
with
fun.
hands of rubber. I'm going to try to salvage date night with Garden Bot. Try to see if I'm not in the bad books. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Peace, God, dear. See you later, love. Have a great night. Okay, so we're going to go back to Bryan Kohberger, and I don't know how far behind, but we're a little bit behind because Karen Reid interrupted us, but that's okay. It was a good interruption. It's acceptable this time.
And maybe noted in the book.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to back up just a few seconds just because it was chaotic and I don't remember what they were even talking about. And Garden Bot, be nice to her. She needed this. So now she can go out on her date.
There's a book set to be released just a few weeks from now to be followed by a docuseries on Amazon Prime. There's a claim that there's inside sources that provide information in this case. At the very least, the moment we start attempting to select a jury in this case, those things are going to be on everybody's TV, everybody's social media feed, and some of the very witnesses that will be expected to testify will be taking part in the docuseries at least, and maybe noted in the book. That is, in and of itself, an exceptional reason for us to have a continuance to let those things play out for a while. I would also note, Your Honor, that jury selection is going to be particularly challenged and will need a great deal of time based on what's happened in the media and continues to happen. Your Honor, our request is for a continuance in this matter to allow us to be effective and perform our constitutional duty for Mr. Kohberger to protect his constitutional rights, to make sure that we have fully investigated all mitigating circumstances so the jury, if it comes to it, can perform their individualized sentencing, judgment, and function, and to allow some space between what's recently happened in the media. Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor. Of course.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will, I think, address Ms. Taylor's argument sort of in the reverse order in which she raised the issues that she raised. I want to begin, though, by bringing us and the court back to what the standard is for this motion to continue as opposed to what might happen after a conviction with respect to ineffective assistance of counsel. Right now, the standard is whether denying a continuance would violate the defendant's rights by causing unfair prejudice. And that is an objective standard that the court has, and the court has discretion on all motions to continue, including a motion to continue in a case such as this that involves the death penalty. What the defendant and counsel are asking the court to do is delay this trial because of their subjective, prospective beliefs about how an ineffective assistance of counsel evaluation would happen by an appeals court if there is a conviction. What this court should do is use its discretion and look at the objective record. The record supports denying the motion based on what the defense has been doing, continues to do, and will continue to do through the mitigation phase until the penalty phase, including presenting mitigation evidence that the jury will ultimately decide about if there is a conviction. The lens that the court should look at is well stated, through which the court should look at this motion is well stated in some Idaho case law and others. And if I can turn on the Elmo, do I need to hit this button, Your Honor?
Clerk needs to switch it over.
Okay, thank you. So these are cases that we cited in our brief, and I wanted to start my discussion with them. I'll read the top case, which is an Idaho Supreme Court case, evaluating whether counsel was effective in a death penalty case. Counsel was not required to investigate defendant's entire life in order to objectively and reasonably present mitigation evidence. And then I like the way that the Seventh Circuit sort of rephrased the same principle by saying, I won't read the entire quote, Your Honor, but a scorch the earth strategy is not required. We're in a standard of reasonableness. And the record that is before the court, and I'll acknowledge we have not seen what specifics, if any, the defense has put forward in its ex parte filing.
It's kind of hard for you, I recognize.
It does, but we have not seen specifics. I did not hear any specifics from counsel just now about these witnesses need to be contacted, these records need to be obtained. And then the court, I think, mentioned at prior hearing we had when this was motion to continue was first raised, that the court would be looking at what admissible evidence the defense needs to obtain and what strategies would actually be used to fruitfully obtain that evidence. And we don't have anything specific that we can respond to about that. So I'm at a bit of a disadvantage, Your Honor, but I think the record that we do have shows that the court can use its discretion to deny this motion to continue. What we did in our response brief, Your Honor, was to cite the fact that the defense has identified 55 defense witnesses for mitigation, and I think one was recently added, so we're up to 56, 132 exhibits to use at the mitigation phase. And with respect to the ABA standards, we're not saying the court should completely ignore them, but what we are saying is that the court should look at them for what they are, which is a retrospective tool for appellate courts to look at the performance of counsel after a conviction, not some checklist that needs to be religiously adhered to in order to actually get to trial. Even if the court were to rely on them heavily, though, the charts that we put together show that for each of the ABA guidelines categories that the defense has raised, we have seen evidence in the record that shows that they have witnesses to talk about those issues and they have discovery on those issues themselves. Now, defense has called that superficial, but we would ask the court to look at the tables and look at the witnesses that we've been able to identify for each category and also the discovery in the record. So, Your Honor, again, we think that given the legal standards here on a motion to continue, given the court's discretion, given that we are in a world where the court needs to satisfy itself that defense has done a reasonable job to prepare for trial, there's no basis for a motion to continue. Now, let me turn to some of the specific arguments, and I can take this down, Your Honor, that Ms. Taylor raised. With respect to the media coverage, we acknowledge, as the court has, that will pose challenges for jury selection. The issue, though, is not whether there is a lot of publicity. We know there's going to be a lot of publicity regardless of when this trial happens. As Ms. Taylor said, people will continue to talk about this case. The issue is whether the court, using the procedures it has established, or maybe even modifying them as the court wants to, can seat a panel of impartial jurors. The Supreme Court of Idaho has found that despite widespread publicity, even on the day of jury selection, that is possible. That is possible in this case, despite the challenges. The other thing I would mention with respect to the publicity is that it puts us at the whim of the media. Every time there's a breaking story, every time there's a new book or a new documentary, are we going to continue the trial indefinitely? And that seems to be the danger in what the defense is asking for. We call it a perpetual continuance, and we haven't seen a proposal about when this trial could take place if there's a continuance. What seems to be the strategy here is just to delay. And that leads me to, I think, the other point that Ms. Taylor raised, which was to say that, this shouldn't be a surprise. It is a surprise to us that a motion to continue was made so late in the game, after, by the way, the trial date was used to oppose an extension that we filed for with respect to our mental health expert. At that point, the defense said we can't possibly go down this road or give the government the state what it wants because of the trial date. Once that issue is resolved, then we get a motion to continue. So I think what we have seen from the defense is that they tried to use the mass amount of discovery to remove the death penalty from the table. When that failed, now we have a motion to continue. So I do think timing is relevant here. Again, and it's not just that the defense waited so long, it's that we now have a very substantial record on which the court can deny this motion based on everything that's been put in front of the state and the court. In terms of the mitigation investigation, Your Honor, we believed but did not have confirmation that the defense had a mitigation specialist until the reply brief on this motion alluded to an affidavit that mitigation specialist submitted. So I don't know what that says. I don't know what the mitigation specialist has said, but the fact that there is a mitigation specialist, apart from the 3 attorneys and 2 investigators that are part of the defense team, that person has one role, as I understand it, which is to prepare for the penalty phase if we get there. And that person, that specialist, has still time to continue doing whatever work they told the court they need to do. Your Honor, again, I would try to get back to the record and ask the court to look at the objective record when evaluating this motion. 55 mitigation witnesses, over 130 exhibits, a very robust team on the defense side, which includes their retained experts. Ms. Taylor, and in the briefing, really honed in on this idea of a social life history for the defendant. I don't know if the court has read the expert reports of the defendant's forensic psychiatrist and then the licensed psychologist. I won't discuss the details in open court, but our position is that both of those specialists, well-trained, very experienced specialists, conducted significant, fulsome life history investigations. They weren't just looking at bare records. They were talking to people from the defendant's past, from his present, his family, and developed parallel life histories. And in their reports, as I read them, no red flags that needed further investigation were noted. Nothing about those reports appeared to be incomplete, and the experts didn't say we are unable to reach the conclusions we need to reach for lack of investigation. So I think that is sort of proof in the pudding. We have life history for the defendant. The defense has amassed significant materials, and I thought we were going to be solely talking about the mitigation case that still needs to be developed. That is not a basis for a continuance, and to the extent there are ongoing discovery from the state that Ms. Taylor alluded to, I can represent that most of what was just turned over was our investigators speaking with witnesses that the defense has disclosed. So that's the nature of that discovery, is us responding to discovery from the defense. And that will continue, of course, to occur as we lead up to trial and witnesses make statements that we need to disclose to the defense. So with that, Your Honor, I would again rest on the case law holding that a scorched the earth investigation is not what's required. And on the record before the court should exercise its discretion to deny the motion. If the court has any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Otherwise, we would submit on the record before the court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any reply?
Yes, thank you. I would start with noting that if the new discovery is the state's contact of witnesses we've listed, the state knows that there are mitigation witnesses that we've listed because we had to disclose them, but they are people that have refused to speak with us. That presents a challenge in the case. A lot of the witnesses that refuse to speak with us have to do with records, medical records of Bryan Kohberger, past treatment records of Bryan Kohberger. Those are important things that the gravity of what they have to say can't be known to our experts until we have the opportunity to fully understand those things. And we continue to work on access to witnesses and access to additional information. Your Honor, I want to touch on just a couple of points. One, when the court considers a continuance and considers whether Bryan Kohberger's rights are violated, his right to a fair trial, his right to confront witnesses and evidence against him, his right to present a full defense, and his right to effective assistance of counsel are implicated and laid out in our motion to continue. The ABA guidelines require us to do a full investigation. It's not going scorched earth to understand Bryan Kohberger's full life history. These are things that are required. And we've done everything that we can. We have had a mitigation expert on the case. This is 2.5 years into a case, and the average for capital cases is 3.5 years.
In federal court.
In federal court.
Which moves at a snail's pace in its best day in regular cases.
I'm not a practitioner in federal court, so I don't have any basis to talk to the court about that. But what I can tell you is that a capital case where we have a client and we need to investigate both the merits phase and a penalty phase at the same time takes time. In any case, it takes time to do that. In this case, with the high profile nature and having people decline to talk to us presents a whole set of challenges that we have to find a way to work through. As the court knows, a lot of mitigation information is very sensitive information. It takes some time to be able to get people to talk about things. Realities exist too. Not all of the family members are in the same place. So there's travel that's required. All of those things take time to do in a case like this. 2.5 years is excessively fast to put all of that together. There was no delay in having a mitigation expert on board. There was no delay in getting investigators to work on the case. And as soon as issues became apparent, Mr. Kohberger's team did not delay in getting experts to help us understand specific areas of the case. Looking over the entire record, the court can see that the defense team has been diligent about discovery, about motion practice, about litigating issues in the case. There just still is a lot left to do. There is still a lot left that is not known. And Mr. Kohberger has a right to go to trial with prepared counsel that have conducted a full investigation in both phases of the case. When you have a certain amount of information and there's this other stuff that's out there, that's a red flag, that's real, that you need to investigate, your experts can only do what's here, what's been investigated, what's been produced for them to assess. This whole other area, that land between the red flags and the investigation, that's an unknown area. That's where there's ineffective assistance of counsel. That's where there's not a fair trial. That's where there's not an individualized sentencing proceeding. And it's that area that requires a continuance in this case.
All right, I'll take the matter under advisement and get an opinion out in short order. In the meantime, I fully encourage everyone to continue as if the trial is going to take place when it is scheduled for. Again, I reserve the right to write the decision that I come to, but as of now, I would tell you that it's likely you're going to trial on the date indicated. All right, is there any other matters that we need to take up in the public session before we break to go to the private session?
Nothing further in the public session, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I don't believe so.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break while the bailiffs clear the courtroom and we set up for the private session.
All rise, please. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but it says they're going to take a 10-minute break for a private session. And I guess we're not going to be privy to that private session. So we may have to wait until Denise can come tell us what that private session was about. Y'all see this? We're not privy to the private session. It's just following, it's just... Nope. We're not privy to the private session, so yeah. And the judge says nothing's slowing it up, and the trial's going to be expected as it was expected, and they're not going to slow it up. Yeah. Sounds like judge is shutting all that slow it up and starting a trial when I say that, yep, I think that's what's going to happen. So I guess what we'll do is we will go back to our Raul Valle trial. Let's rewind it just a step or two so we can go back to whatever she was talking about, because I don't remember. That was an hour ago.
I'm not too sure. Sometime around 5-ish.
Okay. And when you got to the party, what was going on?
Nothing really. It was more just like everyone was hanging out in the basement.
Approximately how many people were at this party?
Around 20-ish.
At some point as the night progressed, did the party get bigger?
Yes.
And how large would you say it got? How many people would you say were there later on in the night?
I can't really recall.
Okay. In attendance at the party, was it just St. Joe's girls lacrosse players, or were there other individuals there?
There was more St. Joe's kids and some other kids from Shelton.
Okay. And when you say some other kids from Shelton, how many other kids from Shelton were there?
I'm not completely sure the exact number, but I do know that there was 2.
Okay. In addition to, you said some girls lacrosse players, you indicated 2 Shelton High School students. Was there anyone else that was there that was not invited?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I'm going to strike the answer. Thank you. Just disregard it. It's not part of the evidence.
Emily, are you familiar with Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
Yes.
And what about an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
Yes.
How are you familiar with those individuals?
I was in their grade at school. I had classes with them, but that's pretty much where it ended.
Did you hang out with their friends at group gatherings at all?
No, not usually, no.
Okay. If you were to see them, for instance, out, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. From those 3 individuals, do you recognize any of those individuals here today in court?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you recognize?
Lido.
Okay.
Raul.
When you say Lido, does that person go by a different name?
Yes.
And what name does that person go by?
Raul.
Okay. So you know that person, Raul, as Lido as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please point him out and just describe what he's wearing?
A black suit with a black tie.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying the defendant.
The record should so reflect. Thank you.
So Emily, as I refer to Lido or Raul, as you know him, I'm also going to refer to him as a defendant. It's the same person. Okay. So Emily, at some point, when you were at the party, did something occur between the St. Joe's 3 individuals that you just indicated, as well as the Shelton High School students?
Yes.
And what happened?
There was a fight.
Okay. And were you present when that fight took place?
Yes.
And when you say present, how close to the fight were you?
I was very close. I was trying to break it up.
Okay. Before we proceed, I am going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit number 53. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Emily, you have a screen in front of you here.
Yes.
Looking at C53, do you recognize the individual in this photograph?
Yes.
And who are those individuals?
Jack Snyder in the red and Lido in the blue.
And looking at C53, do you remember Lido, as you just indicated, wearing that helmet as well as the pillow around his neck?
Yes.
Okay. And from your recollection from that night at the party, do you recall if the defendant showed up wearing this helmet and the pillow, or did he retrieve it at the party?
He got it at the party.
Do you recall whose helmet that is that he's wearing?
I do not know exactly.
Okay. And when the fight broke out that you observed, do you recall if the defendant was wearing that helmet during the fight?
He was.
Okay. Now, directing your attention back to the party that night, what was happening at the party? Was there drinking going on? Were there games being played? Explain.
Yes, there was drinking going on, and there was some games being played, like beer pong and other drinking games.
Okay. What type of alcohol was being consumed, if you recall?
Mostly beer and some alcoholic, like seltzers.
Had you been drinking?
Yes.
How many alcoholic beverages had you consumed?
I don't remember.
Were you, had you been drinking to the point where you were drunk, not able to stand, or?
No, I was, no.
Okay. And you indicated you had driven to the party that night?
Yes.
Now, did you observe Lido or Raul drinking that night?
Yes.
And looking at C53, do you see the blue liquid that the defendant is holding in his hand there?
Yes.
Do you recall what that is? Do you know what that is? Now, the individuals that arrived from Shelton High School, as you indicated, do you know the names of those individuals?
I did not at the time, but I did later learn that it was Griffin and Ryan.
Okay. And when you say later on, did you have interactions with them?
Yes. After the fight one of my friends drove them away.
And is that when you learned their names?
Yes, yeah, in the car.
Now, when, as you indicated, Ryan and Griffin arrived at 5 Lazy Brook, if you can recall, or if you observed, how did the defendant, Jack, and Tyler De Silva react?
They did not want them there.
Okay, and how do you know that? What were they doing, without going into what they were saying, how were they observed?
Trying to kick them out.
Okay. Would you say it was a bit of a hostile interaction?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you indicated a fight broke out. Do you recall what that fight was over?
It was over like a little case of beer.
Okay, and when you say it was over a little case of beer, explain.
The Lido and like the others had taken it from them and wanted them to leave, and Ryan wanted the beer back, and then he would leave. But so that's why they fought over the alcohol.
Okay. Were you standing there when were you observing this? You were observing the beer being taken and then Ryan wanting that beer back?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the boys from St. Joe's give the beer back to Ryan at that point?
No.
Okay. And because the beer was not given back, what occurred?
That's when the fight broke out.
And when you say a fight broke out, you indicated you observed the fight. To your recollection, explain what you observed when the fight happened.
I saw Lido punch Ryan from behind, and then that's when everyone started fighting.
Okay. And when you say everyone, who else was fighting?
Jack, Tyler, and Lido.
Now, obviously from stage 53, you can see here, you indicated Jack is wearing the red sweatshirt, Lido is wearing the blue shirt. What was Tyler wearing that night, if you can recall?
A light blue jersey.
Now, you had said that you were saying certain things during the fight when it was going on?
Yes.
What were you saying?
Trying to break it up.
Okay. And were you successful in breaking up the fight?
No, not really.
In addition to, as you said, you observed Lido hit someone in the back of the head?
Yes.
Did you observe the defendant doing anything else during that fight?
Near the end of the fight, he headbutted Bryan, who was on the ground with the helmet on.
So when you say headbutted, explain to the members of the jury what you mean by that.
He like took his head and like to the ground, like he like dive bombed with his head into Ryan, who was on the ground.
Okay. Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is motioning her head towards the front of her body to indicate what the defendant was doing with the helmet.
We'll let the record reflect the movement of the witness in the stand as such. Thank you.
Now, Emily, from your description, it sounds like the defendant had kept the helmet on as he was using it on Ryan. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So at any point did he take that helmet off when he was doing that?
No.
Okay. And did you observe him headbutt Ryan once or more than once?
I only remember once.
Okay. And we'll withdraw. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor? Yes. Emily, I'm going to show you what's marked as state 58. Do you remember seeing that video?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who took that video?
Bella Molnar.
I'm sorry?
Bella Molnar.
Okay. Do you know Bella Molnar?
Yes, we were in the same grade.
So she was a friend of yours?
Yes.
And if we could just have a play the slow down version, go to frame 90, please. Thank you. I'm going to show you a clip from one of the versions of that video. Okay, so looking at stage 58, can you see in your screen there?
Yes.
Okay, if you can point out who was in the red sweatshirt there.
That was Jack's.
Okay, and over to the left-hand side of Jack there in the blue jersey, who was that?
That was Tyler.
And over to the right-hand side of Jack in the greenish colored sweatshirt, who is that?
That was Ryan.
Okay. And do you see yourself anywhere in this video at this point?
I'm on like the far right. I don't think you can really see me yet.
Okay. Let me just back it up. Rewind it. Do you see yourself here?
Yeah, I'm in the white shirt.
Okay. And so towards the back side of the video?
Yes, not the far right, but just over from the person on the far right.
If we can play that normally. So, Emily, you saw yourself walking towards the fight. Is that you?
Yes.
In state 58, what are you doing at that point?
I'm trying to break it up, like push people away.
What did you do to break it up? What did you physically do?
I was trying to like push like people with like my hands.
So you had hands on people?
Yes.
Okay. Were you successful in getting anyone off anyone at all?
No.
And how close were you to the fight when you observed the defendant headbutt Ryan?
A foot or two.
Okay. And did you recall, withdrawn, after he headbutted, what occurred after that?
Then the fight pretty much subsided.
After the fight had ended, is it fair to say that the party kind of dissipated at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And how did the party dissipate?
People were just starting to like be kicked out basically.
Who kicked them out?
I think the parents, but I'm not completely sure.
As you were leaving withdrawn, did you leave the party at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you leave?
I left in a Jeep that my friend was driving.
Okay. So you had indicated earlier that you had driven to the party.
Yes.
Did you leave your car?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you go in the Jeep with your friends?
We were taking Ryan and Griffin away to wherever they needed to go.
Did you have an opportunity to observe any injuries on Ryan Hines?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you observe on him?
His mouth was bleeding and his nose was bleeding.
And withdrawn. Whose Jeep was it that you got into?
I believe that it was my friend Izzy's.
Okay. And where did Izzy go to after you left the party?
After she was driving us?
Yep.
I think we went back to my house after the night was over.
Did she drop off Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you
Yes.
recall where she dropped them off?
I do not remember.
And was it just you, Ryan, Griffin, and Izzy in the vehicle? Or were there other individuals in the?
There were other people.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you. Is this 59?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith?
Your Honor, I'd like to see the foundation
Okay.
laid.
All right.
Emily, I'm showing you what's been marked as state 59 for ID purposes only. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recognize that photograph as?
It was a picture that we took on top of the Jeep.
Okay. Do
After
you
the
recall
fight.
who took this photograph?
It was me.
It was you. And was this a selfie?
Yes.
Okay. And was this photograph taken after the fight had broken up and before you left the party?
Yes.
For Izzy to drive?
This was still on Lazy Brook Street.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict how you all were situated as you were leaving the party that night?
Yes.
Is there anything different in this photograph that you could point out that was different at the time of?
Not that I can see.
Have I just visible to the Honor?
Attorney Smith?
No objection.
All right. Court will accept into evidence states 59 is full. Thank you.
Emily, I'm showing you state 59, which is now a full exhibit. Emily, do you recognize these individuals in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And this individual right here, who's that?
That's me.
Okay. And the individual back here, who's this?
That's Ryan.
Okay. And the individual back here, who's that?
That's Griffin.
Okay. And the person who drove the Jeep, Izzy, where is she in this photograph?
The far left.
Far left. So over here?
Even more like near the bottom left of the picture.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And how soon after you took this photograph did you leave the party?
I believe right away, but I can't be sure.
Okay. And other than what you testified here to today, is there anything else that you can recall from that party regarding the fight that broke out at 5 Lazy Brook?
No, I cannot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. How are you, Ms. Robinson?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. So just want to ask you a few questions, and let's start where we ended. Exhibit number 59. That turned around. There we go. Okay. You have described yourself as being in the bottom right-hand corner, correct?
Yes.
And in your hand, is this one of those hard seltzers you described?
Yes.
Is that also seen in your hand when you are trying to break up the fight?
Yes.
And who is this person that is directly behind you wearing the green shirt and putting her tongue out?
Maeve.
Maeve?
Yes.
Does she go to St. Joseph? Where
Yes.
she did that
Yes.
time? And you said behind Maeve is Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And who is directly to Ryan Hines's right wearing a blue hat?
Casey.
Casey. Is that also a St. Joe's, or was that a St. Joe's?
Yes.
And Casey, is she holding a beer?
Yes.
And behind Casey, is that Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes.
Did you know Griffin Marcinzik prior to this?
No.
Did you know Ryan Hines prior to this?
No.
And right beside Casey, in a white top with longer hair, who is that?
Katie.
And directly in front of Katie and Casey, making a face of some sort, who is that?
Grace.
Grace, also St. Joe's
Yes.
at that time. And then this person directly beside her, you described that as being the driver, correct?
Yes.
That's Izzy?
Yes.
And Izzy was also a student at St. Joe's at that time.
Yes.
Were all of those folks drinking during the course of this party?
Not Izzy.
Not Izzy. Because Izzy's driving.
Yes.
You at least didn't see Izzy drinking, is that fair to say?
No, she did. She was known to not drink.
Okay. So you didn't see her drink that night?
Yes.
Okay. And you described the fight that broke out, and you said that the defendant punched Ryan Hines from behind, correct?
Yes.
You watched that video with us there of the fight that Ms. Molnar recorded, and did that capture the initial breakout of the fight?
Yes, that was the start of
it. It didn't capture, however, Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines having a discussion about fighting for the beer, right?
Yes, it's not.
Because there was a point where Mr. Snyder asked Ryan if he wanted to fight for the beer, right?
Yes.
But we don't see that on that video, is that fair to say?
You do not.
But we do see them squaring up, and then we see Mr. Hines backing up a little bit, right?
Yes.
And he backs up into Mr. Valle, right?
I would say I can't tell from the video.
You weren't paying attention to that when it happened?
I guess no.
What were you focused on when the fight broke out?
I was just watching it all go down.
You didn't know Mr. Hines at that point?
No, I did not.
Would you say you were more focused on the St. Joe's kids that you did know, or on the kids that you didn't know?
I wasn't focused on one in particular.
And you watched that video with us, and you tried to break it up, and you saw yourself in that video, correct?
Yes.
You're holding on to that seltzer that you've got in the picture later.
Yes.
And the fight sort of tumbles forward, right?
Yes.
Behind a vehicle that's there?
Yes.
That wasn't the Jeep that you've described as driving away in?
No.
Do you know whose vehicle that was?
That was my car.
That was your car that we see them go behind?
Yes.
Okay. Were you worried about your car getting damaged at all in the course of this fight?
No.
How close were they to your car? Were they bumping up against it?
I can't remember. I don't think so.
Okay. At some point you said you got actually into the fight close enough that you were touching some of these people, correct?
Yes.
How many people were involved at that point?
I can't remember exactly. like the exact amount.
Were you the only person that was trying to break it up?
I believe so.
There weren't any other people that were involved trying to break up the fight?
I can't remember.
You don't recall Mr. Valle taking off the helmet, correct?
No, I do not.
Involved in this fight, there were at least Mr. Valle, Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, Mr. Hines.
Yes.
You yourself were involved as far as getting over there and putting hands and trying to break it up. You think it was just the 5 of you?
That's all I can really remember.
Where was Mr. Marcinzik at this time?
I do not remember.
Do you know where any of these other people were that were in the Jeep with you?
No, I do not remember.
It was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
You were focused on trying to break up the fight. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You've described not seeing Mr. Valle take off the helmet, correct?
Yes.
But you say that he headbutted Mr. Hines, correct?
Yes.
And that he dive bombed him with his head, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was at Mr. Valle's feet at that point?
I do not remember.
Could you tell whether or not he tripped?
No, I do not remember.
Could you see if anybody laid their hands on him and pulled him?
No, I do not remember.
You weren't focused on that, right?
No.
Whose hands, who were you touching with your hands when you were trying to pull somebody apart?
I believe it was Tyler's.
You ever been involved in a fight before?
No.
Was it scary?
Yes.
Was it dark?
A little, but there was lights from the garage.
Was it as light as it appears in the video that's been lightened?
I do not remember.
To your recollection, which of those more accurately reflects what you recall? The lightened video or the darker video?
I would say the light.
The lightened video is more
Yes.
what you recall. When did you first learn about the video that Ms. Molnar took?
I do not remember.
Did she show it to you?
No.
Who showed it to you?
I think it was on on a story on my phone.
It was on a story on your phone?
Yes.
Can you educate me a little bit? When you say on a story, what do you mean?
Like Snapchat. Like someone posted it on their story on Snapchat.
All right, I'm going to show my age yet again. On your Snapchat, you posted a story. Can you describe for me what that is if I'm somebody who doesn't know?
Someone else had taken a video and posted it so that other people who they have chosen could see it.
Do you remember who that was?
I would believe it's Bella, but I can't remember.
So Bella posted that video on her story on her Instagram?
Snapchat. I believe it was Bella.
Snapchat. Okay. Snapchat, is that the app that allows you to message, but the messages disappear?
Yes.
So how were you able to view this on her Snapchat?
She posted it so that other people could see it. And then you can watch it for like a certain amount of time. It's like 24 hours and then it goes away.
And how soon after the fight do you recall her posting that?
I do not recall.
Same day?
I believe so, but I don't remember.
So you had seen this video prior to speaking with officers on May 26th?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the existence of the video?
I do not remember.
Did you tell these officers about drinking that had been going on at the party?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Attorney Messina.
Emily, counsel just asked you on cross-examination if you had seen anyone trip Lito. Do you recall seeing that at all?
No.
Do you recall seeing anyone push Lito?
No.
And what I mean by that is when he headbutted Ryan, was there anything at all other than him lowering his head and putting it on Ryan that you observed?
No.
There's no one else around. You didn't see anything else other than what you just testified to.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Smith?
You just told us that you didn't see anyone trip or push the defendant, correct?
Yes.
You told us that night you had your hands on Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes.
Was your focus on what Mr. Valle was doing at that point?
It was more on the whole fight itself.
How many times have you seen that video that we've just watched?
A handful of times, maybe 10. I'm not sure the exact amount.
And what effect do you think watching that video 10 times has had on your recollection?
I'm not sure.
Are you able to tell what you recall from that night versus what you recall from having watched that video 10 times?
Yes.
And you can distinguish those two things here for us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything for you? May exit the witness box. Thank you. Please watch your step. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Say we call Tanner Ternowski to the stand.
Thank you. Counsel, will you do me a favor, please? Will you remove the two exhibits from the witness stand until we accept? Thank you. It has. So you're going to step into the witness box and just remain standing. Madam Clerk to my right is going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you.
Raise your right. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm as the case may be that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or something else to perjury? Please state your full name, spelling, and last name.
Tanner Ternowski.
Can you spell your last name?
CHERNOWSKY.
Please state your address.
108 Division Ave, Shelton.
Thank you.
All right, you may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tanner. Can you do me a favor? Keep your voice up. You're soft spoken, okay?
Okay.
Tanner, how old are you currently?
I'm 21 years old.
And are you currently in school?
No, I'm not.
Are you working?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work at Extra Duty Solutions in Shelton.
And how long have you been doing that for?
Since last October, over a year now.
And did you go to high school?
Yes.
Where did you go to high school?
Shelton High School.
And what year did you graduate?
2021.
And prior to your testimony today, did you and I meet before?
Yes.
How many times did we meet?
About 2 or 3.
And what did we discuss?
Just about the case, and I would have to come testify.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 years old.
And were you in school at that point?
Nope, I just graduated.
So did you graduate the year before in 21?
Yes, the year before.
And I want to direct your attention to later on that night. Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing early? I would rephrase it as earlier that night.
So earlier that night, I was at my brother's house, and he was having a little bit of a get together. And then I received a call to give Ryan and Griffin a ride to another party.
So what time would you say you were at your brother's house?
I do not recall exactly what time, but earlier in the night.
And when you were at your brother's house, were you drinking any alcohol at that point?
Not prior.
And at some point, you say you left to go give Ryan and Griffin a ride?
Yes.
And where did you give them a ride?
I gave them a ride to Lazy Brook, which I found out later was the Lifeless House.
So Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And when you gave them a ride to Lazy Brook Road, where did you go pick them up first?
From Natalia Ritzik's house.
Natalia Ridzik.
Yes.
And you brought them from Natalia Ridzik's house to Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what time of night would you say it was?
A little later in the night, I'd say relatively around 10-ish o'clock.
Okay. And when you got to Lazy Brook, do you recall whether or not Griffin and or Ryan had anything with them at that moment?
I do not. I didn't really examine them upon them getting in my car.
Okay. And when at some point in time, you got to Lazy Brook, and did they get out of the car?
Yes.
And did you park the car and get out as well?
No.
What did you do?
Once they got out of the car and shut the doors, I went back to my brother's house.
And when you got back to your brother's house, what were you doing when you got back to your brother's house?
Once I got back to my brother's house, I had a couple drinks.
And what kind of drinks were you having?
I do not recall exactly, but seltzers.
How long would you say you were at your brother's house for?
I do not recall exactly.
There come a time when you were at your brother's house where you were made aware of an incident that happened at Lazy Brook concerning Griffin and Ryan.
Yes.
And when you found that out, what, if anything, did you do with regards to withdrawing? Did you try to communicate or call Griffin or Ryan?
So I answered Ryan's call, which informed me of an incident that happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Without telling us what he said.
Hold on a minute. Let me just deal with the objection, okay? I'm just going to stop you. So I'll sustain the objection to the extent it was hearsay. I will go ahead and everything from after, yes, I received a call, to what Ryan said will be stricken from the evidence. I'm instructing the jury to disregard it. You'll get a final instruction at the end of this case during your jury charge to further explain stricken evidence and how that applies to your deliberations. Okay, so I'll allow you to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes.
May the witness just be reminded to keep his voice up. It's hard to hear here with the fan.
Yes, certainly. Okay. So I am going to ask you, the microphone does
Yep,
not
mic.
such a great job in terms of amplifying, but if you could speak into it and just remember to try to keep your voice up and also direct your answers to the jury. Thank you so much.
So at some point in time when you're at your brother's house, you received a phone call from Ryan Hines, and based on your discussion, you were made aware of an incident that happened in Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And when that happened, what, if anything, did you do?
I then was concerned, made sure he was okay, but I was informed that he...
Without telling us what was said.
Can you rephrase one more time?
So when you had this conversation with Ryan, did you at some point leave your brother's house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you drive from your brother's house?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you drive from your brother's house?
Because I started drinking, so I asked a friend for a ride.
And who did you ask for a ride?
Alex Bernstein.
Alex Bernstein? How do you know Alex Bernstein?
We met through mutual friends, but we have grew close over the years.
And when Alex Bernstein picked you up, where did he take you?
To Tyler Rich's house.
And I'm going to show you States 5. Already been made a full exhibit. You recognize States 5?
Yes.
What is States 5?
That's Tyler Rich's house.
Is this the house that Alex Bernstein brought you to on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Did you go there after you had the conversation with Ryan Hines on the phone?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
He informed me that's where he was going.
Without what he said, were you going there to meet anybody?
I was going there to meet Ryan Hines.
Okay, so you had information that Ryan was going to be at 43 Laurel Glen, and you went there to meet him.
Yes.
Why would you go there to meet him? Did you have any concern?
I was concerned for him, so I went there to check on him.
Now, when you got there, How many people would you say were at 43 Laurel Glen at that point in time?
I do not recall exactly because I did not go inside.
Now, are you familiar with?
Hold up! The dog's got my TV going over here. Oh my God.
Show your state's exhibit 54. You recognize state's 54?
Yes.
Who is that person?
It's Faison.
Faison Teal?
Yes.
How do you know Faison Teal?
We grew up together going to the Boys and Girls Club.
Do you recall whether or not Faison Teal was at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you state's exhibit 55. You recognize 55?
Yes.
And who is that in the picture?
It's Thomas Connery.
Sorry. Tommy Connery?
Yep.
How do you know Tommy Connery?
We grew up together as well. We were on the same sports teams in the same grade growing up.
Do you know whether or not Tommy Connery was at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th, 2022?
Yes, he was.
Showing you state's 56. You recognize 56?
Yes.
And who is this in the picture of 56?
Ryan Hines.
And just indicated Ryan Hines was at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
You went to meet.
Yes.
Finally, stage 57. You recognize stage 57?
Yes.
And who is that a picture of?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
We have a lot of mutual friends.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes.
Now, you say when you got to Tyler Rich's house at that point in time, what time did you think you got there, if you could recall?
I do not recall exactly. It was starting to get a little later in the night.
Now, I'm going to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Enrico Fiola?
Yes.
Does he also go by a different name?
He goes by Ricky.
Goes by Ricky. How do you know Ricky Fiola?
We are good friends.
And do you know whether or not he was present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
He was.
And are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Sal Perry?
We're friends as well.
And do you know whether or not Mr. Perry was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Mike Sampieri?
Yep.
How do you know Mike Sampieri?
We are friends.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And Alex Bernstein was with you?
Yes.
And how about Charlie Connery? Do you know Charlie Connery?
Yes.
How do you know Charlie?
I grew up with his brother Tommy playing sports, so I was always around him growing up.
Do you know whether or not Charlie was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
How about Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How do you know Jacob Villalobos?
He was on the same football team as me growing up.
And do you know whether or not Jacob Villalobos was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
We're in the same friend group.
And how about Matt Lockovich? You know Matt Lockovich?
Yes.
How do you know him?
We are also in the same friend group.
And was Matt Lockovich at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
Now, when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, tell us how long you were there for, just about.
I would say around 20 minutes.
And when you say you were there for 20 minutes, when you were there, what were you doing?
I was outside talking to Ryan.
Show you states 50. Can you indicate on where on states 50? Well, let me ask you. Do you recognize states 50?
Yes.
What is states 50?
That's Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, do you know whether or not this is a more recent picture? Right?
Yes.
Do you know where you were when you first got to Tyler Rich's house? If you could point us out in this picture.
I was on the right side towards where the picture cuts off.
Okay, so maybe near this red bush here?
Yep, relatively right by the red bush.
Okay, so may the record reflect I'm pointing to the red bush to the right side of this exhibit, Your Honor.
All right, so court will note for the record, you're pointing to the red bush to the furthest right of the photo. Thank you.
And when you got there that night, what time was it about?
I do not recall exactly, but it was later in the night.
And what was the lighting conditions out when you got there?
It was relatively dark, but not pitch black outside.
Were you able to recognize people that you knew there?
Yes.
Could you see in front of you?
Yes.
Was there any light from the house being emitted in the front yard in any way?
I do not recall.
Okay. And when you got there, who did you meet when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I met Ryan Hines along with Tyler Rich was outside. And Griffin Marcinzik was also outside.
And did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you ever go inside the house?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
And how would you enter the house when you went inside?
Through the cellar doors in the backyard.
And where are the cellar doors located? Can you kind of point it out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
They are in the shadow that is made by the house, but they're not very visible in this picture.
Okay. All right. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Can you see on State's 5 where you would have entered the side of the house?
Yes, right to the side of the metal object that's sticking out above the ground.
So right here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is, may the record reflect, Your Honor, there is a clearing, looks like there's trees, but there's a clearing in front of the blue truck where there appears to be a AC unit. And that's what I'm pointing to. Is that
All
where
right.
you entered?
Yes.
Court will allow the record to reflect that that's the area that's been indicated. Thank you.
And what is located over here?
To the right of the AC unit, there is cellar doors on the floor.
And you would go inside the cellar doors?
Yes.
And when you went inside the cellar doors, what kinds of things were going on inside the house?
I went right down the stairs, but I did not make it fully into the house.
Did you observe what was going on?
No, I did not.
Was anybody drinking at the party?
Not to my knowledge, because I did not make it inside the house.
Were you drinking when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
No.
So the only alcohol that you had up until this point was the couple of seltzers that you had at your brother's house?
Yes.
At some point in time, you were standing in the cellar door stairway area?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you leave that area to go back outside?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
I was standing at the cellar doors, and then I heard yelling that they were back. And that's when I made my way back to the front.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I was standing at the cellar doors, and then I heard yelling that they were back, and that's when I made my way to the front.
Now, did at some point in time, the car arrived at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what kind of car it was?
A dark-colored Honda Pilot.
Okay. And when the Honda Pilot arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you walk out and see who it was?
Yes.
Okay. Who was with you when you did that?
I do not recall exactly, but Griffin Marcinzik, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich were next to me.
And can you tell us on this exhibit here, on State's Exhibit 50, when the car arrived at the house, did it park?
It was stopped in the middle of the street.
In the middle of the street, where? Towards the can you tell us on this exhibit, Exhibit 50?
Yeah, relatively right in front of the mailbox in the middle of the road.
Okay. And when you encountered the pilot, how many people were outside the house at this point in time?
I do not recall exactly.
And was there a number of kids? Number of
Yes.
Shelton kids, your friends?
Yes.
And did you all approach the car?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you tell us happened when you guys approached the car?
We approached the car, and there was a little bit of arguing with us outside of the car and individuals inside of the car.
Did you notice anybody in the car that was familiar to you?
Not at the time, no.
Could you tell us how many people you saw in the car?
About 4 or 5.
Okay. And at some point in time, during this arguing back and forth, what, if anything, happened during that interaction?
There was arguing back and forth, and then it was what appeared to be a glass bottle thrown out of the car.
And what side of the car was it thrown?
Towards the house, so the driver's side?
So I'm going to show you State Exhibit 30. Is this the car that you saw that night?
Yes.
And when the car arrived on Laurel Glen, was it facing towards farmhouse or towards Adams?
When it arrived, it was facing towards farmhouse.
And you said somebody threw a bottle out of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And Was it a glass bottle or was it a plastic bottle?
It was a glass bottle.
And when the bottle was thrown, did that come from the driver's side, the rear passenger side, or from the opposite side of the vehicle?
It
If
was
you can
the
recall.
driver's side.
And when the bottle was thrown, what, if anything, happened next between the individuals in the car and your friends?
There was arguing and they sped off.
At some point in time, do you recall whether or not anybody else threw things from the car or anybody from your friends threw things at the car?
I do not recall.
When the car sped off, what did you do next?
I was walking back towards the cellar doors in the backyard because Tyler said for everybody to get back inside.
Okay. And when you went back towards the cellar doors, did you hang out for a little bit?
Yes.
And when you were hanging out, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house again?
Yes.
Why did you exit the house?
I heard yelling that they were back.
And when you heard yelling that they were back, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you exited the house and what you did.
I exited through the cellar doors in the back and I went through the clearing in between the house and the tree line. And once I made my way to the front yard, there was lights on. So I started a Snapchat video and there was already a fight started.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. So once you came out of the Bilko doors, can you show the ladies and gentlemen on 52 where you walked to when you heard that they were back?
I walked through a clearing through here and towards the front with my back against the driveway.
So you were in this area here, this grassy area here?
Yes.
And when you made your way over, which one? When you were making your way over, had a fight had already started or was there just argument?
There was already a fight started.
Okay, and when the fight started, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed.
I observed a chaotic scene and a fight in the middle of the grass and there was flashlights around. Therefore, I started a video.
Now, the fight that you observed, can you show on State's 52 where the fight was occurring?
Yes. It was right in the middle of the grass out here.
And when you walk down to the area between the square cement thing there and we'll say between the mailbox and that's the area you were in. And so, go ahead.
I was right about by the concrete slab right here.
And at some point in time, the fight had already started and you indicated that you did what?
I then started a Snapchat video.
And can you explain what a Snapchat video is?
Yes, a Snapchat video is a social media app. And to start a video or take a picture, there's a little white circle at the bottom of your screen. So to take a video, you just hold down on the white button. And if your finger slips off that button, the video will stop. Or to zoom in and out, you could go up and down. Anything you do to touch your screen will affect the video on the app.
Is it possible? Now, how do you save that video?
There is a button in the bottom left corner to save a video.
And when you observed the fight going on in this case, did you video it from the beginning of the fight?
I videoed it from when I walked out of the cellar doors in the backyard and the fight already previously started.
And when you videoed it, is the light on your phone on when you're videoing it?
I do not recall exactly.
Approach the witness. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60 for identification. Do you recognize State 60?
Yes.
And what is State 60?
That's the Snapchat video that I took.
And prior to today's testimony, did you have an opportunity to view this video that you took?
Yes.
And how do you know that this is the same video that you took?
It is the same exact Snapchat video I took.
And the initials here, whose initials are those?
And I also put my initials on the paper that the USB is in.
And with regards to the video, does this USB contain the original video you took on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
And does it contain any other videos in connection to this case?
Yes, it does.
Does it also contain a video that is a lightened up version of the video you took?
Yes.
And outside of it being lightened up, did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes.
And is that video changed in any way from the original video outside of being lightened up?
No, it is not.
And does this USB also contain a video that is slowed down with some frame numbers on it?
Yes.
And outside of it being slowed down and lightened up with frame numbers on it, is that video changed in any way from your original video outside of those things?
No, it is not.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61 for identification purposes. You recognize State 61?
Yes.
And what is State 61?
It is a screenshot from the Snapchat video that I took.
And does this accurately reflect a screen grab from a frame number or frame in time from that original video?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize State 62?
Yes.
And what is State 62?
It is a screenshot also from the Snapchat video that I took.
And is this screenshot differ in any way from what you observed in your video?
No.
Showing you State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize State 63?
Yes.
And what is State 63?
A screenshot from the Snapchat video.
And again, is this different in any way from the video that you took?
No.
Showing you State 64. Do you recognize State 64?
Yes.
And what is State 64?
A screenshot from the Snapchat video I took.
Is this different in any way from the video you took?
No.
Showing you State 65. Recognize State 65.
Yes.
What is State 65?
It's also a screenshot of the Snapchat video.
And is this different in any way from what you reviewed from the video you took on May 14th of 2022?
No.
State 66. Do you recognize State 66?
Yes.
And what is State 66?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And is this different from in any way from the video that you took on May 14th of 2022?
No.
State 67. Do you recognize 67?
Yes.
And what is State 67?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And is this different in any way? Does this accurately reflect what a moment in time from that video that you took on May 14th of 2022?
Nope.
Does it reflect it?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And State 68. Recognize State 68.
Yes.
And what is State 68?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And again, does this accurately depict a screen grab from that video?
Yes.
And finally, 69. You recognize 69?
Yes.
And what is State 69?
It's also a screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And does this accurately reflect that moment in time from that video?
Yes.
Without objection, I would offer these as full exhibits.
Attorney Smith?
Let me just quickly look at those.
Certainly, of course.
I don't anticipate.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence states 60 through 69 as full.
Now, when you came out to see the fight that had already started videoing, what did you recall seeing when the fight was going on?
Once I walked outside, it was a very chaotic scene in the middle of the yard.
And do you recall seeing anybody who was not your friends at the fight?
Yes.
And what do you recall seeing?
I recall seeing two individuals from the car previously.
And do you recall what they were wearing?
One of them had on a light blue, it appeared to be a jersey.
Okay. And do you recall what the other person was wearing?
I do not.
Prior to that night, had you seen those individuals before?
No, I had not.
And were you asked to identify any of those individuals by the police department?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to identify any of those individuals?
I was after reviewing my video.
And who were you able to identify?
Both individuals.
Who are they? You know who they are?
It was Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in court today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black and white suit and tie.
Can you please point him out for the jury? May the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
All right, so the court is going to note for the record that the witness identified the defendant. It is 3:25. Is this a good time to break? All right, so the court is going to go ahead and move into our afternoon break. We will take 15 minutes. We will be back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Court's in recess.
All right.
Okay, and because we are a little bit behind, we get the luxury of zoom, zoom, zoom. We get to fast forward. So let's do that to about right here. Here we go. See how that worked? Don't we love fast forward? What? Video unavailable. Get out of town. What the heck? What? What? Guys, hold up. Hold up. I'm not sure what happened, but it's saying video is unavailable. So I guess it went to the end of the day and I got to back it up. Raul Valle. R-A-U-L. Valle. Okay, here we go. Back from break. Sorry, guys. We're going to share this tab instead.
Tanner, before
I don't know what
took the
happened, but
break,
no, I didn't
was
press
just
no
about to ask you
buttons.
about
I'm
the
pressing
fight
no
itself.
buttons.
What do you remember? What did you remember observing about the fight when you were recording it?
It was very chaotic, but there was a little skirmish in the midst of everything. It was really in the center of everything.
And based on you recording and what you recall about the fight, can you tell us, based on your recollection, taking us through the fight, what you remember?
I do not remember too much because once I came out from the back of the house and I went towards the front, there was already a big crowd and the fight was in the middle of the crowd, and I just started recording. It was all really a blur.
And when you were recording, do you recall hearing anything going on during the fight?
Yes, I recall hearing screams to get out of here and just leave.
Do you recall whether or not Charlie Connery said anything during the fight?
Yes,
Do you
he
recall?
yelled, "He has a knife, he has a knife."
And when you heard him yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," what, if anything, did you do next?
I do not recall exactly. He said it a few times, therefore it kind of registered in my head.
And when it registered in your head, were you still recording the video?
That is right when the video stopped.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. We're going to play the original video.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go, nigga.
Was that the original video you took?
Yes, it was.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go, nigga.
I'm going to pause just to say I am disgusted by the youth in the background hollering, "Yes, sir, let's go, let's do it." Okay, that is appalling for these teenagers to be acting like that at a party, condoning fighting. That just really irritated the bejesus out of me. So I just wanted to say that. Let me hit play before I say too much.
Was that the lightened up version?
Yes, it was.
Outside of it being lightened up, any difference from what you originally?
No.
Yes, sir!
And you can see just random people throwing punches. This is disgusting. They should be ashamed of themselves. Period. This irritates me. Sorry.
I'm going to show you some stills from the video. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 61. This individual right here to the left with what appears to be pink shorts and white shirt, do you know who that is with the phone in his hand?
Yes, that's Ricky Fiola.
Rico Fiola, Ricky?
Yes.
State 62. Do you know who this individual is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car and in the fight.
And do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that's Raul Valle.
Defendant?
Yes.
State 63. This individual here with the green shirt and black shorts with white trim, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Ryan Hines.
And this individual here with the white shirt and black shorts in front of Bryan Hines, who is that?
That is Sal Perry.
And this individual with their shirt off with the jeans on, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Alex Bernstein.
And this individual here with the black shirt, jeans on, and the red hat, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Michael Samperi.
And this individual on their knees with their shirt pulled up, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car.
Do you know the name of that individual?
Yes, Tyler De Silva.
And do you know if there's anybody in front of him on the ground?
I learned after the fact that it was Tyler Rich.
Showing you state 64. Direct your attention to this individual here in the white shirt. Do you know who this is on the right side of 64?
Yes, Charlie Connery.
And again, 65. Is that the same individual?
Yes, it is.
State 66. Do you know who this individual is with the white shirt? It appears to be tan shorts on.
Yes, that's Jacob Villalobos.
And this person here with the camouflage shorts with no shirt on, with the shirt hanging out the back. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Matthew Lakovich.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt and white shorts. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Jimmy McGrath.
State 67. Again, this individual with the white shirt hanging out the back of his pants with the camouflage. That's
Matthew Lakovich.
And this individual here with the tan shorts with the white shirt appears to be pushing on Tyler De Silva. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Jacob Villalobos.
And again, this person here on the right side of the photograph with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, who would that be?
Jimmy McGrath.
State 68. The individual here with the shirt pulled up with the jeans on. Can you tell us who that is?
Tyler De Silva.
And is this frame after Jacob Villalobos seen pushing him out into the street?
Yes, sir.
And the person passing him near the curb, who would that be?
That is the defendant.
And finally, state 69. You know who this individual is in the street with the jeans on and the jersey?
Yes, Tyler De Silva.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, do you know who that is?
Jimmy McGrath.
Now, when you stopped filming, withdrawn. After the fight ended, what did you observe?
After the fight ended, I observed a chaotic scene where Jimmy was laying on the ground and the dark colored Honda Pilot sped away.
What about Jimmy did you observe when you saw him on the ground?
He was just laying in the grass with a bunch of people around him.
And did you recall whether or not he had his shirt on at that moment?
I do not recall.
And did you notice anything else about any of your other friends after the fight was over?
At that moment, I did not.
What happened after the fight ended? What did you do next?
When Jimmy was laying on the ground, he appeared to have wounds and everyone was yelling to go get towels. So then I made my way back through the opening in the backyard and down the cellar doors to go look for towels to assist.
And when you went to go look for towels, what, if anything, did you encounter in the basement?
In the basement, I encountered Ryan Hines slouched up against the wall with his arm across him, seeming to be heavy breathing.
And did you assist Ryan Hines?
Yes, I asked why he was down there, and he was just out of breath. And then I lifted his arm up and saw a wound on his rib cage.
And what side of his do you recall what side?
I do not recall exactly.
And when you witnessed the wound that Ryan Hines had, what if anything, did you do with regards to Ryan?
I told him that he had to go outside to an ambulance right away, and I proceeded to get his mom's phone number.
And did you call his mother?
Yes.
And after you called his mother, did you help him outside, or did you help him outside first and then call his mother?
I helped him to the ambulance, and then I called his mother immediately after.
And after that happened, do you recall whether or not you spoke to police officers?
Yes.
Where did you speak to the police officers?
In the driveway.
And at some point in time, did you speak to police officers again after that night?
Yes, the following day.
And when you spoke to police officers, did you provide the police officers with the video that we just saw?
Yes, I did.
And on May 14th of 2022, when you were coming out of the Bilko door and you were encountering the fight, did you have any weapons on you?
No, I did not.
Do you recall prior to the fight whether or not any of your friends had any weapons on them?
No, they did not.
And do you recall witnessing anybody during the fight from your friends with any weapons on them?
No, I did not.
Did you witness anybody else with any weapons on them that night?
No.
Did you see anybody actually get stabbed?
No, I did not.
To the best of your recollection, what you told us here today is what you remember?
Yes.
You said you had a couple beers at your brother's house and that was it?
Yes.
Were you intoxicated to the point where you couldn't recall everything that you just testified to today?
No, I was not.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor. All right, no further questions at this time.
Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chanowski. You and I have never met before, correct?
No, sir.
We've never discussed this case before.
No, sir.
You did, however, meet with the police and discuss this case, correct?
Yes.
And sir, it's your testimony that when you met with them on May 15th, you provided them with this video?
I do not recall if it was on the 15th, but to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Because you actually also met with them again on the 20th, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think maybe you provided it to them on the 20th and not on the 15th?
Yes, it may have been on the 20th.
You described for us your relationship with some of these folks, and I want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay?
Yes, sir.
You described knowing Ryan Hines, and you knew Ryan Hines from school, correct?
I met him through mutual friends. Through mutual friends, and we live in the same neighborhood.
And you lived in the same neighborhood?
Yes.
And how would you describe the nature of that relationship? Was he your best friend? Was he an acquaintance?
He was a really good friend of mine.
A really good friend.
Yes.
Good enough that you would give him rides to and from parties, even if you weren't necessarily going there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't really describe for us your relationship with Griffin Marcinzik, but how do you know Griffin?
Our families have been family friends since we were very young, so we consider each other cousins, but not by blood.
So close enough that you consider each other cousins, even though you're not actually blood related.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that same closeness in your relationship with Ryan Hines?
Not to the extent.
So you were closer with Griffin Marcinzik than you were necessarily with Ryan Hines. Is that fair
Yes,
to say?
sir.
And you described that you received a call to give a ride to Ryan and Griffin over to 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes, sir.
At that point, you were at your brother's house?
Yes.
And just for the record, what's your brother's name?
Colin?
Colin?
Yes.
And how old is Colin?
24, I believe.
Now?
Yes, now.
So 21 at the time?
Yes, he was 21 or 22. It was his stepbrother's house, but he was residing there.
Okay. His stepbrother is not your stepbrother?
No.
Okay. Are you and Colin half brothers?
Yes, same father.
And so you did give them a ride over to 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you just dropped them there.
Yes, sir.
So you didn't witness anything that occurred at 5 Lazy Brook?
No, sir.
Later, however, you got another call from Ryan Hines again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you got Alex Bernson involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
You weren't hanging out with Alex before that call, were you?
No, sir.
So after that call, you contacted Alex Bernson, correct?
Yes, sir.
You recruited him to come and give you a ride over to 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you know to go to 43 Laurel Glen?
I actually, sorry. Ryan informed me that that was where he was going to be going.
And he wanted you to come there and meet up with him.
I was more being a concerned friend, so I was going to go check on him no matter where he was.
And were you going to take Alex Burnson with you no matter what?
Alex was my first call because I had a few drinks and he does not drink. So I knew that in a serious situation that if I needed him to pick me up, he would.
So if there was going to be a serious situation, you wanted Alex Burnson to be with you.
Objection as to the characterization.
I'll overrule it. That's how it was characterized by the witness.
Can you rephrase, please?
If there was going to be a serious situation, you wanted Alex Burnson to be with you, correct?
No, not saying there was going to be a serious situation. It was a serious situation because I was made aware of something that supposedly happened to my friend. So to me, it was a serious situation to check on his well-being.
And that serious situation was you thought that there had been a fight that Mr. Hines had been involved with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you got Alex Burnson, not Colin, to take you over to 43 Laurel Glen. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you identified for us Alex Burnson in the videos that we just watched, right?
Yes, sir.
Alex Burnson's the guy with no shirt on who's standing over somebody and throwing a few blows, right?
Yes, sir.
How much do you think Alex Burnson, or do you know how Miss Burnson had to drink that evening?
He does not drink.
Does not drink.
At the time, he did not drink.
And you told us that when you got there to the house at 43 Laurel Glen, you had had a couple of drinks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you described those as being seltzers, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also told the state's attorney on your direct examination that those had been beers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have both that night, seltzers and beers?
No, I did not.
Which one was it, seltzer or beer?
It was seltzer.
Do you know which kind of seltzer?
I do not recall.
And you can't tell us exactly how many of those seltzers you'd had?
Not more than a few.
Not more than a few?
Yep.
What is a few?
2 to 3.
You can't recall how long you were at your brother's, correct?
No, I cannot.
But it was enough time at least to have a few seltzers.
Yes, sir.
Was anybody else drinking with you?
At my brother's house?
Yes.
Yes.
Who?
I do not recall. My older brother's stepbrother's friends. Their get together.
And at this time you were 18, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who supplied you with those seltzers?
I do not recall. It was a get together, so I really just grabbed them.
But you don't recall who supplied you as an underage person with those seltzers?
No, sir.
And you left your brother's house and went to Rich's house at 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were driven there by Alex Burnson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And along the way, you claim you didn't have anything more to drink, correct?
No, sir.
And when you got there, you say you didn't go inside the house?
No, sir.
And when you got there, who was the first person that you saw?
I saw Ryan Hines.
Where did you see him?
In the street/front yard area.
What was he doing?
He was standing there by a car, just talking.
Who was he talking to?
I do not recall exactly. I remember Griffin being out there and Tyler Rich.
And so to your recollection, when you arrived, it was just Ryan Hines, Griffin Marcinzik, and Tyler Rich that were outside?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you recall anybody else being there who you just didn't recognize?
Yes.
And how many people do you think were there that you saw?
I do not recall exactly, but not many. Maybe
Not many people?
No.
30 people
Are you saying outside talking to Ryan?
that you saw?
That I saw outside?
Yes.
Not many people, not 30.
Not at that point.
No.
Did you see Ricky Fiola when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Sal Perry when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Michael Tamperi when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Alex Burnson?
Yes.
Because he was with you.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Charlie Connery when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos when you got there?
I do not recall.
You did see Tyler Rich.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Michael Lokovich when you got there?
No, sir. I do not recall.
But you do recall seeing all of those folks in the video later on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you were there for about 20 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you outside that whole time?
I was outside and I made my way to the cellar doors in the back and the staircase. Yes.
So for 20 minutes, you were outside and then you made your way to the cellar doors at some point.
Yes, sir.
And while you were there, you weren't having anything to drink at that point?
No, sir.
Did you see other people drinking?
I do not recall.
You say Ryan Hines was by a car?
In the front yard, there was a couple cars parked on the left side of the street if you're facing farmhouse, and then more cars parked on the right side of the street.
So cars parked on both sides of the street?
Yes, there was about Not many cars on the left side towards the house. There was, I would say, maybe 3 cars, but there was more cars on the opposite side across the street.
So 3 cars on the left side by the house, even more cars on the right side.
Yes, sir.
Across the street.
Yes, sir.
How many cars, if you recall, were in the parking, the driveway?
I do not recall exactly.
Do you recall later that there were cars in the driveway? Do
Yes, sir.
you recall a blue truck being in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any other cars being in the driveway?
I do not recall.
Do you recall a basketball hoop being anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where was that located?
Right to the left side of the mailbox in the street.
And you told us that you went to the cellar doors. Had you been to this house before?
Yes, sir.
So you knew where to go.
Yes, sir.
You were familiar with the layout of the house,
Yes, sir.
the layout of the yard,
Yes, sir.
the layout of the neighborhood itself.
Yes, sir.
That neighborhood, you would agree, is made up of a number of through streets and then a number of streets that come off of that end in cul-de-sacs, right?
Can you rephrase, please? Sorry.
Sure. There is a number of streets that are called through streets they connect one street to another, right?
Yes.
Adams is one of those streets.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And then there's a number of streets that are cul-de-sacs where they end in little circular dead ends, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what that neighborhood is comprised of, right?
Yes, sir.
You knew that because you'd been there before.
Yes, sir.
And you were familiar enough with this house that you just walked up to the back cellar doors, right?
No, when I got there, there was individuals outside who I am friends with, so I did not walk right back up to the cellar doors. I was standing in the front having a conversation.
Okay, but you didn't feel any need to tell anybody, I'm going to go walk to the cellar doors and go downstairs now, right?
The owner of the house, Tyler Rich, was outside at the initial conversation.
And you didn't feel like you needed to tell him, Tyler, I'm going to go to the inside the house now. Is that okay?
Well, people were starting to walk back to the house, so he was aware that I was there and was aware that with people walking back to the house, I would be among those.
And that it would be okay for you to do so?
Yes, sir.
Because you'd been there before?
Yes, sir.
You were familiar with the layout of the house?
Yes, sir.
And they were familiar with you? You didn't expect anybody to try and stop you when you went to those cellar doors?
No, sir.
And you told us that you went down the cellar steps, but you didn't make it to the bottom, right?
Yes, sir.
When you were standing on the cellar steps, could you see into the basement?
I do not recall.
And you don't recall seeing any drinking going on?
No, I do not recall.
You didn't see any evidence of drinking anywhere along the way between the front yard to the cellar steps, wherever you made it ultimately?
No, sir.
And then you told us that you came back because you heard yelling, and that yelling was that they're back?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, had the Honda Pilot been there before at that point?
It was previously there and drove away.
It was previously there and drove away sometime before you were there for 20 minutes?
No, the Honda Pilot, their first arrival was when I was already at the house.
When you arrived to the house?
Yes, sir.
Was the Honda Pilot there?
No, sir.
You're saying that before you arrived, the Honda Pilot had already been there?
No, sir.
Okay. What do you mean that it had been there before you arrived?
I misunderstood your question. The Honda Pilot was not there prior to my being there.
So when you heard that they were back, what did that mean to you if the pilot had not been there before?
I misunderstood your question. So the Honda Pilot had driven away down the street when I was at the cellar doors. So when I heard the words "they're back," I understood that the car came back down the street and was back at the house.
You didn't see the car?
No, I did not.
And you came back into the front yard?
Yes, sir.
Who else was with you?
I do not recall exactly. There was a group of individuals walking back through the front.
Large group of individuals, right?
I do not recall exactly, but there was a few people I was not paying attention to who was with me.
A few, 2 or 3, like with the seltzers, or more?
I do not recall exactly.
30 to 40?
Upon watching the video after, could see that there was a large group, but in the instance where when I immediately walked back to the front, I do not recall.
You don't recall the people that were in the house pouring out into the front yard?
I do not recall.
And you said that when the vehicle came back, it parked right in front of the mailbox, right?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't on the other side of the street?
Yes,
right there by that mailbox?
Yes, sir.
And you said you walked out to see with Griffin Marcinzik, correct?
I do not recall saying I walked out with him.
Was Griffin Marcinzik with you?
I do not recall who exactly was with me when I walked back to the front upon hearing they're back.
Okay. You didn't tell us that you walked out with Ryan Hines?
I do not recall saying that. I do not remember who I walked out from the cellar doors back to the front with.
You don't recall telling us that you walked out with Tyler Rich?
No, sir.
When you were in the front yard, You said at least Griffin Marcinzik, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich were out there, right?
Yes, sir.
But in fact, everyone ultimately ended up pouring out into the front yard, did they not?
I am not sure if it was everybody, but a large group eventually, there was a large group eventually on the lawn.
Right, it wasn't just a few people, was it?
No, sir.
It wasn't 2 or 3.
No, sir.
And you told us that the car stopped in the middle of the road right in front of the mailbox and that the Shelton High kids all approached the car, correct?
This is prior to the car driving away, you're asking?
Let's focus on what you've told us.
Mhm.
You said that you came back out
Mhm.
when the car is parked there by the mailbox, right?
Once I came back out of the cellar doors after I heard yelling that they're back, yes.
Okay, that's what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
At that point, everybody poured out of the house, correct?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling us that the Shelton High School kids all approached the car and that there was arguing back and forth?
That was prior, yes, sir.
Prior to what?
Approaching of the car was when I was still outside having a conversation prior to me ever making it to the back of the house.
When you got there initially, you
Yes,
told
sir.
us you did not see the Honda Pilot,
No, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there outside for 20 minutes or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
You went down to the cellar door, correct?
No, sir. The car pulled up upon me being outside
Before
I
you went
walked.
to the cellar door.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you agree that that's different than what you told us on direct?
I misunderstood what you said, but yes, sir.
When the car pulls up after you come back from the cellar doors, you go back into the front yard, and at that point the car is by the mailbox?
Can you rephrase again? Sorry.
What part of it do you not understand? So I know what to rephrase.
It's argumentative.
It's not argumentative. He's asking a question. Why don't you just rephrase the question, Attorney Smith?
Let's go from the cellar doors, okay? You're at the cellar doors, you hear something, you go back to the front yard. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you go back to the front yard, that's when you see the Honda Pilot that you've described being by the mailbox, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, Shelton High School kids all approached the car and there was arguing back and forth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you thought that there were 4 to 5 kids in that car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you thought that the occupants of that car included Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Snyder, correct?
I learned his name after, but yes, sir.
Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And another person named Anthony Greco, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anthony Greco wasn't there that night, was he?
No, sir.
But you thought he was in that car.
Yes, sir.
You told that to officers.
Yes, sir.
And once these kids go over and there's arguing back and forth, as you described it, where were you at that point?
When the car first got there and what I described as the arguing, I was at the driver's side rear door.
Driver's side, rear door.
Yes, sir.
How close were you to the car?
I do not recall exactly, not far, about an arm's length.
Arm's length away, you could reach out and touch it?
I do not recall exactly, but I was close enough to have a conversation without raising my voice.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 30. Is that the Honda Pilot that you saw that night?
Yes, sir.
Do you see a defect in the windshield on the passenger side?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recall that being there the first time that you saw that vehicle that evening?
I do not recall.
And you said that a glass bottle was thrown out of the car towards the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that glass came from the driver's side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where you were standing by the driver's side rear door an arm's length away, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was some arguing and then they sped off, you told us.
Yes, sir.
You didn't see anybody touching that vehicle?
I do not recall exactly.
You didn't see anybody rocking that vehicle?
I do not recall.
You didn't see all the Shelton High kids surrounding that vehicle?
I do not recall because I was at the driver's side. I was just talking.
So if the other kids were all surrounding that vehicle, you couldn't see that from where you were standing by the driver's side?
I was not really paying attention to everybody else.
What were you paying attention to?
I was paying attention into the car and trying to listen to the arguing and what was being said.
You were paying attention into the car and you thought you saw Anthony Greco in there.
I did not know who Anthony Greco was. That was I gained that knowledge upon after.
You gained the knowledge that Anthony Greco was in the car afterwards?
So one second, sorry. I did not know who Anthony Greco was, but upon having a conversation with my friends after, I thought that it was Anthony Greco that was also there, but I did not have any prior knowledge who he was.
So afterwards, before you talked to the cops, you talked to some folks and you decided that Anthony Greco was in that car, and that's what you told the officers.
Could you rephrase one more time? Sorry.
Afterwards, you talked to some folks. You decided based upon that Anthony Greco was in the car, and you told the cops that Anthony Greco was in that car, correct?
I do not recall exactly what I said with it being 3 years ago, but if that was the statement.
And now you're telling us Anthony Greco wasn't in that car.
No, sir.
But that's what your friends told you.
I do not recall exactly, but it was conversation after.
And that's what you told the cops when you talked to them on the 15th, correct?
I do not recall exactly, but if that's in the statement, yes.
You didn't see anybody touching the vehicle?
I do not recall exactly.
You didn't see anybody rocking the vehicle?
I do not recall.
You didn't see anybody surrounding the vehicle?
There was individuals outside, but I do not recall any surrounding.
And you recall the vehicle being right there by that mailbox?
At the initial them pulling up, it was in the middle of the street, which I signified earlier.
And what we're talking about now, when you're standing there and there's arguing going back and forth, that vehicle is by that mailbox.
When there was arguing in the very beginning, it was in the middle of the street. The mailbox was after, when people were yelling they're back. So yes.
Okay. After this arguing was going on, they sped off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they went down the street towards Farmhouse Lane?
Yes, sir.
And you went back towards the cellar doors?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see anybody go down towards Farmhouse Lane from the Shelton High Kids, did you?
I do not recall.
You didn't hear anybody go down there towards the from the Shelton High Kids to go down towards Farmhouse Lane, did you?
I do not recall.
But you do recall that you went back down towards the cellar doors and hung out for a bit, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you go downstairs into the cellar this time?
I did not make it into the basement fully, no.
Where did you do this hanging out for a bit?
I was right at the cellar doors and on the stairs.
Why didn't you go down into the cellar?
I do not recall exactly.
Were there other people there by the cellar doors with you?
I do not recall, but
Were you standing there by yourself?
I do not recall.
And at some point, you said that some of the occupants of the Honda Pilot were throwing beer bottles outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you never saw anybody from the Shelton High Kids throw anything at that Pilot, did you?
No, sir, I do not recall.
Didn't see anybody punch anybody in the Honda Pilot?
I do not recall.
Did you see anything going on in the front passenger or the front driver's side of the Honda Pilot?
I do not recall exactly.
But you do recall that you heard a loud scream from outside, and that's when you went back towards the front, right?
I heard yelling that they're back, and that's when I went back.
And you heard yelling that they're back again? This is the second time that you've heard this?
No, that was only one instance.
So now this is when you're hearing the yelling that they're back.
Yes.
Not the first time that you described to us where you had come in, you were going down to the cellar doors, and then you came back the first time.
I only made it to the cellar doors one time.
Okay. You didn't tell us before that you made it to the cellar doors, you came back, that's when we had this whole discussion about the things going on there by the front mailbox, and then after they left, you went back to the cellar door a second time?
I made it back to the cellar doors one time, and that was when the car had driven away. I walked back to the front yard once I heard they're back.
Okay. And when you got there this second time, you said you started a Snapchat video, right?
Yes, sir.
And we watched that Snapchat video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you described a chaotic scene with a fight in the middle of the grass, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there were really two fights going on, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. There was a fight that's over here with Tyler Da Silva. That's one fight, you'd agree?
Yes, sir.
And then there was a second fight that was going on with Mr. Valle, correct?
I do not recall seeing that fight by the time I made it to the front.
Did you see that fight occur in the video that you watched a few times here?
I do not recall.
You don't recall that at all?
No.
And you were standing over by this concrete square, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were moving around to some extent, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And you told us that you heard screaming, correct?
I do not recall.
You don't recall whether or not you told us that you heard screaming?
The only screaming that I recall hearing is that they're back.
That's all you recall hearing is they're back?
Yes.
You just watched the video, right?
Yes, sir.
And you heard somebody say, "Yes, sir," right?
Yes, sir.
Was that you?
Yes, sir.
So it wasn't just that people were screaming that you heard. You were screaming, "Yes, sir."
Yes, sir.
What did that mean, "Yes, sir"?
I do not recall exactly. It was in the heat of the moment.
Well, what were you watching when you said, yes, sir?
I was watching an altercation on the grass.
You were watching Alex Burnson, shirtless, throwing blows at Tyler DeSilva while he was on the ground with his shirt pulled up over his head hockey style, right?
Upon watching the video, I saw that. Yes, sir.
So that yes, sir was celebratory. Would you agree?
I would not say celebratory.
You weren't answering a question, were you?
Excuse me. Rephrase, please.
Nobody had said to you, are you having a good time this evening, Mr. Chernowski? Did they?
No, sir.
You weren't answering a question, were you?
No, sir.
You were celebrating. You were saying, yes, sir.
I do not recall celebrating, but yes, those were my words.
Okay. Did you also hear somebody say, get some, nigger?
Upon watching the video, yes, sir.
Was that you as well?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
How are you sure?
That is not my voice. That was another individual.
Whose voice was it?
I do not recall exactly.
Was that also just the heat of the moment?
It was not me, so I'm not too sure.
Didn't bother you though, did it?
No, it did not.
Now, you told us that you heard screaming, out of here, just leave, but you didn't tell us about the yes, sir, and you didn't tell us about the racial epithet until right now, right?
No, sir.
And in fact, you didn't tell officers about this video until the third time that you spoken to them, correct?
I do not recall exactly which time.
You identified for us in State's Exhibit 61, Ricky Fiola, right?
Yes, sir.
He had a phone in his hand as well, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he had the flashlight on at least, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was also live streaming this, wasn't he?
I do not recall if he was live streaming. I just recall seeing a light.
You weren't filming that night because you thought this was something that the cops should see, were you?
No, sir.
You were filming because this is something you were enjoying, wasn't it?
No, sir.
Did you say yes, sir?
I said no, sir.
Sorry.
He said
What were you going to do with that video after you took it?
I do not recall exactly.
But you weren't going to give it to the cops, were you?
Yes, sir, I would have.
You didn't until they asked about it, right?
Yes, sir.
You described a couple other people in that video for us. You said the green shirt was Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes, sir.
White and black in front, that was Sal Perry, correct?
Yes, sir.
One person with the shirt off over top of Mr. DeSilva, that was Alex Burnson that you had brought with you.
Yes, sir.
Black shirt and red hat, Michael Sampieri.
Yes, sir.
DeSilva you described as wearing the light blue jersey. I believe it was an Ole Miss jersey.
I do not recall saying Ole Miss, but I said a light blue jersey.
And then you described Tyler Rich as being on the ground in front of Mr. DeSilva in that?
Yes, sir.
That's what you could make out from that?
Yes, sir.
We also saw Mr. Villalobos in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lakovich was in there with no shirt on?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Mr. Lakovich?
We were friends.
How old was Mr. Lakovich?
I do not recall exactly.
You didn't start filming until the fight had already begun. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the fight begin?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
Where were you when the fight began?
I was at the cellar doors.
So you didn't see somebody throw the first punch?
No, sir.
When you spoke with officers, you described Lito as wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt, correct?
I do not recall exactly.
He was not wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt that night, was he?
I do not recall.
You told the officers that you observed it from a distance, right?
I do not recall.
In fact, you didn't just observe it from a distance. You were filming the thing, right?
Yes, sir.
You were cheering it on, right?
I do not recall cheering it on, but I was yelling at one point in the video, yes.
You wouldn't describe saying, yes, sir, as cheering it on?
No, sir.
That wasn't encouraging things?
I do not recall exactly.
And where was Ryan Hines while this was going on?
I do not recall exactly where he was.
But you told the officers that you saw the defendant strike Ryan Hines in the ribs, right?
I do not recall.
But you couldn't have seen the defendant strike Ryan Hines in the ribs, right?
I do not recall exactly where they were.
Well, we saw what you saw, did we not?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the defendant strike Ryan Hines in the ribs?
No, sir.
No, you didn't, but you told the cops that, right?
I do not recall exactly saying that.
And how did you know Mr. McGrath?
We have mutual friends.
Okay. Had you ever been to parties with him before?
We have been in the same places a few times, yes.
Did you see him drinking this evening?
No, I did not.
You told officers when you spoke with them before you gave them the video that to the best of your knowledge, this entire incident was completely random, right?
Yes, sir.
But it wasn't completely random, was it?
I do not recall.
You don't recall what?
What are you referring to when you say it was not completely random?
Well, what were you referring to when you said the entire incident was completely random?
I was made aware of an incident that happened prior, but other than that, of the individuals making their way to our Shelton House party, that was random to my knowledge.
Making their way to which party?
To Tyler Rich's house.
That was completely random.
To my prior knowledge, it was random of them showing up there, yes.
To your knowledge, the defendant, Jack Snyder, and Tyler De Silva showed up at 43 Laurel Glen Drive completely randomly.
To my knowledge, up to that point, it was completely random for them to have shown up there.
You told these officers that you saw the defendant lying on the ground after getting punched and there was a stampede. Did you not?
I do not recall.
You don't recall telling that to Officer Iannotti when you spoke to him on May 20th?
I do not recall.
Did you see the defendant lying on the ground after getting punched and then there was a stampede and Mr. Hines was pushed and landed on Mr. Valle?
I do not recall exactly seeing that.
Well, you did describe to us that it was a chaotic scene, right?
Yes, sir.
What was chaotic about it?
It was very chaotic with a fight. There was a lot of yelling, and there was people outside. It was just a chaotic scene to follow.
There was only 2 of these kids from St. Joe's there, correct?
Yes, sir.
On the grass, correct?
On the grass, yes, sir.
There were at least 20 Shelton High kids there in the lawn, correct?
I do not recall exactly how many, but there was a large group of Shelton kids outside, yes.
Do you dispute that there was at least 20?
I do not recall exactly how many, but there was a larger group.
You wouldn't dispute that there was 30, would you?
I do not recall exactly how many were out there.
You wouldn't dispute that there was 40, would you?
I do not recall exactly how many people were out there.
Would you agree that the 2 St. Joe's kids were vastly outnumbered?
Of people fighting, there was not many people in the actual fight. There was a lot of bystanders around.
How many people would you say were fighting in that video that you recorded?
To the best of my knowledge, exactly, I'd say a few, not too many.
A few?
Yes, sir.
Like those seltzers, 2 or 3?
Upon watching the video, I could see there was a fight in the grass, and there was a punch thrown from behind, from Alex Bernstein. That was it.
You didn't see anyone actually get stabbed, correct?
No, sir.
And the reason that you didn't initially share that video that you made on the night of is because you were afraid you might get in trouble, right?
I do not recall why I did not give it over.
You knew that that video showed your friends engaged in some assaultive behavior, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want your friends to get in trouble, did you?
I obviously did not want them to get in trouble, but I do not recall if that was a reason I did not give it over.
Well, you say you obviously did not want them to get in trouble. What's so obvious about that?
Well, nobody ever wants their friends to get in trouble, but that would not be the reason that I would not hand the video over.
But you didn't hand the video over immediately, did you?
No, sir.
You had it on the night of the 14th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had it on the 15th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked with Officer Bitsko and Officer Staples, correct?
I do not recall Officer Bitsko, who that is, but Officer Staples, yes, I know.
At the Shelton PD, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you went back again on the 20th, and that's when you talked with Officer Iannotti, correct?
I do not recall that officer's name, but I did end up going back. Yes, sir.
And that's when you gave him the video, right?
I do not recall exactly which time I gave them the video.
Did you share that video with anybody else?
No, sir, I did not.
Didn't post it on some social media?
So that night, the video was on a private story and then deleted as soon as everything calmed down.
Let's talk about that. The video was on a private story.
Yes, sir.
It just got there on its own.
No, I posted it on a private story, and that's when I put my phone back into my pocket.
You posted that video that night on your private story.
Yes, sir.
How many people had access to it?
I do not recall.
All your friends?
I do not recall exactly how many people have access to it.
Do you let all of your friends have access to your private stories?
I do not recall exactly how many. Some of my friends are in it, some are not.
When you posted it to your private stories,
yes, sir.
You didn't give it to the police, did you?
No, sir. It was posted the night of and deleted almost immediately.
Because you were afraid you might get in trouble, right?
I deleted the video upon realizing exactly, what had happened that night. But no, not about getting in trouble. Once I realized what had happened and what had occurred, and we came to the realization that obviously there was injured and Jimmy was severely wounded, the video was taken down. Right after.
Well, you knew that Jimmy was severely wounded that night, did you not?
Yes, sir.
But you posted it that night, right?
I posted it. There's a button on Snapchat where if you just click it once, it automatically posts. There's no second verification needed or anything. So upon clicking that button, it was posted to my story instantly. And then I put my phone back in my pocket.
You posted that video that night, right?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just posted on its own.
No, sir.
You did that.
Yes, sir.
Rather than give that to the police.
I did not have a meeting with the police. I forgot about the video immediately when it was on my story that night upon first responders getting there and everything. And then I remembered about the video. I do not recall exactly when. It was in the next few hours to a friend of mine saying that the video was on my story.
You posted that video that night shortly after we heard you say, yes, sir, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was before you realized how seriously Mr. McGrath was injured. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You posted that video because that was a trophy. You wanted people to see what had happened because you didn't know yet how serious it was. That's the truth, isn't it?
No, sir. I posted the video. I do not recall exactly why I posted the video, but I just posted it. I wasn't really thinking.
Did you post any other videos that night?
I do not recall. I do not believe so.
But you didn't not give it to the police because you were afraid that you might get in trouble.
I do not recall exactly why I did not give it to them.
And you don't recall if you didn't give it to the police because you didn't want any of your friends to get in trouble.
No, I do not recall exactly why I did not.
You don't recall anybody laying hands on that car that you saw there, correct?
I do not recall watching anything at the car.
You don't recall whether or not that vehicle had that defect in the windshield when you saw it, correct?
I do not recall seeing that.
And you don't recall why you said, yes, sir. Is that what you told us?
I'm going to object based on asking the answer at this point.
Sustained.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
All right, Tanner. On direct examination, when we spoke before, counsel just asked you about the phrase that you said, they're back. Let's reset, okay? When the Honda Pilot first gets there, where are you? First gets there that night.
When the Honda Pilot first arrived, it was in the middle of the street, and I was also in the middle of the road to the side of the mailbox.
So you're saying this is States 52. It's in the middle of the street somewhere here, maybe where the yellow X is?
Yes, let's say relatively right about here.
Okay.
I was on the driver's side.
So when you say that it was in front of the mailbox, you're not saying it's parked in front of the mailbox, right?
No.
So when you're saying it's in front of the mailbox, it's somewhere in front of the mailbox in the middle of the street.
Yes, in the middle of the street.
Okay. So when you said on direct examination and then again explored on cross examination, whether the phrase that you used there back was, did you misspeak at that moment? Is that the first time they came to the house?
No, so the first time they came to the house was when the car was in the middle of the street.
Okay.
I misunderstood what the defendant's lawyer said when I said their back was after the car first drove away, and I made it to the back of the cellar doors upon me here.
So just so we're clear, car's in the middle of the street, you go up, you're on the driver's side, you see what you see, and then the car drives off, right?
Yes, sir.
And after the car drives off, you make your way back to the cellar doors, right?
Upon the car driving off, yes, I made my way to the back basement cellar doors.
And when you made your way back to the cellar doors, how long did you hang out there?
I do not recall exactly. It was not too long.
And at some point in time, you heard their back?
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, what did you observe about the car? Where was the car located?
Once I heard the yelling their back, I proceeded to go to the front, and the car was relatively close to the mailbox, more towards the yard this time.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62. Can you see this right here?
Yes, sir.
What does this appear to be down here on the bottom part of 62?
It appears to be a parked car.
Okay. And this up here with the lights on, what does this appear to be?
A house across the street.
This right here, this structure right here.
That appears to be the dark Honda Pilot.
Okay. So if this car, do you recall where this car down here to the bottom of 62, do you recall that was parked facing Adams Drive near the mailbox, or was it facing the other way?
I do not recall exactly.
But at some point in time, when the Honda Pilot comes back, does it come back towards Adams or going the other way?
It came back and the car was going towards Adam, facing Adam.
And so this is the car, right? You're telling us this is the Honda Pilot right here, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the defendant in front of the Honda Pilot.
Yes, sir.
It's safe to say that he's between a parked car on the side of the road and the car, this car being in the middle of the road.
Yes, sir.
So is it at that moment when you heard, well, shortly before that moment, when you heard their back? Is that when you heard their back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we're referring to their back, you're referring to this moment in time just before the fight starts.
When I heard their back, I was already at the cellar doors, and that was right prior to me walking out and observing a fight on the front lawn.
Counsel asked you why you videoed that fight that night. I mean, do you do a lot of videoing on Snapchat?
Yes, sir.
Why do you do that?
I'm not too sure why.
I mean, do you randomly video things?
Yes, sir. Me and my friends always take videos like when we're doing anything, really.
Is that the whole purpose of Snapchat? What's the purpose of Snapchat? What do you have?
Snapchat is to send pictures and or videos to friends, or you could create a story, which I explained before.
And is it common for you and your friends to just whip your phone out and start videoing things or taking pictures?
Yes, sir.
And is it common for you and your friends on Snapchat? Well, withdrawn. Do you use any other social media apps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it common for you and your friends to use social media apps such as Snapchat to video things and post them to your Snapchat account?
Yes, sir.
Have you done that before?
Yes, sir.
And when you've done that before, did you do it just kind of not thinking about it? You video something and you just post it for the sake of posting it?
Yes, sir.
And why do you do that?
Really just catch memories, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really it.
So when you videoed this fight on May 14th of 2022, was it kind of one of those impulsive things that you did?
Yes.
And when you posted it, is that one of those impulsive things when you posted? I guess you said you hit a button or something and it posted right away?
Yeah, I do not recall exactly, but there is a button on the main screen where if you hit it, it immediately will post.
Is that something that you've done in the past?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you've done in the past when you kind of can do it without looking at the screen? Or do you have to kind of watch what you're doing and then hit something?
You have to kind of look at it, but if you click add to story, it will add to your story.
So when you posted this video that we watched today, is that something that as soon as the video ended, you kind of posted it and then kind of realized what had happened?
Yes, sir.
Now, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional costs?
I just have some brief questions.
All right.
Just want to make sure we've got this correct now. First time the car arrives, you're standing by the rear passenger side, correct?
The first time that the car arrived in the middle of the street, I was at the rear driver's side.
Rear driver's side.
Yep.
Thank you for correcting me.
Mm-hmm.
You're standing at the rear driver's side. You didn't see anybody else surrounding the car.
I do not recall exactly.
You don't recall anybody touching the car, even though you were an arm's length away.
Yeah, I do not recall exactly.
You don't recall anybody rocking the car.
I do not recall.
You don't recall anybody damaging that car in any way.
I do not recall.
Car drives off. You go back to the cellar doors for some time. I believe you described that as being maybe 20, 25 minutes, right?
I do not recall exactly how long. It was a little bit of time.
When the car drove off, it headed down towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
Yes, sir.
You stayed outside by the back cellar doors.
Yes, sir. I was right on the stairs.
You didn't see any Shelton High kids go down towards Farmhouse Lane?
I do not recall seeing anybody.
You don't recall hearing anybody go down towards Farmhouse Lane from Shelton High?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing Tyler Rich go down there?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing Ricky Fiola go down there?
No, sir.
Nobody, right? Second time you hear they're back, right?
Yes, sir.
This time the car is relatively close to the mailbox with another car in front of it, correct?
As seen in the picture, the car is in the middle of the street with a parked car parallel to it, yes.
You were asked a whole bunch of questions on redirect about randomly videoing things. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
This wasn't randomly videoing something, was it?
I do not recall exactly. Upon seeing lights, once I made my way to the front yard, there was lights and what appeared to be, I thought, other people were recording. Therefore, I started a recording, yes.
It wasn't random, right?
I saw other lights, so I started recording upon coming into the front yard.
You saw lights, and that made you decide you needed to record something?
I thought that other people were recording.
You told us that you record things to catch memories, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you just told the state's attorney, to catch memories, right?
Yes, sir.
This was a memory that you wanted to catch, wasn't it?
No, sir.
This wasn't a memory that you wanted to catch?
Upon walking out into the grass and seeing other lights, I thought other people were recording. And in this day and age, kind of just a first instinct.
You recorded this because you wanted to catch this memory. It's only after the fact, when you figured out what had occurred, that you decided, maybe this isn't a memory I want to keep anymore. That's the truth, isn't it?
I do not recall exactly why I started this recording. It was a spur of the moment, and I just started recording.
It wasn't to catch the memory of Shelton High kids getting the better of the two St. Joe's kids.
No, sir.
Did you say yes, sir?
I said no, sir.
Nothing.
Anything further?
Nothing
All right. You're all set. Okay, exit the witness stand. Please watch your step as you exit, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to adjourn for the day. I want to remind the jury before we do that you must abide by your rules of juror conduct. I also described to your instructions at the beginning of the trial. So those instructions that I gave to you at the beginning of the trial apply. You must abide by those rules. So tomorrow is a court holiday. We will not be in session tomorrow. That's Thursday. Friday, we will also not be in session for purposes of this trial. All right. So for the purposes of the jurors, you will not need to be here Thursday or Friday of this week. We will resume evidence on Monday. Again, I cannot stress how important it is that you abide by your obligations. You're going to be going home to Curious People. You're going to have 4 days where you are going to have access to social media and media, newspapers,
thank you, Hannah, love.
Local postings and conversation. Please do your best to avoid anything about this trial. Please do not discuss anything about this trial or any issues arising out of it with anyone. We'll see you back on Monday. Again, I also want to stress, do not visit any of the locations that have been discussed. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation into any of the issues arising out of this trial. Your obligation is to decide this case at the end of the trial based solely on the evidence presented here in this courtroom. I expect that you take your oath seriously. I appreciate the attention.
Okay, so just as the end of that, so we're done for today with this trial, and there will be no Thursday or Friday of this trial, but I am sure Katya will find something for y'all to watch because, you know, TCA is always on point with that. I will be returning at 5:30, which is in about 40 minutes on my channel. Here in Houston, we had a hearing with Kim Ogg, who was a former district attorney, and they are trying to shut her up because she keeps talking about this Jocelyn Nungry case. So we will watch that hearing. I will do that at 5:30 my time, which is again in about 40 minutes. So I'm going to go take me a quick break and check on my perros and mi madre and see how everybody's doing. And then I will be back on my channel at 5:30. So anybody interested? Peace. Till then, see ya. Rubber out.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.